oceanac.com. And the reason they gave them hot showers, they didn't want them to get used to the cold water.
Oh.
Yes.
They would swim away.
Smart move.
So that's actually why they did it. And I guess maybe other prisons eventually offered up. Because I guess they figured at that point, they're prisoners. We're not going to heat the water for them. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the hell with it. But then they started getting a little too crazy, and every convict got a tube of Mr. Bubble. Yeah, and it got a little weird.
Oh, man, I love that.
All right, so got some stories to tell you about. We're going to start with Amy Lou Wood and Walton Goggins have firmly denied rumors of a feud. Of course, they were on White Lotus together, season 3. And the people thought there was some kind of feud they were having. It was a joint interview with Variety with Goggins stating, "There is no feud. I love this woman madly." Goggins even became emotional while praising Wood. He compared her to Goldie Hawn and Meg Ryan and added, "She can do anything and she will." The actor emphasized their mutual affection. He said, "She is love, and I know that I am that to her. We care about each other very deeply." And Wood dismissed the rumors that popped up after Goggins unfollowed her on Instagram, saying, "We don't give an S about Instagram." And Walton explained the unfollow was his way of processing the end of his character arc, calling the feud rumors all so ridiculous, and reassured fans that Amy and I will be friends forever.
They had great chemistry. She was terrific on the show. She is sexy in that, with the teeth and everything. But she just has that energy, and she's just likable.
Yeah, so that was good to hear. I mean, listen, there were rumors, and it was just like, what is this all about? But it's nice to hear that that isn't the case.
Especially because you enjoyed the show.
Yeah. All right, Dakota Johnson and Chris Martin reportedly ending their nearly 8-year on and off relationship.
Kind of surprised by this one.
With sources confirming the breakup to People, saying it feels final this time.
Yeah, they had that brief split, got back together, and thought that might have been it. But as we said yesterday, a lot of times you get back together to remind each other why you broke up in the first place.
Yeah, the couple was last seen together in Malibu on May 16th. In March last year, it was reported that they had been engaged for years, though they were in no rush to get married. Rumors of a split made the rounds online in August the same year, but were denied, with a rep saying that they were happily together. They were known for keeping their relationship private despite having ups and downs. They were first linked together back in 2017. So they're saying it may be over.
He was apparently the instigator in this one. She is loves his kids, apparently.
Yeah.
And that was, so she was really destroyed by this.
Yeah. Mr. Beast, the YouTube personality, revealed that he is borrowing money from his mom to pay for his wedding, despite being worth an estimated $1 billion. He said, "Ironically, I'm actually borrowing money from my mom to pay for my upcoming wedding." And the YouTuber posted on social media that information. Mr. Beast, whose real name is Jimmy Donaldson, revealed that he personally has very little money because he reinvests everything into his content empire, estimating he'll spend around $250 million this year alone.
So he had no sort of fluid cash available.
I think that's it, yeah. Mr. Beast holds the world record for the most YouTube subscribers in the world. He has 401 million subscribers.
I mean,
that's more than the population of the United States.
More than the population of our country.
And I
That's
have
staggering.
literally watched zero of his content.
I like his stuff.
Yeah, and it's just not part of my.
Yeah.
I don't spend a whole lot of time on YouTube.
I do, and so I subscribe to him, and I got introduced to him through my son, and I like his stunt stuff, but what I really love is his charitable work. He does a ton. So we're talking about the money that he has. I've read that almost every penny that he brings in, he finds a way to donate it to local charities, to world charities. He's a worldly known good guy, is what he is.
He has his own toy line, Amazon Prime series, various food products, including the Mr. Beast Burger franchise. But noted, quote, "On paper, the businesses I own are worth a lot." And he said the YouTuber is engaged, by the way, to fellow content creator Thea Boyson, not Theo. Thea. Yeah, Thea Boyson, whom
I'll stand down.
He met in 2022. In 2022, the couple got engaged on Christmas Day last year, and they are planning a private wedding with close friends and family.
To understand the amount of money he has for a good cluster of his closest employees, he basically bought a small suburb.
Wow.
And
they all live in the same area?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy.
So they can all just work and live and kind of cohabitate. Wow.
It's almost like what Milton Hershey did.
Yeah. At just 10 years old, Wren Disick is proving he's right at home in the TV reality world. According to a recent family outing at Nobu, the youngest Kardashian Disick flipped off paparazzi with a smirk and stuck out his tongue for good measure.
Sounds like a little prick.
Known for his unfiltered commentary, like shutting down Bieber baby rumors and roasting Kourtney and Travis for their PDA, Wren is proving that he's inherited every ounce of his dad's cocky charm.
You know what, though? While I agree with you, Steve, paparazzis are a-holes. F them. You know what I mean? Like, like maybe have a little more respect for your elders, but like paparazzi are
But you
scum.
know, and here's the deal. It's the deal you make with the devil, because I guarantee you, Scott Disick's people, Scott is going to be at Nobu this evening. So they use him. It goes both ways. But listen, I shouldn't call this Cowles as kid.
He's 10.
10, so maybe I don't call him a dickhead.
All right,
budding dickhead.
Looks like Brooklyn Beckham might be trading mama's boy for wifey's guy because fans recently noticed his chest tattoo, dedicated to Mom Victoria, is now hidden under floral ink that resembles Nicola Peltz's wedding bouquet.
God.
I know.
So he's put the wedding bouquet of the new woman in his life over his mother.
Over Mom. The timing is juicy, considering the long-rumored rift between Brooklyn and his famous parents, with Nicola reportedly clashing with the Beckham clan. So there's more on that.
I remember one year my wife was, my mother, there's a Freudian slip, this was years ago. I was dating this girl, and my mother's name was Rose, and Rosalie. So, and I would always get her roses. And then an event came up, and I got her something different and got my girlfriend roses.
Oh, boy.
And my mother was the sweetest, most even keel, but I could tell that was like...
It stabbed her.
It's like, and I never made that mistake again. Yeah.
Yep. You can, little gestures like that.
There's nobody like Mom.
But putting a tattoo over a former mom tattoo, that might be crossing the line a bit. I don't know. So Blumhouse has announced that Octavia Spencer will reprise her role in a sequel to the 2019 horror film Ma.
Ma!
The movie was a big success for the studio, taking in over $60 million around the world on a budget of just $5 million.
It's a junk food movie. She does a great job in it. She starts to befriend these kids, and she has these parties, and she's inviting them over to the house, and she's mowing down people. And she really, did you see it? She sunk her teeth into the movie.
No.
Nope.
It's a lot of fun.
Is it?
And she clearly enjoys playing the character.
So Ma has, this is according to Blumhouse founder Jason Blum. He said, Ma has proven to be a social phenomenon, so we are thrilled Octavia will join us again for a second round. Yet another video game is getting the movie treatment. And this time around, it is the paranormal horror game called Phasmophobia. And it seems like it's early days here, as even a release date has not been announced yet. Have you played that one at all?
Never played it, but I know it has a good buzz.
Okay. Originally released in early access in 2020, Phasmophobia quickly went viral during COVID, and the multiplayer ghost hunting game became a favorite among Twitch streamers and YouTubers, propelling it to best-selling status for weeks. The game has since sold over 23 million copies around the world. They even won Best Debut Game at the 2020 Game Awards.
There are a couple of games that like this, that are moody. This is I mentioned this to you, Preston, because there's a lot of clue gathering, and it's it's almost like a CSI paranormal.
I
thing.
like that. I like those types of games.
I'm glad they're doing this. They just need to do them right.
Speaking of games press, Steve, I went to an arcade yesterday. There's an arcade on State Street that was Dining Under the Stars.
Oh.
It's called Game on State. I played Silent Scope.
Oh my God. I love that game.
Dude, right?
I used to love that game.
Uh-huh.
When that game first came out, I'm like, yes. I love sniper stuff. And that one was good.
Sniper Elite.
Yeah.
It's my favorite video game. Yeah, definitely. But was it the original Silent Scope?
The original, yeah. So this is like
So
an
when you put
old
your money
school-
in, it goes Silent Scope.
Yeah.
I love that. Wow.
But it's like, this is like all like retro stuff, retro.
That's cool.
If I were to get a setup, I love the Terminator 2 arcade game.
Oh,
The
that was
side
great.
scroller.
Yeah.
I could do with that. Yeah.
I love those. Commando was one of the first
Oh,
ones that was
yeah,
like
yeah,
that
yeah.
as well. I loved it.
Casey, was there a stinger for Konami, which made Silent Scope? Did it go like Konami or am I misremembering that?
I don't know.
I thought it went like Silent Scope Konami or something along those lines, but I might be completely misremembering.
Silent Scope, Konami.
Maybe that's what it was.
That brings it all back.
That's less moody.
Silence.
Welcome to Silent Hill.
Real quick, did you see the lines for the Switch 2, the Nintendo Switch 2 coming out?
Yeah. It's like
didn't
old
know-
school.
I didn't know that was that popular. I mean, I didn't get into the Switch. My kids did.
I had the Switch. I enjoyed it. I just never found myself playing it.
Yeah. But apparently the graphics have like any updated video game system, they've taken a big leap forward.
June, I think it put a dent at least in the momentum of that side of gaming. Was just a lot of kids ending up with phones that had pretty competitive graphics.
Yeah. So, but this one's apparently selling out like crazy. All right, a couple other entertainment things. We'll stick with the video game stuff. Fortnite has announced a collaboration with Squid Game, set to launch later this month. The announcement was made on social media with an image of the show's iconic business card and the caption, "You're invited. We're dying for you to join us."
Squid for it.
While specific details are limited, Epic Games revealed that the event will heavily feature Fortnite's creative mode, where fans can make their own games inside of the video game. Epic teases, "Build your own twist on the world's most intense playground." This means that players can design and create Squid Game-style challenges. New creator tools will become available on June 27th to support custom content. The same day that season 3 of Squid Games is going to hit. Squid Game is going to hit Netflix. Yeah,
I know there's an expansion pack for Fortnite that focuses on White Orchid.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
White Lotus.
White
Lotus. So, Wicked for Good just dropped its official trailer. They had a teaser that was out. And the follow-up to last year's smash hit sees Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande as Elphaba, and Glinda diving right back into the musical's second act. Picking up right where the first film ended, Wicked for Good will reveal how the witches' friendship is tested as they embrace who they're meant to be. Fans were also treated to Ariana and Cynthia's rendition of the musical's iconic song For Good, and even caught a glimpse of Dorothy Gale meeting the wizard.
You said she's coming to town, Cynthia Erivo. She's got a show at the Man. I'm trying to find the details on it, but I didn't even know about it until yesterday, the day before. She's doing a show, I think, with the Philadelphia Orchestra, June 21. I have no idea what the show is, if she's like singing classical music or singing along, because she's opera trained, right? Like that's what her background is. But yeah, June 21 at the Man.
Wow. Should be pretty cool. The first film raked in $756 million and scored a whopping 10 Oscar nominations. So you'll be able to see Wicked for Good starting November 21st. Snow White is officially hitting streaming next week. The live-action remake of the animated classic will debut on Disney+. That'll be June 11th. It was released earlier this year, starring Rachel Zegler, Snow White, Gal Gadot as the evil queen, and it also featured new songs written by the Oscar-winning team behind La La Land. The film was something of a box office disappointment. It was brought in just $205 million around the world, against a budget reportedly costing Disney somewhere between $240 and $270 million. And then finally, Conan O'Brien is returning to Late Night as a guest on Late Night with Seth Meyers, and that will be on June 11th. And this will be his first appearance since leaving the franchise. O'Brien previously hosted Late Night for over 16 years before a short time on The Tonight Show. This appearance completes the lineup of all 3 former Late Night hosts, O'Brien, Fallon, and Letterman, having appeared on Meyers' version of the show.
Conan's travel series, which is just so good.
Yeah?
So funny. He is possessed with a skill set that makes him the perfect guy to go out to these different areas and interact with the locals. He's terrific at it.
Nice. All right, we're ready for the clips. Screen Rant is predicting that Norman Reedus' character in Ballerina could be as important as Marcus was for John Wick. Who is Marcus in John Wick?
I'm a massive fan of the series, and I'm drawing a blank.
Okay, he said we won't. It says we won't know until.
Okay, Willem Dafoe's character in the first one. He's just in one movie.
Okay. We won't know until this weekend, but in this clip, Norman talks about how much the series influenced his life.
I saw it in the theater, and I bought a '69 Camaro, I think because of John Wick. And then I wanted a pit bull puppy immediately. But I've seen them all so many times. Like, it's one of those movies that it plays on every hotel, every airplane. It just over and over and over, and you watch it every single time because it's that good. The world of John Wick is badass.
Ballerina opens in theaters tomorrow, by the way. Next clip. In Your Friends and Neighbors, Mark Tallman plays Nick, a former NBA All-Star who ended up with his friend's wife. Here, Mark explains how his time as the captain of the 2002 Bucknell football team prepared him for this role. Here we go.
I think back to games when we lost and then we're asked to go to a post-game press conference and do it with a smile on your face. I think Nick carries a lot of that through his life. And I think he's hurt a lot of the time because of what he did to one of his best friends.
Nick, what stretch of 7 years were you at Bucknell University?
When did you graduate? 2002?
2002.
Yeah, we were there at the same time because in my fourth or fifth senior year, I went back in the fall of 2000 and graduated in January 2001. So
The guy is, I love the show. I love that show. And he played Preston. You talk about shows that develop characters where you're sure they're one way, and then it's like, oh, this guy's actually not so bad.
Okay.
He's actually pretty good.
All right.
And that's the character of Nick.
you like this guy, Steve?
He's
This
terrific.
actor? Okay, yeah.
He's terrific in the series.
I'd not heard of him before, and it's a relatively small knit community at Bucknell. There's only like 900 people per class or whatever. But good for him. That's cool.
Look at that picture, a video here. He's like a super good-looking dude.
Yeah.
And that's part of the conceit in the series. And so he's getting offers, like, for example, his version of the George Foreman grill is a high-tech Wi-Fi controlled toilet that he has to be the pitch man for.
Wow. And
yeah.
And he was the captain of the Bucknell football team.
They wrote him up in Bucknell magazine.
Hey, how about
Well,
that?
you guys are brothers, so to speak.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Get him on the show, Nick.
Yeah, we'll reach
Call
out.
it in. All right. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. We got a lot happening today on our show. We will have, and I'm leading with this because we're very excited, John Heder and Efren Ramirez will be here. That's Napoleon Dynamite and Pedro here in the studio. They're going to be performing at the City Winery tonight, 7 o'clock, and they're going to be joined by John Gries, who was Uncle Rico in the film, and they're doing a Q&A, and they're, it's so great.
It is.
I still love that movie.
I just watched it about 3 or 4 months ago again, and it has that kind of timeless. It's what they call locked camera comedy, where the camera just stays static and they're just doing their thing, and you end up, it gets you no matter if you try to resist it, you're going to fail because you'll start laughing.
So they're going to be here around 9 o'clock this morning. Our makeup influencer, Sara Wren, is going to come in and give us treatments and things. And we got to get ready for summer.
Oh, my God.
Got to have our skin regimes
Absolutely.
tested. And no, she's bringing in the red light mask. Steve was wondering about that thing.
It looks like something out of a Universal horror movie.
It does.
Yeah.
So she'll be stopping in today. And Pitchuation's going to be here. Our former intern and staff member at WMMR. He's stopping in to tell us about his 24-hour video game marathon. Not video game marathon. It's a game show marathon. That's what it is. All right, so let's take a quick break. Come back in just a moment or two and move forward on this Thursday. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Emergency food there for whatever reason. It was all canned stuff that had been there.
This is pre-prepper.
It was already ancient when I was a little kid, and it looked disgusting.
Yeah, of course.
And I wouldn't venture to that part of the basement too often.
Wow, that sounds like
It scared me.
Did they have the piece of furniture that terrified you, or was it your parents?
No, that was my parents.
Okay,
We had a chair that I was scared of. It looked like the evil queens. It had a high back. It was black with gold trim on it. It had really high. It was a decorative chair. And I used to think that, like Maleficent sat in that thing or something like
What
that.
if you came home one day and the sump pump was sitting in the chair?
I would have left my family. Kathy, on this list, it says the fancy for guests living room that was filled with plastic-covered furniture and you weren't allowed to play in.
Yeah, never got that.
And, there's a lot of pictures on this list, which I wish you guys could see because there's one, it says these exact wooden and cork coasters in their dining or living room. And I want to show you a picture of these. And yes.
Yep.
Where you pulled them out of the little container that they lived in.
Yeah, it was like a little
holder.
Yeah.
I think it was like stacked poker chips.
Yeah.
On that furniture thing, with the covering in plastic, I never got a definitive answer. The Kostanowiczes, and I was friends with Randy up the block. His entire living room everything was sealed, hermetically sealed in plastic. But I never asked the question, is the end result just to preserve the looks of the furniture?
I think it is.
But I mean, was there ever a hybrid where you could take them off if you wanted to sit on them? It seemed like going against purposes to sit on cold plastic.
Yeah, I don't know. But it was maybe for a formal event. Like
Possibly.
they would unzip the plastic and let if they were going to have several people in the parlor or whatever it is. Kathy, I remember because you were the one that brought it up. I remember some friends who not only had the plastic on their furniture, but they had a runner.
The runner. Oh,
yes.
Plastic covers.
Yes.
I've never seen anything like that.
Oh my God. So that wasn't my grandparents' house. My grandparents didn't have the plastic covered furniture. It was my piano teacher. And everything in the room where I guess she would have her clients come and she would teach piano, everything was covered in plastic. And the runner went from the front door and you had to walk on it
into the kitchen?
Into the living room. And then you had to walk through the living room to the piano. There was another runner. Like she basically didn't want anyone's dirt anywhere in her house.
And the runner was plastic covered.
Plastic.
Yep.
Wow.
So we actually did not have any of our furniture covered in the plastic, but we did have a runner that came from the front door to the kitchen, to the tiled kitchen floor, and that was, you had to stay on that. That was the thing. So
but was it plastic?
It was plastic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to things you find at your grandmother's house, or maybe stuff that you played with at your grandparents' house as well. I'm going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Okay.
Joe, you're on the air, buddy. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, my man?
Hey, thank you for having me on. It's the first time I ever called you. Listen, I'll try to preface this really quick.
All right.
My mom was 36 when she had me.
Okay.
And we ended up living with my grandparents, so they were much older.
Okay.
And they were from Italy. And so they made and did everything. They even dug out their own basement. It's really wild.
Wow.
But what I remember most from my grandfather is he had an old-time cigarette rolling machine, which looked like two little horses, like a construction horse, with a piece of cloth that looped between, and you would put the paper in there, and he would put his tobacco in there, and you would spin the paper inside the cloth, and that would roll the cigarettes up.
That sounds pretty cool.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
That sounds pretty cool. I mean, it seems like a very old world way of rolling a cigarette.
Yes, it was really neat. I mean, the whole entire house, everything, you could eat off the whole entire yard. I'm serious. When they went to the store, the only thing they would buy is milk and meat, and that was it.
Milk and meat.
Yeah, they made, canned, pickled, did everything.
Wow.
So it was just a
Joe,
just a fan.
Did your grandfather teach you how to roll cigarettes?
Well, yes, he did. And as a cause of that, I ended up doing that an awful lot when I was in high school.
I bet.
But what he ended up, do you remember the old credit card machines where they used to slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a cigarette roll machine that was like that. It was like the new one.
Like one motion across and it would roll it?
Yes, and would roll it out perfectly.
I remember that unit. I remember they used to sell those in magazines. You'd see it in Preston. They'd be like in the back of like a National Lampoon. So it wasn't necessarily for tobacco, but it was a popular item. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, isn't it? It's really the things you remember, from when you're young.
Yeah. And what you had to do to entertain yourself. By the way, thank you, Joe. I appreciate the call. I had at my parents' house. My grandfather had a substantial. He was a carpenter.
Yeah.
So it was what he did on the side. So he had all kinds of tools and stuff back there. And I remember for a while, and I might have been like 10 years old. I started playing with his jigsaw. Just finding pieces of wood and cutting it and just doing whatever. And I would play with that. That was
kill
my
some time.
toy. Yeah. But you had to find things to entertain yourself with. If there wasn't something on television, like I said, this is obviously pre-phones and actually a lot of pre-video game days. You just had to kind of root around and see what you could find to entertain yourself for a little bit.
The houses weren't set up for kids.
Yeah.
It was set up, you had the big clump of butterscotch by the front door, and there were the standards meant for very old people.
Or the strawberry candies. I remember just grabbing the snuffer, the candle snuffer, and walking around the house and putting out fake candles.
Right.
Like they weren't lit, but I would still put it out.
Yep. Here's a couple other things from this list, which are things you always find at your grandmother's house. An old coffee percolator that she only ever used for parties. Her recipe card library that's sat on the kitchen counter.
Oh, man. My Aunt Mary has one. Aunt Mary's still alive. I think she's 90 now. She lives in Willow Grove, and Preston, has an entire dresser drawer filled with recipe cards.
All right.
And at this point in our family, it's kind of like gold. Like, she's been making for decades and decades and decades. I'd love to get my hand on them.
For Christmas a few years ago, my uncle copied my grandmother's recipes and laminated them and gave them to
what a great idea. That's
bunches. But then I saw one recently where you can somebody put it on a cutting board. So they had it
that's a great
lasered
idea.
into a cutting board. Isn't that really sweet?
I like that.
My grandmother had given the family a book of her favorite sex positions.
Okay.
And it was really...
That's nice.
It was so nice. That's the way Gum Gum used to do it. Oh, my
She modeled the photos in there?
absolutely, yeah.
Here's another one. A bowl of nuts that seemed to always have been the exact same ones, and you wondered if anyone ever ate them.
Yeah.
So there'd be like walnuts and Brazilian nuts and,
Macadamia
pecans, nuts and all that stuff in there. No, I remember with nutcrackers. With
yes.
in there. Yeah.
Oh, there were nutcrackers at my grandmother's house, absolutely.
My dad would eat them. It didn't matter how long they'd been there.
And he wouldn't even use a nutcracker, just bite into them.
Yeah.
Let's see. I will go to Jamie. Hey, Jamie, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Jamie?
So my grandfather's favorite candy was a Fifth Avenue bar, and he used to keep a bowl of them in a china cabinet that had sliding glass doors. And it was nearly impossible to get those doors open without anyone realizing or hearing the glass doors clanging together. So I can remember standing there for 40 minutes, just trying to get one little Fifth Avenue bar out of the cabinet. But fast forward to my adulthood. I mean, my grandparents died when I was younger, but took my kids to the Ocean City Boardwalk. And, I had toddlers at the time, but let them go into the candy store, and there's everything under the rainbow there in the candy store. All the colorful lollipops, and they could pick anything. And my 2-year-old picked up a Fifth Avenue bar. And, they don't have very fancy wrappers, just a plain brown wrapper. But that was what he chose in the candy store. And it felt like my grandfather was there.
Oh, that's great.
My kids. He could have had anything, and he chose the Fifth Avenue bar.
I like that. Nice. All right. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Here's one that I remember doing when you were looking for things to do at the parents' house. I'm going to go to EJ. Hi, EJ. Good morning.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up?
So actually, this is going all the way back to my great-grandmother's, who had a row home in Kensington.
Okay.
And so her stairs were just at the right angle, and they were carpeted. So we would actually go, and it was always Sunday dinner. So actually, I had the cousins to play with, and we would go up to the top and actually slide down the stairs.
Yeah, you could on your butt. Yeah, you could slide all the way down the stairs.
Yeah, if you lifted your feet up a little bit and straightened your feet up, and you could just all the way down. Hours and hours and hours. But
I used to love doing that.
Yeah, but you reminded me. Actually, my grandfather had a woodworking shop in his basement. So when we would go over there, it was like Tool Central.
It's amazing how, and you'd be unattended. Yeah, I have a table saw in the basement. Go down and play with that.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right, thanks, EJ. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would go through. God, man, I was a nosy kid. I remember going through the bathroom at my paternal grandmother's house and just going into their closet where all this stuff was, and they just had, like 10 bars of soap in there for whatever reason, and extra things. And I would I told you when my dad would take me to, to his work for whatever reason, I'd spend the entire time in the supply closet. That was just fun for me.
Look at this.
Look at these staples.
Like tons of staples.
Or the staple remover.
Oh, yeah, you could put your finger on it.
Yeah. They were like, you can pretend it was a mouth or whatever, a little monster.
A little barracuda.
You could find stuff to play with.
Paperclip jewelry.
You do that too? Yeah, absolutely. Let me go to Terry. Hey, Terry, good morning. Hi, Terry. I'm sorry. There it is. What's up, Terry?
There we go. Hey, good morning. My grandparents had a corner store in their basement.
Okay.
And we could go down there and get anything we wanted.
What do you mean by a corner store? They did that like they were literally selling things, or you're just referring to it as a corner store?
No, they literally owned a corner store. You know, like the little Dagobah that you.
So they lived above it.
They lived above it, and they owned it, and they
lived on Dagobah
out of their home.
They were living where you
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Marissa. All right, as we dive in, before we dive into things, actually, I should mention Washington Township High School in Sewell, New Jersey. You are the next school to vote for the coolest teacher. You're the last school of 2025 to get to do this. So take advantage of this. Text the word teacher to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the voting link, and then tomorrow morning, hopefully we'll have a very happy teacher like we did this morning with Ashley Gerber, who is a family and consumer sciences teacher at Shawnee. She was lovely, great personality. You could tell why.
Yeah, the kids like her.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool. All right, we need to dive into the world of what people are thinking in the form of surveys. It's Survey Says. And I did some digging, Steve, and I know we've missed some of the really dumb surveys lately, and I found a few.
Well, you know what? When we began this segment, because you would get a glut of these, what they call show prep surveys.
Yeah.
I tried this on the show, and they were terrible.
Yep.
And we had fun with that. And then we started to get some good ones.
Yeah.
And I sort of missed the terrible ones.
Yeah, so I found some terrible ones, and I'm going to try to find more sources for these, because these are they're more fun discussions. So like this one. It was 5,658 U.S. adults were surveyed in this. And the question they were asked was, if there were a theme park with live dinosaurs that had been created through genetic engineering, would you want to visit it? Yes, no, or you're not sure. Anyone care to answer?
Yeah. If they had put into place proper protections, having watched the Jurassic Park films, yes, of course I would love to see living dinosaurs in a safe environment.
I would be 100% yes. All over that. Now, I'm tired of the Jurassic Park films. I really only like the first one. But to see that in real life, oh my God, yes.
So we had a hint of it with the first movie.
Yeah.
When you were sitting there in your seat and, Sam Neill and Laura Dern, and he turns her head and you see, was it an Allosaurus, I guess?
Yeah, or a Brontosaurus, one of the big vegetarian ones.
Walking along and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah. And those effects were groundbreaking at that time. We had never seen anything CGI-wise that had looked that realistic before. And it was like, I remember being in the movie theater going, just freaking out.
Just gasping.
I can't believe, I'm like, almost like they are in the movie. They've done it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So yes.
Yes. What about the rest of you guys? Yes, no, not sure.
Absolutely not.
No kidding.
I'm terrified of these movies. I feel like it would just be a matter of time, and with my luck, I'd be the guy where the T-Rex gets out or the Velociraptors slice my belly open.
Well, do you feel uncomfortable going to like drive-through safaris and things like that, Nick?
I'm just not a big fan of those in general. Okay. I'd rather go on an actual safari. I think drive-through safaris are a little, I don't know, hokey in my personal opinion.
But you're not afraid of being around dangerous wildlife as long as you're protected.
No, and listen, I mean, maybe I'm hypocritical because I would definitely do a safari where, elephants or lions or whatever could kill you. But there's something about the unhealthy nature of bringing back a dinosaur to life scares the crap out of me.
I know. And when in the original source material, I fall somewhere between, I want to set up the park and there's no reason you should do this. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, throughout my life, I've been enamored and fascinated by dinosaurs. To see them, I agree with you, Preston. To see something like that in the real world would be astonishing.
I got to quote Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
You're too busy thinking about whether or not you could, instead of whether or not you should.
And he was right.
So the results are 29% said yes, they would absolutely go. 50% said no. So they are in.
Yeah, pussies.
And then 21% said not sure. Marissa, if you had a chance to go see actual dinosaurs, if they could do that, would you or not?
1,000%.
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because two things I keep thinking about. In front of the Natural Science Museum, they used to have these animatronic dinosaurs outside that would kind of like come to life every few minutes. And I would just stand outside there for a few minutes and like, I can't play with them, but like watch the whole experience.
What's Marissa doing?
I'm playing with the dinosaurs.
Playing with the dinosaurs. And then remember the ride at Universal? That was one of the best rides.
Oh my God! Yes,
Yes.
dude,
The best.
Dude.
Yes.
Yes.
And that is historically accurate.
Well, no, but in while we were in line, it was the Velocicoaster. As you went by, they had animatronic dinosaurs, and some of them were in like these holding pens where just their neck was sticking out, and like their eyes would dilate and they would growl and stuff, and it looked real, man. Those dinosaurs were real.
And by the way, when you're in the coaster and you're ready to be accelerated like nobody's business, they have that. The paddock for the velociraptors on each side, and they're making that high squealing sound, and you're flooded, your senses are overwhelmed, and then you're out like a rocket.
Coolest roller coaster I think I've ever ridden on, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of good ones, but it's
neck
pretty,
and neck with Hagrid's.
It's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so 21% said they are not sure if they would go to a park that had actual live dinosaurs. But I know Casey would because your fascination with alligators.
Yeah.
And that's essentially those are tiny dinosaurs as far as I'm concerned.
Cute little dinosaurs.
Would you go to Tiny Dinosaur Island?
I would. I absolutely would.
Welcome to Tiny Dinosaur Island.
I'd have to see the one that in the first movie that spits the stuff that opens up its
Well, it kills Neumann.
It's called the Robert Kelly is the name of the dinosaur.
Wait. Wayne Knight gets killed by that guy.
Yeah.
You know what? Did you ever hear the name Dotson? And every single time I hear it, because we have a receiver.
Dotson. We got Dotson.
Yeah.
Was that the guy's name?
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
Dotson.
no, Dotson was the guy who
was buying.
You're saying Dotson. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
And Dotson, we got Dotson here. But we have a receiver on the Eagles, Johan Dotson.
Yeah.
And so every time I hear his name, I just think, Dotson, we got Dotson
Well,
here.
listen, next season, if he makes some critical, awesome plays, we need to have that clip ready to go.
Right.
Okay.
I wonder if he deals in dinosaur genetics as well.
Listen, those guys make a lot of money.
They make a lot of money.
Yeah. All right, so here's another survey. It says 2,567 U.S. adults were asked, do you generally prefer first names that are more or less common in the United States?
Wait, say that again?
Do you generally prefer first names that are more or less common in the United States? And your potential answers are more common, less common, or not sure.
I tell you, here's how I'd frame it. I always like to be respectful of someone's name and get the pronunciation right. So if it's more common, I feel more comfortable.
Yes.
And so if it's something that's a little difficult to pronounce, I don't want to mispronounce someone's name and get it wrong. So I tend to demur from referring to someone by that name if I don't know how to say it.
But I am interested. My interest is piqued when somebody has a unique name.
Yes.
Yesterday we had a client event and there's a woman named Sara.
Yes.
And I'm like, I've always loved that name. I think it's a great one. And I asked her the origin of it. I was like, are you named after the mountain range? Or she was like, no, it was an initial thing. It was like her grandmother or something like that. And her initials were S something, and so they decided to go.
Do you like dinosaurs? Excuse me?
When I was a kid, I gravitated towards liking more common names because I thought those were cooler. The Steves, the Mikes of the world, the Matts. But as an adult, I like more unique names. In Preston, we were at Ben's graduation last night, and when the unique names were read, there were, he's just like, oh, that's a cool name. Oh, there was a girl named Coco. There was a girl named Maeve. I love the name Maeve.
I love the name Maeve. Maeve is great, especially if you're a fan of the boys.
And so there were a bunch throughout the night, and they just are memorable.
There was, we went to the senior awards for Souderton High School the other night, and there was a presenter who was about to present this award to one of the students, and the student had a very unique name. And as the presenter is reading about this student, the kid comes up onto the stage behind him, and the person reading this couldn't see him and kept referring to this person as her. and it was a boy.
Because you didn't know.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, turn around.
Julie Jerkoff. Excuse me, hand job.
What? That's not that name.
Julie Handjob.
Excuse me, butt sex.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
I wonder if our YouTuber Julie Jerkoff has just changed her name to Julie Handjob. I don't know.
I do. If there was a period though where I was totally wrapped up into old style British, names, and Cromwell and all of those.
Yeah.
They're wonderful. It's just you're like you said throughout your life. If you're talking about you as the owner of the name, you didn't like it, now you like it.
Now I love it.
Yeah,
I mean, being Preston as a kid, because people would the reason I didn't like it is they would almost double take when you would say the name. They'd be like, what? And as a kid, I went by Press. It was just short for Preston. And so therefore, people would think, they wouldn't understand. They've never heard that name before. They would think I was saying Chris, and that bothered me.
Right.
And so I just wanted to be Dave or John or Joe or
Frank.
Bill or Frank or whatever. But over time, I appreciated the uniqueness of the name, and now I like it. Casey, what about you? Do you prefer names that are more common or less common?
I guess I don't really have a preference.
Okay, so not sure.
If I'm not naming them myself, if it's just what your name is,
right?
Whatever your name is, I'm cool with.
Nick, how would you answer that question?
Yeah, I mean, I think I did. I liked.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
I know, because I said the same thing that you did.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
I liked common names when I was a kid.
He just said my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I said it first, so Preston said my opinion.
He said my opinion first.
Marissa, what about you?
It's nice to be called and it's you. Like you're not being mistaken for somebody else. And how little I hear the name Marissa is crazy. Like there's very few other Marissas out there.
Really? I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't consider it a overly unique name, but now that you mention it, there are not a lot of Marissas.
Yeah, there's really not. And I mean, I'm married to a Matt, and he has a brother-in-law named Matt, a friend named Matt. I mean, there's just so many Matts.
Yeah. I have two Marissas in my life.
Oh, yeah.
Both are massive Green Day fans.
Yes.
Same age range. I'm like, what are the odds of that?
Wow.
Every time you tell a story, you have to say the other Marissa.
The other Marissa.
So, according to this survey, here are the results. 24% of the people answered more common, 39% of the people answered less common, and then 37% said not sure.
How many people like the name Common?
That is a name. We've had him here before.
That's right.
All right, so interesting survey about names. All right, survey says.
We're getting to the bottom of some things here, I think.
I'm telling you, I really dug deep and found
ripping the lid off.
Hard-hitting questions. So 8,771 U.S. adults answered this survey question. Do you consider it to be acceptable or unacceptable to break off a single banana from a larger bunch when shopping at a store?
1,000% acceptable.
Okay, Casey's all in on acceptable.
I used to not, and then I would buy too many bananas every damn time. And I'm like, this is a waste. What the hell am I doing? So now it's acceptable.
It's odd for me because that became less acceptable, but robbing the store at gunpoint became more acceptable.
Well, so, we've often talked about the Wednesday banana, as opposed to the Friday banana. And the best way to avoid Friday bananas is to take single bananas off.
Yeah.
So what I actually prefer to do if I'm getting bananas for the week, 5 bananas that is, I'll get 3 yellow ones and 2 green ones. And then
let me ask you,
that's the way to go.
Let me ask you this as I'll just buy the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel you're reducing the options for shoppers that follow you because you're poaching the best bananas, which is a great John Lennon song.
It is.
It's about poaching the bananas.
I don't know.
That's a good Sunday banana.
I think everybody should employ my method, and if they are, then we're all doing the same thing.
Well, a good grocery store will then assemble the loose bananas, and then they will put them into a pile, and then you'll have some to choose from. Marissa?
Yeah, sometimes there's a little section called the single bananas.
Really? There's a section?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Is there like a little disco ball spinning and a...
Yeah.
It's a
That's one of the
Beyonce
single
photo.
bananas hanging.
It's Beyonce.
All the bananas.
All the single bananas. All the single bananas.
Do you guys buy bananas at Wawa ever? Because I feel a little weird doing that sometimes. To me, Wawa, Wawa's great. I love it. I go every day. But bananas are a grocery store purchase. So when I buy one at Wawa, I'm like, nah, I'm kind of cheating a little.
I used to get them at Wawa. I was a regular. I used to stop every morning at Wawa for years and years and years. And then I found out it's a little more efficient for me to shop and have the stuff at home, and I go straight from home. It saves me a little bit of time. So it's not that I don't like going to Wawa. I love going to Wawa. But, man, I was not a fan of the Wawa banana. I got a few that were
hit or miss.
Well, I got a few that were bruised or that had a funky stringy flavor. And maybe it was just my location or whatever. But so I bailed on the Wawa.
There's some things that, listen.
But I'll get it every now and then.
Wawa's fantastic. But and I used to get my thyroid meds from there.
Yes.
And I'm like, I don't know.
Wawa either has Sunday bananas or Friday bananas. There's not a lot of middle ground on the Wawa bananas. You're getting green or you're getting overripe.
Well.
There is, so this is just a call out. It's tangential to the topic.
Okay.
Could the Wawa on Germantown Avenue, could they fix that cappuccino machine?
Is it broken?
How long has it been broken?
I don't know what's going on there, Preston, but I've gotten just hot water every time I've gone to it.
All right.
And I go to Wawa all the goddamn time. So I'm just throwing that out there. It's the one on Germantown Avenue near Mount Airy Avenue.
Okay. All right. Please fix your cappuccino machine. Or
Yes,
what is
please.
it?
It's the cappuccino machine. And I love their cappuccino. It's a quick grab and you're out. And I walk, listen, I boldly walk right past the bananas and go right to the cappuccino machine.
Oh, Marissa, I didn't. Oh, she walked away for a second. I didn't get her answer. Acceptable, unacceptable, or not sure for picking off a banana.
Yeah, I do it. Usually, though, I go like 2 at a time.
Okay.
Like 2 off for just a me.
That's still That's part of that. I think this is even breaking off too. All right, so the results are in from the survey. 57% said it is acceptable to break off a single banana from a larger bunch. 31% said unacceptable, and 12% said not sure. So the favor goes to the acceptables.
Will you do the same thing when you're shopping for chicken cutlets?
Sure.
Yeah, you
cut it open, pull one out.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the look at that. That's the perfect cutlet pack.
Quick little taste test, make sure it's good. Yeah.
Sometimes for things like that, you do have to make a choice because if you've got 4 people at home, and a lot of times those are sold in 3 per package. Like, am I going to buy 6 now?
Yeah, it's like Father of the Bride when he gets the 8 pack of the hot dogs and the 6 pack of the buns.
Yeah. So you gotta decide. All right, survey says. Let's move on to another one. Now we're going to move into a little less silly ones. This one is about parents taking our family trips and letting kids plan the family trips. Oh, wow. So it was a poll of 2,000 parents of school-age kids revealed that 22% have actually let their children plan the whole vacation down to every detail.
Turns out we're going to the garage.
Right. That I would never do that.
No.
I would let
Kids
them
are stupid.
suggest activities that they want to be a part of.
And then deny them that.
Well, I don't know about that, but
listen, you know what they. Yes, you can make it. I just had the flashback to when you were taking the kids, Preston. We did on air.
Disney.
It's going to be one of those classic moments where you announce to the kids and they go badass crazy, and you and Rochelle did everything by the book, perfect. Get them on air, and you would have thought you told them that they had the flu.
Yeah. I was like, what? We're watching this video roll off, and we are leaving for Disney right now.
Right then.
Oh.
That's cool.
How dare you, ungrateful!
You sons of bitches!
You know how hard we've worked to plan this. We got the special passes and everything.
You and Rochelle got really excited.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. You should have left the kids.
Yeah. Moms and dads have learned that when kids are involved in planning, 89% said they help with activities. 54% said they help with the restaurants.
What constitutes help?
And 76% said they make sure that the trip involves things that their kids like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, listen, if you are a parent, you should know what your kids like and don't like.
Yeah.
You can do this for them, not
Right.
Yeah,
I remember, when we were kids and the parents were, planning, my parents were planning the trips, we always had a great time. Even if it was something that wasn't classically a a kid's place to go to.
Right.
There was always something that we could do.
Oh, dude, just running around a hotel.
Oh, it was great.
As a kid,
Oh my
for
God,
me,
dude.
playing with the ice machines,
Yes.
the vending machines, stealing the soap off of the cart that the housekeeping has. I used to steal all that stuff, man. Little shampoo bottles. I loaded up on that stuff.
I remember when my parents would go to their swingers club. In the little waiting area, they had Highlights magazines, and I had a blast.
You know what other thing I always did when we would go on family trips and we would stay at hotels, and especially if you're in a tourist trap location, they have a stand in the lobby that is filled with all the pamphlets.
The brochures.
Stupid little things that you can do. You can go to the dinosaur garden or the or there's a pizza place. And I would take one of every single one of those. All of them. And there was usually, like 50 of them or something like that. And I'd come back with this stack. I never did anything with them. I'd look through some of them, but we never did any of those things.
Health spa.
Hey, look, we're going to the rat pit.
Yeah. But I still, to this day, I will glance at those.
By the way,
as an adult.
Whatever industry that is, who's ever involved with that, they're geniuses because they can take the dumpiest, crappiest looking thing and in brochure form make it so enticing.
Yeah.
Casey and Marissa and I did a thing at Camelback not that long ago. It was in the wintertime, and then in the summertime it becomes Camel Beach, right? Yeah. And that place gets overrun by kids. And so I think if like the Great Wolf Lodges of the world, these Camel Beaches or whatever, if the kids were to plan it, that's where they would end up going because it's just free reign 100%. For kids to run around. And there's so many different things to do. There's a freaking wave pool there. And
you were in that loop.
It's a blast.
Yeah. In fact, we
yearly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to, go. And they're sometimes expensive.
So, oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
Dude, Marissa, Camelback, and I know you were just there. Do they have indoor facilities or is it all outdoor?
They have both, Preston.
So that's what you need.
Yeah.
And when you can go, that's what we used to love doing, is going in the dead of winter. It's, 85 degrees inside these places, and it is so liberating. You feel like you're walking around naked.
The Camelback one has a swim-up bar indoors, and so the kids are playing in the pool, and the adults are just hanging at the bar.
Yep.
The two happiest moments I remember with you, Preston, when you found out you were playing Pine Valley.
Yes.
And when you found out Great Wolf Lodge has a bar.
There's a bar.
There's a bar.
But I gotta go to Camelback and check that out, Marissa, because you're raving about it.
Yeah, it's a zip line that I'm really excited to try out.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So anyway, what would kids' dream vacation look like? According to this survey, these are what the kids had said. 34%, if they could have it, would have a meet and greet with their favorite celebrity.
That's
what I'm talking about. That's why you don't like kids playing
less a
things.
vacation. I want to spin around.
Yeah, you know how much those things cost? Those special little VIP meet and greet thingy things? 29% said sitting in the front row of their favorite artist concert.
Front row?
Yeah, front row tickets. Okay. Yeah, kids and pipe dreams. Come on now.
And having backstage access to that show.
So this is kids?
Come on.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're aiming high.
There's been a tectonic shift.
So
they want the VIP treatment.
In this business that we work in, especially at a rock radio station, we do get some allowances when it comes to promotional items. And so we can get preferred tickets on occasion. And so we would take our kids and we'd get as close as we could and have these really good spots. And it became expected after a while.
When did you realize that?
When we were at, I forgot what show we were.
Yeah.
We may have been in something like Nitro Circus or one of these events. It wasn't a concert per se, but it was a show or maybe Disney on Ice or something like that. And one of our kids was like, I want to be down there. We can go down there, right? We're like, no.
Yeah.
Marissa?
Oh, well, if you want to meet the Nitro Circus guys, I can do that for you, Preston.
Okay.
No, I think it's a little bit different, though, because I think a lot of the people that younger generation are going to see are like TikTok people. So it's more of like at a smaller, at like a Punchline or a Helium or the TLA. It's not like they're expecting to go meet Mick Jagger or Meek Mill as much.
It's a lot of OnlyFans.
When we had Meredith in here, she was saying that her son really wanted to meet this guy, and I had to Google him. I'm like, I have no idea who this is, and he was a TikToker. So I think the show is like 45 minutes, and then there's an hour and a half meet and greet.
You don't think that the toddlers are wanting to meet Mick Jagger and he'd do a little?
Is this your baby?
Hang time with him.
What is that? It's a baby. It's a baby.
What is that?
Yeah, it looks like a little person.
I forget. Does he currently have a toddler?
So I was gonna say, does he have children younger than them?
Yeah.
Do you think Mick Jagger? Was there ever a point where Mick Jagger was changing diapers?
Oh my God!
Is there's poo poo in that?
What is that in there?
Poo poo.
It's stanky.
Stanky. I can smell it in my nose. I don't like that. It's poo poo.
All right, another top choice for kids is riding on an amusement park parade float.
Oh.
26% said they want to do that.
You can do that at Universal. I believe you can do that at Disney as well.
And I guess you got to pay up
you pay
a lot. Also, it says a meet and greet. 24% said a meet and greet with their favorite cartoon characters. And then 20% said sitting in the front row at a professional sports game.
So wow.
These are what they want.
It's funny. And I guess, as you're right, Marissa, about how things change, like just the notion of going to like a baseball game or something.
Yeah.
The seats were never paramount to me as a kid.
Yeah.
Just the whole experience. But then I wasn't weaned on that being a thing.
Right,
Yep.
right.
You know?
Yep. All right, let's just do one more survey before we wrap up. This is a Go City poll of 2,000 U.S. travelers, and they asked about the perfect summer vacation.
Okay.
So we're on that. We're on the edge of that now. People are going to start heading out for their summer vacations soon. And according to the survey, 60% said that the perfect vacation can be found within the United States, and they have some very specific ideas about what that would include. Planning your summer vacation.
Thank you.
God. I forgot.
Planning your summer vacation.
I ever said that.
I knew I had it somewhere.
So 52% said the perfect trip would focus on food. And
Big summer blowout.
I want to do a food-focused vacation with my son Carter because, like me, he is a food fan.
Yeah.
And he is adventurous in food. And I was talking to Casey about it. And I'm going to do a New Orleans trip with our friends, the Chapmans, and they're foodies as well.
Oh, then you'll have a blast.
And so I think that's a good, we're not the go party all night people as we were years ago. So New Orleans has got loads of great food and drink and music. And so I think we'll do that. But with Carter for a food destination.
You want to be more adventurous?
I think I was talking to Casey about it. I think Chicago might actually be the answer. And I recently took a trip with Parker to Chicago, and we went when it was too cold, unfortunately. And Parker's not an adventurous eater at all, so we missed out on a ton of great food while we were there. But Chicago's got so much in the way of, the steakhouses, like we went to Gibson's and all these different places. So I'm thinking about, and it's just a cool town.
What about like Napa or the wine country?
Yeah, that could be cool too.
All of that is like farm to table and some great food in that area. But if you're looking for something really adventurous, I mean, like, outside the box or just top quality.
Just top quality.
I think Chicago,
because I would, if I'm going to spend money on really good food, I want to spend it on someone who really appreciates it. And so I want to do a food vacation with him.
Would you yourself, the notion of planning a vacation based around food, would that?
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah.
So a lot of people do that end up going to Tuscany, a lot of times. Yeah, that's
like the Stanley Tucci model.
Right. No, I'm not going to take an international trip with that kid. I love him, but that's too expensive.
No.
No.
You're on your own.
It would take a lot of time for that. I'm just talking about like a weekend.
Okay.
A little weekend getaway thing. So 47% said the vacation would be focused around relaxation. I'm totally down with that. 38% said accommodations are what make a vacation a great time.
So my number one thing here is if you're going to go, save up, make sure that you get the best accommodations available.
If you
because
can.
If
Yeah,
everything
I
else
agree.
goes to hell, you've got that.
You've got that place to stay.
Yeah.
And you really feel treated.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
You know, speaking of international travel, I'm planning a trip this summer to France. And what I didn't realize until recently is that big American chains like Marriott, for example, they have really nice hotels abroad. And they are much cheaper.
Yes.
So I went to Boston with Ben a couple of weeks ago. We were checking out Northeastern. We were going to school in the fall. And Boston's a great city, but it's expensive as hell. And we stayed at a nice hotel. It was a courtyard, but it was like $450 a night. You can stay in Paris for in a gorgeous hotel, like near the Champs-Elysees, for like $300 a night. I was blown away at what you can get on an American chain in a foreign country.
Yeah, because that's pretty good price.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been Marriott Rewards members for a long time. They have a really good option.
They do, yeah. And I was surprised at how inexpensive the hotels there are.
All right, and then 31% said the most important thing on a vacation would be, or at least they focus their vacation around outdoor attractions and landmarks, and obviously that's something you want to do while you're on vacation.
Yeah, there'll be a modus operandi to my vacation. This is going to be a relaxing vacation. This is going to be a get active vacation. Yeah. And the last one we did, which is the big one, which was the river tour, was the first time I had my cameras and with the lenses, and I was going to be my first photography tour. And I friggin' loved it.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
As a kid, one of my favorite family vacations that we took was Washington, D.C.
Oh.
And that was an active vacation because we're going to all the museums, we're going to all the landmarks.
You
and
walked
stuff.
500 miles.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, Air
and space,
I loved
man.
it. Yeah.
Love that
alone
museum.
blew me away. So as for the destination, 63% want to go to the beach. 53% would choose the great outdoors.
Yeah.
43% prefer a major city. And then 42% like historic locations best.
Did you ever do, you've done, well, yes, I know for a fact you have the amusement park vacation.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've done, Claire and I did a multiple amusement park trip, which we loved, years ago.
Yeah, even as an adult, it's so much fun.
We did Busch Gardens and King's Dominion.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Back to back.
All right, so that's all we have time for in Survey Says today, but thank you so much for joining us, my friend. Yep. We'll wrap this thing up. We do have a lot happening on our program today, and we're playing the theme song from Family Feud, and it ties right into our next guest, who is going to be telling us about the game show marathon coming up.
I have this
Pitchuation.
mention. Should I do it now or for?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, is that okay? All right. Our friend Tina Costello, who's a salesperson here and a wonderful person at the stations here. Her daughter Rachel, who we've known for many years, Rachel French, graduating Wissahickon High School. Yeah. And then she is off to Widener, and Rachel's a sweetheart and a big Cat fan. So
awesome.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Rachel. Way to go. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get to the B-File. We'll get the Pitchuation on. After that, Sara Wren, our makeup artist influencer, is coming by. She's going to do some treatments on us. We're getting the mask, the light mask. And then after that, John Heder and Efren Ramirez of Napoleon Dynamite will both be in our studio. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Bodega.
You said Dagobah.
I know, Dagobah, which is Yoda's home.
This is a story.
And we could literally go down there and get, candy and toys.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Deli meats right off the slicer.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The lightsabers.
Learn the Force.
Like the liverwurst you do?
They had all of that stuff.
Yeah.
I love that, man.
He missed this entire.
Yeah.
No, he's just smart and he's just going forward.
He's not that smart.
Sorry.
He lived on Dagobah.
I got it. I'm a Star Wars fan, too.
See?
To have a store like that in your basement would have been like heaven. That's awesome.
So, Terry, did they allow you to go down to just take the stuff you wanted and they'd take it out in inventory later on?
Yeah. The only thing we couldn't do is we couldn't actually slice the meats on the slicer.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, Terry. You stay away from the deli cutter.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. But everything else would be great.
All right, thanks.
But
Tim.
everything else, I mean, they even let us ring up people on the register. You know?
I was wondering if they would let you guys do that.
Ring up customers, you will.
Oh my God. All right, thanks,
Love
man. Appreciate it. Hang on. All right, sometimes you find something you don't want to find. I'm going to go to Gary. Hey, Gary. Good morning.
Well, I had a feeling you guys would save me for one of the last ones.
All right. Yeah, do tell, Gary.
It is not Gary, but they didn't want to use anonymous, so I'm gonna go with Gary.
All right, fair enough.
So I'm in my 40s now. I officially stopped looking through grandma and grandpa's stuff around the age of 12. Every time we were over there, we decided to go searching, and I found some really cool things. We always had a contest who could find the coolest thing and share it with, the other cousins.
Right.
And, well, one day we were in one of the guest bedrooms. And, of course, we're challenging, well, we got to go somewhere we've never gone. And so we pulled out all the dresser drawers. And we were going deep. And we noticed on the way back, because, who doesn't look through their grandparents' photo album?
Sure, yeah.
So we found a photo album in the way back that we just never saw before. We're like, what is this? We open it up, and good old grandma apparently had a nice X-rated photo session done.
Oh my God!
Session.
Wow.
Ooh.
Like how? X? Triple X? What are we talking?
Not triple X, but I got to see where my daddy came from.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
All right, and was it in her younger years, Gary, or was it more grandma age?
Was it like the deli meat at the bodega?
I would like to say that I was probably born at this point.
Okay.
Grandma
wow.
wasn't.
So she was
no
grandma.
matter what, even if grandma was 20, I don't think I'd look at it the same. But yeah, and it was like, if you guys remember in the 80s, it was that blue, cloudy, black backdrop.
Yes. Yeah.
And they were so I don't know. I can only presume they were professionally done. But
Wow.
of course, put that back, and I lost that day, and I didn't find anything exciting. So,
all right. At what point did you say anything to anyone, or did you hold on to this forever, or did
I
you?
held on to this for many years, and finally, when I was basically an adult, and we were moving my grandparents from their home to a retirement community, my aunt's like, oh, we need help. I'm like, I got stuff to do. I'm good. And they're like, why are you not helping? I'm like, look. And finally I told them. And basically they all said I was off my rocker. They're like, my mom would never do this. Oh, I beg to differ. So fast forward to, God rest their souls, they both ended up passing within like a year of each other in the past few years. But so my aunt calls me up and says, hey, we need you to, we're getting rid of stuff. Go through stuff. We've got family albums. And, of course, I hear that and I start twitching. So I said, look, I am not going through any photo albums until you go through them first. So she said, all right, fine. You're still being crazy. I can't believe you're not letting us go. Maybe a week goes by after they're cleaning stuff out. And all of a sudden I get the call. And she calls me up and says, I want to apologize. And I said, what happened? She's like, I found the photo album.
There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
So I had to ask. I'm like, what did you do with it? And I'm like, did you look through it? She's like, I had to. It was like a train wreck. And she said it went into our backyard, fire pit. She's like, no one will ever find them. They are gone with her.
Hey,
Wow.
let me ask you, Gary, do you guys get a group rate on therapy or?
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing, Steve. Talking about this is literally like I'm cringing right now.
Oh, dude, I told you. I saw my grandmother topless, Flagler Beach, Florida. It lives with you. Yeah, it's nothing you can ever forget. So my heart goes out to you.
Wow. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right. Good luck with that, Gary. Wow.
Imagine that.
No.
Grandma, shoot.
And I guess they had to destroy it. I mean, she was gone,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you save it, Kathy?
She'd save one picture.
No, I mean, well, like
for the photo album, the family
yeah,
photo
I
album.
guess what the hell do you want naked pictures of grandma for? I don't know.
What if you find
We
out
have
that
no-
your relative, as you're going through things, is actually that large African American gentleman sitting on the edge of the bed?
Seriously,
that-
seriously.
that's it.
See, we don't have very many pictures. Like, my mom was never good at taking pictures, saving pictures.
Likewise.
I told the story before, but she like destroyed all my dad's pictures of like with other, girlfriends that he had. He was engaged before, and I always wanted to see like, what they look like. And he's like, "Oh, your mom made me get rid of them." So I keep so many pictures.
Yeah, we've got loads of family photos from back in the day, and I love going back and looking at them.
That's why you are more inclined to do photo albums and
Yeah, I do it.
presentations and wall. It's in your blood.
Yeah, because I always enjoyed it.
Right.
It was one of the things. My mom had this big canister of just a hodgepodge of photos.
Yeah.
Right.
And every now and then, every once in a great while, we'd take them out and we'd throw them out on the floor and we'd start going through. They weren't arranged in any particular
Right.
way. And have a blast going through those. So yeah, my sister always kept photo albums. So I did that. Yeah, I mean, I don't really do it anymore. You can easily create them.
Sure.
Through
Now-
laptops and programs.
Where it's easier than ever to do it, you do it less.
Yeah.
Because it's just always sitting there.
Yeah, but I think I should do some physical books, and you just
Right.
kind of set them out and have them there, and they're kind of fun to go through from time to time. We still got time for a couple of more. Let me go. Yeah, let me go with these are things you found at your grandparents' house or would play with at your grandparents' house. I'm going to go to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, dude. What's up?
So in addition to the story I wanted to share, I think my grandfather may have been that photographer.
Oh, no.
All right.
No. Total joke.
All
Thoughts
right.
and prayers, though, Gary. My brother and I used to love the chairlift on my grandfather's stairs.
Dude, I wanted.
And he would not love when we would race it up and down the stairs. He also did not like when we would commandeer the remote control, so that when he would get like 75% of the way up, we would have him go back down and jostle him up and down a bit.
Sean, I kid you not. One year I remember asking Santa Claus for one of those chairs. I'm a kid, but it just looked like so much fun. Obviously, it's not fun if you're 90 and can barely get up one step. But what was so you would have the remote. Your grandfather would be going up the steps, and you'd be able to take control of it and start lowering it and F with him a bit.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because the remote would I guess supersede the little lever on the chair in case something went wrong. He'd be inching up to the top to go to the bathroom or something, and we'd have him going back down. And then,
I always wanted.
something I always remember.
Sean,
thanks, man.
I always think, and Preston, I think of the ones that would go up and then curve, like in the movie Gremlins.
Yeah.
So it goes up the steps and then it curves and then launches the granny out the window.
Yep.
My grandparents had a lot of furniture that was another item. So they had like a big credenza that was actually a radio when you'd open up the top.
The TV in the cabinet was a standard.
They also had a table that was a craps table, and these all took me years to find out. So
You had a craps table at home?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
It was a craps table, but it was like covered in like bric-a-brac and tchotchkes
Did
and
you
all
say
sorts of little things.
the chopping block in your kitchen was also a Sibian?
Yes.
Oh yeah, another one of those is bumper pool.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could put a top on it and it would become a table.
Sure.
I love bumper pool.
I hated bumper pool.
I loved it.
It took me way too long in life to find out. I opened up the lamp was on a table, so it was connected to the table. I
Right.
opened up the table bottom on one day, and there was a record player in there.
Okay.
And Abbey Road was sitting right there.
Oh, that's pretty
So-
Here's a couple more on this list of things you always found at Grandma's house. A decorative bowl of plastic grapes that she had for at least
Wax
25
fruit.
years. Yeah.
Wax fruit, a perennial.
Very dusty.
I remember I remember playing with the plastic grapes and pretending to eat them as well. Could have choked on one. How about a set of very outdated encyclopedias?
Oh my God, we had the encyclopedias.
Yeah, we did too. and I would go through them and find in the anatomy ones, they would have those the clear pages that you could fold like the muscle groups on top of the internal organs, on top of the
acetate.
bones.
Yeah,
the acetate. That's it.
So my mother got us the full Funkin' Wagnall encyclopedia set through the supermarket that you'd go to. So you'd go and they'd bring out a new letter every week. It was the worst. You'd lose letters. It was the most incomplete encyclopedia set ever.
Also, this says in her old telephone list finder sitting next to the phone. And Steve,
I remember those.
What did they call those? Was it like a Filofax or?
The Filofax is a similar. Yeah, in fact, that might be the name, Preston. But you'd have these little. Yes, that's.
I have a picture of it right here. Yeah, it was.
You'd move an arrow down.
It was flat, and you would move this arrow down to the letter you want. And you'd hit the button, and it would pop open.
Yeah.
Right to that part of where the phone numbers were kept.
Yeah.
And I used to play with that thing. All the
loved
time.
it. Yeah.
Just because it would spring open. Let's see here. And the last thing it says the tin of Royal Dansk Danish butter cookies that never had cookies in it. It was filled with other stuff.
Yeah, several people were texting in that the sewing supplies and
sewing.
And that's what this photo is.
There
like
we go.
all the threads and needles and all
By
that
the way,
stuff.
I love those Royal Dance.
They are good
butter
cookies.
Too. They're
so
butter
damn
cookies.
good.
Yes.
They're really good.
Wait,
Do they
were
still
they-
exist?
Yeah, they do.
We
Yeah,
should probably get some.
they're excellent.
Were they all the same flavor?
No.
They were different flavors,
Yes.
right? Now that I'm looking at them.
I think they were all butter cookies, different shapes. Some of them had sugar on them. Some of them didn't.
Some had chocolate swirled into them. Yes.
Some of them had like little fruit inserts and things like that.
But they were all super healthy.
Yeah. All right. Oh, here's another one: a cozy Afghan blanket.
Oh, yeah.
That smelled just like her house. Yeah, and my one of my actually both of my grandmothers were quilters. So there were quilts all over the place as well. So yeah, these are it's interesting, and I'm wondering what it's like now if kids in our era, in this era, even need to root around through stuff and find things
This
to
is
play
my
with.
grandmother's zip drive.
Yeah, exactly, because you've got plenty of options of things to either watch or play with, handheld devices that you just give the kid the phone and they can play, with apps and phones like that. I wonder if they still go through drawers and go through closets and find things to entertain themselves with.
They can find grandma's naked pictures online now.
Yes, exactly. They're there.
Let's go to Pornhub.
PrestonandSteve.com.
Digital is forever. Yeah.
Grandma's on OnlyFans.
There was one time at Keenan's.
Yeah. Philly's hottest, one or the other, something or the other.
Why did your hair never grow in right, Grandma?
All right. Well, thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. Speaking of Keenan's, it's back on, folks. We made the announcement last week. Scott came by, Scott Keenan, to reveal the information. So the date is Friday, May 27th. We will be broadcasting live at Keenan's, North Wildwood. It is sponsored by Coors Light. It's our official opening of the Jersey Shore. It's Eggs with Peg. We'll have contests. We'll have stuff to give away. Essentially, we're just going to have a damn good time early in the morning, and we'll get the summer started off right. And by the way, if you are interested, we have what's called the Countdown to Keenan's. And it's your chance to win Cut the Line passes, a VIP table with a bucket of Coors Light, and a case of Coors Light as well.
Excellent.
After that. And all you have to do is go online. You go to the Keenan's event page, WMMR.com. Upload a photo of one of your favorite moments from one of our previous Keenan's events, if you've been before, and you hanging out with your friends, whatever it may be. And all photo entries will be displayed in the gallery on the page, and we'll pick a winner on May 20th. And we'll also have a chance, if you haven't been and you haven't taken pictures, been there, we'll have a chance to win starting this week. And each Friday we will give one of those VIP passes away. And
There's some great photos on here already. This is cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's one, Steve, you just mentioned getting the head shaved. There's a contest we did called Rock, Paper, Clippers. And then, people just putting up group shots and stuff. It's neat.
I'll have to see if we shave some heads again this year. I don't know. We'll talk about that. All right. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. Don't forget, we have in about an hour from now, Concert Cash, your chance to win. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR proudly presents Kathy's Cuts, benefiting wigs for kids.
And you can walk on my team. You can participate and be a part of this if you donate and sign up for Team Preston WMMR. You get a team T-shirt. We will actually get to walk on Lincoln Financial Field. If you've always wanted to be down there on the field.
Pretty cool.
Chance to do that. Swoop will be there, Eagles cheerleaders, and not to brag or anything, but I'm this year's media honored hero.
Yay!
So I'm getting an award. So thank you, everyone. Please quiet down. No, if and you can hear my call late in the night, whatever it is, I can't make that noise again. And that's me. So anyhow, yeah, it's coming up on the 12th of June, and it's for Crohn's and Colitis Foundation research, education, and patient support services for those suffering from inflammatory bowel diseases, which are insanely painful.
On 93.3 WMMR.
The giggles have already started in the studio as the Pitchuation is here. I'm not introducing him yet until we do the bizarre file first, and then we'll chat with him. So let's do this now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by the Baxter.
Baxter.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan.
You can buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99, and you fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Baxter, dumpster in a bag, buy, fill, gone. This story is out of Bangkok. Saw the video this morning on the national news. A hungry wild elephant caused havoc in a grocery store in Thailand on Monday when he strolled in from a nearby national park and helped himself to the food on the shelves.
It's hilarious. There is a full elephant in this store.
Videos of the incident show the huge male elephant known as Plai Byang Lek briefly stopping in front of the shop. The elephant stops at the shop's counter, calmly snatching and chomping on some snacks.
Wait, I remember this place.
And did not flinch as the national park workers tried to shoo him away. The elephant later backed out of the shop, still holding a bag of snacks with his trunk.
Can we address the elephant in the room?
And And he left very little damage behind except mud tracks on the floor and the ceiling of the shop. The video posted on social media, the shop owner appeared amused as she described the moment that the elephant rifled her shop. And she said that he ate about 9 bags of sweet rice crackers, a sandwich, and some dried bananas that she had brought that morning. Wouldn't it be great if he had a little napkin with his trunk and he's just kind of dabbing up afterwards?
I still have some on my face.
She said that the elephant left without hurting anyone after his snacks. A volunteer park worker familiar with the elephant said Blai Byang Lek, who's about 30 years old, is a familiar sight in the area and has been known to enter people's houses in search of food. And this was the first time that he had seen him going into a grocery store. Wild elephants in the national park area have been coming out of the woods, ransack people's kitchens for many years, but this year he has started seeing them go into more random places to find food.
And they say now they're dabbling with identity theft.
Oh, my God. That's an elephant that has that happen to him. They're not a happy person. Or elephant. In New Mexico, prosecutors, listen to this, say that they are not pursuing charges against a teen accused of urinating in a rival baseball team's water jug. The incident happened in April at a junior varsity game between Rio Rancho High School and La Cueva High School. La Cueva High School principal Daryl Garcia sent a letter to the JV baseball team families stating that a student admitted to urinating in a water jug La Cueva players and coaches then drank from. Police investigated and sent their findings to the district attorney's office along with the recommendation that the teen face as many as 15 counts of battery. The chief deputy district attorney, Jessica Martinez, says that there are no statutes in New Mexico that make it illegal to interfere with somebody's food, and battery consists, I'm sorry. There should be a comma there.
Yeah.
So illegal to interfere with somebody's food, and battery consists of unlawful touching or application in a rude or insolent manner of another person. That didn't happen here, and so unfortunately, this conduct is not considered criminal.
So I assume it's state by state, but that would be a crime.
Yeah,
if you were to do that
with
here,
someone's food or drink,
putting an alien substance into someone's food. Yeah. You cannot do that.
Many people in the community have been upset with the decision to not press charges and have questioned what message this sends to the students or future teens who might get the idea to do something similar. While the student is out of legal trouble, a spokesperson said that all students involved will face severe disciplinary actions. They also suspended the entire team for the remainder of the season.
Yeah.
So, they had to take it out on them. An Australian fitness enthusiast completed 7,079 pull-ups in 24 hours, nearly doubling the previous Guinness World Record.
Now, is it an open coffin wake, or what are they doing?
Olivia Vincent, who's 34 years old, told Guinness World Records that she was looking for a challenge when her husband and coach suggested she attempt a record for the most pull-ups in 24 hours. She said, I was looking for a bigger challenge, and my husband and coach actually suggested 24 hours of pull-ups, which I initially quite literally laughed at because I thought there was no way. I looked up what the current record was, which is 4,081, and again thought there's no way. She said it was only after she crunched the numbers on the previous record, which was set by Polish woman Paula Gorlo in 2021, that she started to reconsider. She trained for 3 months before her first attempt, which ended prematurely. She said, I got about 12 hours in and I pulled a bicep tendon in my left arm.
Yeah.
That meant at that point I couldn't do a single pull-up. The injury forced her to take 2 months off before resuming training and finally felt ready for a second attempt.
On my best day, 800.
Yeah, come on. So she said her second attempt had its own challenges. She said, 19 hours in, I started to feel quite nauseous. And I think it was just from being overtired, and it was something I had to just manage as best as possible. My concern was whether my body would hold out or not.
Did you have any idea as to what was making her overtired?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Possibly the 1,000 push-up or pull-ups. Pull-ups are my kryptonite. I can do a couple, but just for some reason I don't engage the right muscles.
There is a body type too.
Yeah.
If you're of a different, she's a sinewy athlete.
Yeah.
So this is what she's made for.
She managed to complete the attempt with 7,079 pull-ups. That's an average of 5 pull-ups every minute for 24 hours.
Astonishing.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Her arms are now 11 feet long.
All right. A woman named Chris Spangian, a retired cardio anesthesiologist and critical care provider at a hospital in Billings, is now in recovery after surviving a bison attack. The attack happened in January, and due to the severity of her injuries, she is still recovering.
She was attacked in a Costco.
No, she has a bison ranch.
Oh, okay.
Spangian has 1,600 acres of prairie land, and it was on her ranch on a snowy Sunday morning in January when her life was literally flipped upside down. She said it happened so fast, I'm not sure how it all started, but I ended up on the ground face down and looked for my phone, but the phone was gone.
If you've ever, you're basically, it's a Mini Cooper with fur.
Yeah. The event began while Spangian was on a daily walk with her 3 English setters. The bison on their pasture usually don't cross into the territory that she walks the dogs. However, this morning her dogs and the bison herd ran into another. Spangian said that her eldest dog did not hear her call to return before bison started attacking the dog. And when she went to defend her pet, the bison started attacking her as well. She said, at that point, I just laid there and I knew I better just not move at all. And I was thinking, what do you do if a grizzly bear attacks you? You play dead. So I figured I just better play dead. After the initial attack, she tried crawling away to safety, but it was attacked again by 2 bison, a calf, and a bull.
So we're basically like goring?
And maybe trampling too. So she had a split lip, 3 broken vertebrae, 3 broken ribs, a gash on her leg, and a dislocated shoulder with nerve damage. She was flown by helicopter to a hospital.
At some point, you'd have to say, what's your beef?
Admitted. She spent 3 days in the ICU before returning home. She thanks her former colleagues for help repairing her injuries, but she is really lucky to survive that.
They're majestic and wonderful, but they are scary as F.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a returning friend, former and family member, because he was with us for quite some time.
Kind of our bison.
And this is the 12th time that he and his friends have engaged in this. It is a 24-hour game show marathon, and it's coming up this weekend. We would like to... Do I have something to bring? Oh, yeah. There you go. There it is. Yeah. We need some music. Ladies and gentlemen, Rich Liebig, also known as The Pitchuation.
Yeah! How you guys doing?
Is here with us this morning. Hey, how are you, bud?
Man, I'm fantastic. How are you, Preston?
Good. It's great to see you as always.
Yeah, it's great to stroll back. I feel like it's high school. Like I came back and
coming back.
Oh man, get to see some things are the same, but some things have changed a little bit. But it's you get that weird mix of nostalgia and noticing oh yeah, that's over there, that's over there.
Yeah.
So this is interesting.
How long were you with us?
Well, I mean, if you include with my time with MM Army, it's like 10, 11 years.
Wow. Were you here that long?
Yeah.
Damn,
my first year as an intern was 2012.
Wow.
And yeah, it was like an 11, 12-year run.
And when did we shoot you with the nacho cannon?
That was 2013.
Oh my
if I remember.
God.
Which is, again, it's a classic piece of footage.
Yes.
We have a
This is
still
my
picture.
claim to fame. Yep.
And one of
Your mom
our
hated us forever, right? Does she still hate us?
No.
Okay,
All you needed to do was get some cookies and smooth that over, and you were good.
No, well, listen, we almost killed her beloved son, but it lives in Preston and Steve legend and lore, and is in one of the higher levels. I mean,
Yes.
it's really one of the most amazing things that has ever occurred on the show.
I appreciate it. You guys gave me a shout out in your interview. I think it was Philadelphia Magazine. You guys mentioned that. I was like, I was in Philadelphia Magazine. Take that,
dude. When you got hit by that slug of nachos from that air cannon, it shot you back so far.
Yeah.
And you saw the initial reaction, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. You could see it in your face.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurt.
No.
There was an audible slap.
Smack.
Yes.
Is that the hardest you've ever been hit?
Absolutely. That took the nachos. I was gonna say the cake, but it's really the nachos.
I mean, listen, it almost hit you in the throat, which could have been fatal. I didn't even think about the fact we were aiming directly at your heart.
Yes.
As well.
Yeah, oops.
That is a bad thing.
To explain, we had the nacho cannon, which we're very proud of, that would fire nachos. And so we had the beginning of the stunt. We were at the Camp Out for Hunger when it was at the Plymouth Metroplex, Plymouth Meeting Metroplex. And so in the interim, between part 1 and part 2 of the segment, we went and conducted an interview in the tent. It was very cold outside. And so the nachos froze, basically.
Yes.
And if you don't know what a nacho cannon is, essentially it was a very large gauge potato gun.
Yes.
So it used air compression, and it was a mistake. It was a mistake, and I'm sorry.
Yes,
but it was awesome as well. So, all right. Anyhow, forget the past. Let's talk about what's going on now. This 24-hour game show marathon. First and foremost, a charity event.
Absolutely. This is an event that we love to put on every year, and it benefits a charity called Child's Play. Which is a fantastic charity that gives toys, games, video games, VR equipment to kids that are in hospitals and shelters across the country, including locally here at CHOP.
This is wonderful, and this has always been your sort of the recipient and what you work for, and providing stuff like this for kids who are dealing with long-term illnesses and are in the hospital system. Anything that can make it fun or give them distractions is wonderful. Do you have any ideas to how many systems and things you've given away over the years?
I don't know in terms of systems, but the last 3 years we have hit $11,000 for this game show marathon consistently.
Wow. Nice.
And
Man, you can get a lot of toys with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
It blows me away that we are hitting those kind of numbers. I mean, this literally started off as just like
a lark.
No, but what's a lark? A lark?
No, like a throwaway idea. Just
throwaway idea.
No,
goof.
what's a lark?
Yeah, you got me on that, lark.
What's a lark?
Yeah. What's a lark? What was that again? No.
You are the most adorable person on the planet. You're just unbelievable every time.
Thank you, Nick. I mean, it was started off as just like a goofy idea, and we thought it'd be great to raise money for charity. But this has taken on a life of its own now. I mean, we have our Twitch stream has we have our own lore. People know certain inside jokes about the game show marathon now. We have the best thing I've heard is that there is a fan group in Thailand that is doing their own game show marathon.
No way. Inspired by you?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
That blows me away. I'm
great.
we affected someone in Thailand.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the power of the internet right there.
All right, Pitch. Well, real quick, you mentioned Twitch. Where's the best place? Where should people watch the Game Show Network?
Absolutely.
Not the Game Show Network. Where should they watch the Game Show Marathon?
It's gameshowmarathon.com. Everything is there. The link to donate, the link to watch the show. You can even watch it directly on our homepage. It'll be streaming right at the front of the homepage.
And so you guys, for 24 hours, each hour, you will be conducting a different game show amongst your group that puts this on.
That is correct.
And so we have classic ones like, I would imagine, Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy and some of the more popular ones. But there are some, you dive into ones I've never heard of before.
Yes.
I'm looking at things like Pop Master, Power of 10. I've heard of Power of 10. Even really old school ones like 21.
Yes, I'm doing 21.
That's great.
Oh, wow.
I am resurrecting it from the grave.
You should resurrect Bumper Stumpers. Do you even know what Bumper Stumpers is?
I haven't seen that in forever, but yes, I remember that. It came on reruns on Game Show Network.
Here's one, Countdown. That's a UK show,
yes.
right? Okay.
Love Countdown.
Corey's Perfect Recall.
Oh, so that is a variant of a show called Perfect Recall where everything that happens in the hour is quizzed upon. So if I walk in the room and the game show starts, like I could say like the first 5 seconds, like, hey, Preston, how you doing? How's your, I don't know if you had a watermelon collection. How's your watermelon collection going? And then 45 minutes at the end of the show, what was the first thing I
asked you?
I asked you.
Okay.
And that's worth 100 points or something.
All right.
And
that is really tough. And we're doing that later on when we're all sleep deprived.
So by the way, my watermelon collection is it's the best it's ever been.
Yeah.
It's award winning.
Right, he won an award for it.
Yes. I thought it was in the Philadelphia Magazine.
Your production quality has gone up dramatically.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of effort, a lot of people, a lot of moving parts that you're taking care of.
It has been amazing. We've gotten so much help from volunteer help. I mean, this is literally people that are going out of their way to help us with the Twitch stream, help us with graphics, help us with sound. LaSalle University, got to give them a shout out. They're letting us have their TV studio for this weekend.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So it's just been amazing the amount of support we have gotten through the years. There's streams right now playing. We do Deal or No Deal at the end of the show, and people actually give money based on the outcome of that game.
That is great.
Which is crazy.
That is great.
It's almost like we're actually playing this for oh my gosh, we can't mess around. We need to get toys to children.
Pitch. I know.
We can't do it.
Before we brought you on, we were all sort of giggling in the background while Marissa was doing traffic. Press, you want to tell everybody why?
It was one of the funniest moments ever. I've never, we all do these live commercials during the commercial stop sets, and I pride myself in being able to knock them out pretty good. And I also pride myself in not being able to be distracted, because Casey will sometimes, I'll turn around, he's got his bare ass sticking in my face while I'm trying to tell you about, what's going on with Xfinity or whatever it happens to be. And there was one time where I was doing, I think it was a Steven Singer commercial.
We'll let you know because we have the audio.
And Casey, we realized that when Casey, if he would do some kind of a dance or something like that, that Pitchuation would always mimic him. And so we go into this commercial, and Casey starts doing this goofy, flailing your arms around dance, and sure enough, Pitchuation does it right along with him, and I couldn't keep it together. So here's the audio from that.
And on ABC.
Hey, gang, Lysio's Bakery is giving you the chance to break bread with us. MMR's Preston and Steve Show. All you have to do is go to lysios.wmmr.com to register. Why did you do that right before I had to do this commercial? To register, and you'll be in the running for a chance to come to our studios. Hang out as we do our show. I'm a professional. Enjoy breakfast courtesy of Lysio's Bakery and win a $50 Modell's gift card. Good for official Phillies gear. Gotta go to Moe's. If you're from around here, you know it all starts with the bread, and that's why... That's why Lysio's is a Philly favorite. You can't, of course, this dragged on for another minute.
long time, yeah.
I just couldn't get it together.
I did like a DX pose or something to you from WWE. I don't even remember doing that.
Will there be any dancing during the marathon?
Look, it's 24 hours. We got to fill those time slots. So, there might be dancing at some point.
All right, well, listen, Pitch, we got to wrap it up. I'm sorry. We have a few other guests that are going to be here momentarily, but we want to put the word out that this is happening. When does this start? What time and day does this
starts this Saturday, noon. Broadcast starts right at noon Eastern time. And you just go to GameShowMarathon.com and you hit the play button and you're ready to go. You're joining us. If you have a Twitch account, we do have a Twitch chat. So you can, if there's a prompt or something that we might ask for audience participation in, you can put your comments there.
Excellent.
Okay. All right. I will. I'll make sure we hit this a few more times and that people are aware of it. It is great to see you as always, man. We love you.
Great to see everybody here. It's
Thanks,
been fantastic.
Can you give us a little bit of your Rocky impersonation
Preston, I'm trying to raise money for the kids over here.
It's uncanny.
That is uncanny.
It's like he's right
That's,
there.
Wow.
It's like, it's like Clubber Lang is standing right across from
Railers!
All right. Pitchuation. We love you. Great to see you. All right, listen, we need to take a break. I think we should come right back, Casey.
Yes.
Because we have our good friend Sara Wren, who is our makeup artist influencer. And also, we're going to have John Heder and Efren Ramirez from Napoleon Dynamite here.
And a last-minute addition to that interview, we're going to have John Gries on as well.
Shut up!
Yeah, I texted him this morning, and it was on me. I should have done it a long time ago, but he is psyched. He's in New York, so he's going to call us while John Heder and Efren are here. So yeah.
All right, excellent. Well, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, friend.
Preston and Steve.
So if you could help out, that would be great. And sign up for the team. And just go to WMMR.com and click on events, and you will find the info there, and would love to have you on the team.
Preston, I got a text yesterday from Giovanna Pisano. Giovanna won our Isolation Idol contest. Remember that from 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic? Her band, Dinah, is going to be playing at your event. So she's and she saw the information on the website, and she's like, oh my God, I get to see Preston. She was on our show via Zoom, but never got to meet us.
Yeah.
So Giovanna and her band are going to be there at that event on June 12th, which
By
is
the
really
way,
cool.
They always have several bands in different parts of the concourse playing as you're walking along, and there's usually, like superheroes and things. It's really cool.
But it's cool also. You've had to do it in a more mitigated way over the past
Yes.
couple of years, and this is sort of a return to what everyone loved about the event.
All these upcoming events are finally going to be what they once were, which is great. So participate
am them.
if you can. We am them. All right, I got this email. It was a little while back, but better late than never. I thought this was an interesting question to pose to people. So I got this email from Brian, who lives in, is it Lewis, Delaware? Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Lewis, Delaware, yeah. L-A-W-E-S, Lewis, Delaware. He said, hey, he said, I had an idea that I thought might be interesting. Recently, I learned that my in-laws have a garbage disposal, and they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it. They keep a trash bag in the sink for food scraps instead of allowing them to go into the garbage disposal.
So they have a device that they never use for fear of breaking it.
Yes. And he said, this is pure insanity to me. And it got me to thinking, if there are other things of convenience that some people refuse to use for fear of breaking them. So, and he also said, additionally, it's become clear to me that people love to do greetings when they go live on the air. I thought maybe a segment maybe called the Salutation Station would be cool. And it would allow people to get in and get their greeting fixed. Now, we'll worry about that another time. But anyhow, that's an interesting question. So you have this device that is made specifically for this one thing to do, yet you don't want to use it because you might break it. But what's the point of having it if you're not going to use it?
I know this phenomenon exists with a lot of people. I'm a gadget guy, so I will use it. I immediately adopt something and I'll use whenever I get it. But I am aware of people who will buy things and never use them.
I do it all the time.
Oh,
I do it
are you guilty of
all
this? Yeah.
the time.
By the way, if you are in this situation, call us. I want to hear it. 215-263-WMMR. All right, what is it?
So it's not that I won't use things, it's that I use them
Sparingly?
yes, when absolutely necessary.
Like super sparingly?
Yes.
Will you actually do extra work even though you have something that could get something to, okay.
So Casey and I we usually walk into work together, and he noticed it, I guess, a couple of times, and then finally said something to me. So this is just one example. Here at the station, when you walk into the building, there's the door that you can hit for, it's like a handicap, and it'll for somebody walking through, and it'll open the door for them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So that's the only door you can get in the morning when we scan our key card because the doors are locked.
It's the only one that unlocks.
That unlocks, right? Once we get into the vestibule, all of the doors are open. There's several
there's like
doors.
6 doors you can go through. Yeah.
I won't go through the other handicap door. I won't open that handicap door because it's automatic.
It's
and
the door
I'm
straight
using,
through, yeah.
So I'm using that door opener. It doesn't need to be. So I'll just go over to the one that I pull with my own hand and open.
Because you're afraid if you open it too often, it's eventually going to cause this to malfunction.
Correct.
Okay.
I do it with my garage door opener at home.
You don't use your automatic garage
So
door
I will
opener?
go out my front door if more often than not, because if I use the garage door opener so much, eventually it's going to break, right, guys?
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, wait, hold on. I had to have it replaced because it did break after 13 years.
So
13 years.
It's going to happen anyway.
13.
Yeah.
13 years.
Yeah.
I got 13 years out of it, but maybe did I get 13 years out of it because I used the front door?
Is this why you're asking about a garage door?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, the garbage disposal, though, that I will use. Like, I'm not worried about that one.
Okay.
I know. So my on my wife's side of the family, one of the people, one of the not in-laws, forget who it is. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you classify this person, but dishwasher doesn't use it. Dishwasher sitting right there in the kitchen does not use it
because of fear of it breaking.
That, a perception of overuse of water, a perception of other things, and fear of breaking. All of that sort of no, I don't want to screw with that.
I had a friend who I worked with, dishwasher, but for a different reason, not for fear of breaking. She would not use a dishwasher because she hated unloading the dishwasher.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
So therefore would hand wash everything, which you still have to put all that stuff away when you're done hand washing it. But there was something about putting it in, running it, and then opening it up and taking it back out that she did not want to.
She didn't like picking up the work on the other side.
Right.
So in other words, when you're washing it right then and there, you're putting it away. So it seems like it's all in one.
Yeah, like smaller amounts.
Right. Yeah. But it's the same thing.
Doing the same
Same thing. Yeah.
In the almost 20 years that I've been a dishwasher owner, I don't think I've actually turned a dishwasher on maybe more than 5 or 6 times.
Oh my God! I'll run it like twice a day.
It's
without
weird.
even dishes in it.
It's weird though because I just don't feel like the dishwasher gets the dishes clean enough, and it doesn't. And I think it's just because the way my kids load it, it just gets overloaded, or they won't rinse things out. They'll like listen. The commercials lie. You can't put a full-on spaghetti dinner into the dishwasher, and the dishwasher's going to clean it up. It just doesn't work that way. So, as far as I'm concerned, the dishwashers, I can do a better job and in less time.
So here's the deal. If you're basically halfway there, cleaning off the dishes,
may as well go ahead and finish it.
Just finish it.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, here's a text that says, my friend's mom got a brand new $10,000 lawnmower.
No.
What? It better be a riding lawnmower.
I'll buy it from you.
For Christmas and refuses to use it. Uses the old one still because the new one looks too pretty and doesn't want to mess it up.
Listen, I get that.
I'll do that. I'll use the older item until so here's one, a hair dryer, right? I bought a new hair dryer and they're fairly expensive, but I still have I still have a little bit of use out of my old hair dryer. So I'm trying to get until that completely dies, and then I'll start with the new
Get rid of it.
Yeah. But I understand that reasoning because when you see a nice brand new work truck.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? From guys that actually use it. It's not like a glamour truck like some of these guys.
This is my glamour truck.
Well,
yeah, I know
listen,
what you're saying, yeah.
You have these trucks that just look nice and they never put anything in the bed or whatever. But then you have these other guys that actually, really work for a living.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Marissa. So we have a guest in our studio, and after this, folks, you're not even going to recognize us.
Yeah.
We're gonna be
unbelievable.
So beautiful, it's unbelievable.
Any reason to not recognize this is a good one.
That's true.
Yeah, because
absolutely.
We're not really working with much.
She is a makeup artist, and she is an influencer, and she is a friend of the Preston and Steve Show. This is Sara Wren. Who's back. Hi there, Sara.
Hi, Presbo.
Nice
How
to see you again.
are
I'm doing good. If you don't follow Sara on Instagram, you should. And listen, I don't wear makeup, but I love watching something captivating about watching her
There's
videos.
an ASMR quality to it.
There is.
There is.
And you did one recently. So there are two that stand out to me. There was one, and I had responded to you where you were highlighting Shirley Manson's
that was a big one.
techniques. And then you just did one with Rose McGowan, which is so you.
Yeah.
Like you have similar facial features to her, I think.
Oh, yeah, there
And
is.
so I was watching that, and I got a kid. Do you do the celebrity ones?
You know, I found a lot of traction with those. So I'm on Instagram and TikTok, and I found, I guess, because like I am the millennial girl, and I've gone back to all these 90s makeup looks that inspired me, like Liv Tyler and Rose McGowan and people that are fair skinned that resemble me, and I've kind of recreated these looks, and people really respond to it.
Are they is that look back? Is that coming back a little bit?
I hope
That
so.
sort of
I
porcelain
love-
complexion, sort of.
I mean, for my sake, I hope
Yeah.
it is because I know we're SPF buddies.
Yes, we are.
So I keep it very fair, but I think there's an embracing of kind of like a natural look.
I will tell you what you're rocking now, and you were talking, and I know she's a client of the product that you endorse. You're rocking a Billie Eilish vibe, big time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I get that pretty much every single day.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
say I look like that. I'm
there.
almost 20 years older than her, so I'll take it.
So you do like exclusively like fair skinned celebrities or okay?
No. So like for me, when I'm imitating like a look, I tend to look with somebody that looks like me, just because that's going to get the truest kind of representation of the look. But when I do makeup, I do it on a myriad of people.
There's a makeup artist who also I'll follow who does. She's a theatrical. She works a lot with just for on movie sets and Broadway, right?
Yeah.
And what she does though is her thing is to use like thick makeup to contort her, make her face look entirely different. I forget her name.
I know what you're talking about.
Right. But and she's done like Owen Wilson. She's made herself look like Owen Wilson.
There's some people on the internet doing like prosthetics and like crazy transitions, and they are extremely talented. That's not my lane, but I am such a fan of it. A friend of mine works for Terror Behind the Walls, and the prosthetic stuff that they do, I find
amazing.
really fascinating.
So I have a question for you because I'm suffering from something. I don't know what it is. But so I wear glasses all the time now. And so now for some reason I have this like red mark on the top of my nose. And I don't know what.
It's probably from the glasses.
It's probably from the glasses. But I don't know what I should use to clean and tend to that area. I don't know what.
Well, I have something in a little kit I can show you, but really the answer is your glasses are too tight.
They're too tight.
Yeah, they're probably a little too tight on the bridge of your nose.
And you can get a little bridgy thing, right?
We could put some tape on it like a nerd in the 80s.
That'd be great.
Opti grab.
And call you
Wait,
Spaz.
Steve, are you talking like a little cushion?
They sell them, that are like little like the in the jerk.
Oh,
the
my-
OptiGrab.
Yep.
I have a question. Then I'm going to throw it out for you. This is a general question for him before we get started with the other stuff.
Yeah.
So I do sunblock all the time. I have to use water. I use water resistant sunblock from like my nose down.
Yep.
On the top, I can't put it on the top of my head though, because if I sweat and it gets in my eyes, it's a freaking nightmare.
Oh, no.
Is that the smart way to go?
Yeah, I think so. You're doing a hat outside or something?
Yes,
I presume.
yeah.
Yeah, that happens a lot. If you're like the sweat can combine and it breaks it down, and then if SPF, if you've ever had it in your eyes, it burns.
It's horrible.
Yeah. So I do recommend a hat if you're suffering from that, or just doing a thinner layer of SPF or something that is like waterproof, sport proof. I have like some of my favorite sunscreens here, but just finding one that doesn't budge.
So, and in preparation of the summer season, what is for people heading out to the pool and to the beach? What are the absolute must-dos from your vast knowledge?
Okay, I brought a few things, and I think you all have some stuff in front of you too.
Yes.
I figured let's start with just like basic self-care, body care, staying clean, staying fresh, and
I was
wet
self-caring
ones.
last night.
Wet ones. You were self-caring solo. Well, this is for the general public. So these are wet ones. Everybody knows wet ones. I use them in my kit as a makeup artist. They clean everything. They're now making body wipes that I am obsessed with. I know you guys are gym guys.
Yeah.
So after the gym, after the chore, after whatever you're doing, if you stink, take one of these, do a little bird bath on your pits, on your wherevers. I love them. I keep them in my car, in my kit. I love these. They're a huge recommendation for me. I think you get they're like $3 and you get 28 of these.
Wet Ones body wipes, 8-hour moisturizer, great alternative to a shower, instant refresh, clean scent.
They smell lovely.
They smell really great. They just get they get rid of that like sweat, the oil, the dirt that accumulates during the day.
So a little, and especially this time of year when you just walking around outside might get a little perspiration.
Little swamp ass.
Yeah, a little what?
Yeah.
Little swamp ass.
That's the one.
So you could just use this because I do the as they say, Steve, the whore's bath, which is in the sink. You know, you just, if you can't take a shower or whatever and you need to do a quick cleanup, and that's just a little soap and water, but that's a little, And then you need a towel, but this, you don't need all that.
No, you don't need that at
All
all.
right.
This is just like a one and done. They are not flushable though. So
okay.
Shout out to all the plumbers here.
Yeah.
I'm telling everybody now, just throw them in the trash.
Even the flushable ones aren't really flushable.
I know.
Yeah. So.
We've heard from experts on plumbers who say that is an urban myth.
Yeah.
And one to be avoided.
By the way, Sarah brought us a little care package here, and then you brought us this is an exfoliating bath
So
net.
this
What
doesn't
is that?
seem that exciting or sexy, but let me tell you, this has changed my skin. Nick, remember I told you I was going to make you feel my arm and tell them how soft it is?
Oh, yeah, like-
tell them how soft my arm is.
You know what it feels like? Like butter.
Butter.
Yeah.
Butter. So I want to give a little bit of credit here to, if you're not on TikTok, there's something called Black Girl Shower Talk. I'm obsessed, and that's where I was introduced to this. Exactly. Casey's demoing it right now. So this is a net sponge. It's an alternative to a loofah, and it's antibacterial. So you can see that it's like a big net that you can unfurl almost. So it dries very quickly. It's antibacterial.
It's long.
The way that this is knotted exfoliates you'll see skin just like come off in the shower.
Well, and Casey was just doing a maneuver where he was able to work his back.
Yeah.
I mean, because, either that you have to have the brush on a
The
stick
handle,
Right.
in order to do it.
So,
That's a better option.
I didn't know about these things until about a couple of weeks ago. I had to ask my daughter came home from college, and I go to my wife. I go, "Why is there a fishing net in our in our shower right now?" She's like, "Oh, that's what you just said."
So this is, and
If you
where'd
wash
you
it back,
find out from it? On
So it's
Black Girl?
Black Girl Shower Talk. It's amazing. I think I've been showering wrong for 39 years, and I
You've been
just
showering
learned.
like a Caucasian.
I have been. So I've just kind of redone my shower technique, and this is like an instant staple. I absolutely love it.
How important is it to exfoliate, to remove dead skin?
I think extremely important. I mean, it
Okay.
carries.
I do none of that.
You don't?
No. I'm very bare bones in the shower, but I take a number of showers during the day. But I don't do that.
It's almost like, so when you're not exfoliating, you're kind of just cleaning that top layer. So you're almost just like removing the dirt and the grime, but you're not really exfoliating or hydrating or taking care of the skin. So you're clean,
Yeah.
but you could be cleaner and smoother and softer.
Okay. That's
We all
that's
wanna
a
be
goal.
softer.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, and then the last thing you gave us, if you don't mind going through
So
this.
Casey, back to your glasses.
Yes.
So this is a really cool. So I work for Milk Makeup, and this is a really cool product that we've just come out with. So go ahead
Which
and open
Billie
it up.
Eilish uses, by the way. Right?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
She's a fan. So this is called our Cooling Water Jelly Ice. This is a serum skincare stick. You twist it up.
This is the jelly you were talking to me
Yes,
about.
this is the face jelly I
And
was
you
talking
can't
about.
eat this jelly.
So this is a calming serum stick you can use all over your face. It has caffeine in it. It has aloe. It has amino acids. Oh, so here, Preston, do like a sweeping motion.
Okay, all right.
A sweeping motion. Oh. Gorgeous.
And am I spreading
all
something
over,
on my face?
yeah. So the
Okay.
jelly formula goes onto the face. It feels really nice and cooling and
It does look
refreshing.
cool. I like it.
This is like a very minimalist way to get some skincare in. Like I said, it reduces the look of puffiness. That caffeine in there acts like a cup of coffee for the eyes.
I do want to take a bite out of it.
I
mean,
know.
it looks like something you could eat.
Milk did have a little bit of a viral moment last year with people doing that exact thing.
Really?
So we had to put out a PSA of that our products are made for looks, not licks.
Yeah. It does look like that, though. How does it? Because I just put a little bit on. It's
Yeah.
very
Feels
cool.
nice. Yeah, it
So,
does feel
are there any? Are there any cosmetic? You know,
Yeah, so-
I see a lot. Sarah is the. It ends up on TikTok a lot. This sort of cool, or they take it out of the refrigerator. It is a metallic thing that they rub. Is that what that
This is this is essentially what we wanted to make was like like an ice roller without the fridge.
Yeah.
So this is why that has that really cooling sensation.
Yeah.
So you're getting kind of that instant so it reduces puffiness because it is really cooling. And there's also niacinamide in the formula too, which is a great brightener, mild anti-ager. But this is something that can go into anyone's skin routine. You ever get off the beach and you're like, I feel that sunburn coming on. This is a really good product to use at that point too. So it's something that you can use throughout the day, in the morning.
I like that.
And works with everyone's
What was the
skincare
chemical
routine.
you said? Niacinamide?
Niacinamide.
What's that mean?
Niacinamide is an ingredient that's in a lot of skincare, and it's like an anti-ager. It helps with pore size. It helps hydrate the skin. It helps brighten.
All right, in a moment, we're going to get to the red light mask, which is the reason we called you in. I mean, we called you in for more than that, but Steve's interest has been piqued by this. But you had mentioned, feeling the sunburn coming on.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, because we're now moving into easily sunburnable days, and my son's friend got a burn yesterday, and I told her, I'm like, put sunscreen on, and she didn't do it. Besides the scare of and the potential of skin cancer from being burned like that. What damage does sunburn do to your skin in general? I mean,
I can get really nerdy on here talking about UVA and UVB rays, but the sun is kind of the most detrimental thing to aging. So when you're not protecting your skin, those UVA and UVB rays, they're different wavelengths. So I remember them because like UVA is like the aging rays and UVB is those like burning rays. So not only could you possibly get skin cancer, obviously, from not having the right sun protection, but it breaks down collagen faster.
Well, we've seen people who we know somebody in Preston who's an attractive woman, but has that leathery aging thing she looks older than she is, and it's because of all the sun.
You know what, Steve? Today's youth is very, very well aware of all of this. I was with my daughter 2 days ago. No, it was yesterday. And she was telling me that the UV index was at a 10. I was like, wow. I go, is that high? She's like, yeah. I was like, well, what's the highest? She's like, I don't know. I think like 14 or something. But like these kids are like so dialed into this stuff now.
So I think we're seeing a lot of like other cultures also like influence our SPF here because K-beauty, I brought the sunscreens that I brought in are Korean beauty and Australia because their regulations are so much harder and tougher on sunscreens and SPF for the body and the face. So I think we're seeing a lot of that like we see in kind of the Korean beauty that they use SPF as just part of their daily wellness routine.
Right.
And here we're very much like, I'm going to the beach. I got to put on my sunscreen. Like, and it's something that should be used every day. Really.
I put it on every day. Throughout the winter, I put it on every day.
So, Sarah, let me ask you this because I like in the summertime getting a little bit of color, getting out in the sun. It like makes me feel a little bit better about myself and like literally a little bit warmer, the vitamin D, all that kind of stuff, right? So is there a healthy, protective way to protect your skin? Because skin cancer runs in my family. It's something that I have to pay attention to. Is there something that I can do where I can still get a little bit of sun, but just be okay about it?
Safer about it.
Yeah, so vitamin D also you're still getting even though you have sunscreen on. So don't worry, you're still getting that vitamin D. I think in terms of getting a little bit of color, that's
You're against it.
I wouldn't say I'm against it. I'm a big fan of self-tanner, which I can introduce. I mean, I can come back and give you a whole self-tan. I'm a big fan of a little bit of that, but I understand kind of like the feeling of going out, absorbing a little bit of those like infrared light and like, getting a boost.
So on that, for once and for all, the self-tanning, the liquids, the sprays, the whatever, what is the best result to be gotten? Where do you get the best results? What product and what provides the best protection?
There's a brand I like called Isle of Paradise for self-tanning. They do these drops that I like because you can kind of turn the volume up or down on the tan that you want. So if you want to add just like a drop into your moisturizer, it just gives you a little bit, like you went for a really long walk. Or you can add a bunch of drops and put it all over your body and get like a proper tan. Now, as far as SPF, my favorite one right now for the face is this brand called Ultraviolet. It's an Australian brand. They just started carrying it at Sephora. Thank goodness, because I think I was like buying it illegally and having it shipped in.
Right, yeah. It came in with your cocaine supply.
All right. Well, this is an SPF of 50, and it's broad spectrum, so it protects against UVA and UVB. It is one of the only sunscreens, and this is something I hear about a lot too. Not only does it run into the eyes, but it causes breakouts. This is one that I've never seen anybody have a reaction to.
No bad reaction to it. That is part of some of the sunscreens that'll make you break out.
Okay,
interesting.
Some on my hand.
Little samples so you can feel how light it feels. It just feels like a gel moisturizer.
Yeah, totally. By the way, my face still feels slimy. Is it supposed to?
I was talking to Pitch about this in the Acme Lounge. Is that I think when you're not used to having your face feels conditioned and rich and hydrated.
Oh, is that what it feels like?
It doesn't feel slimy.
Okay. It's not slimy. It's enriched.
When you're not used to having product or anything on your face, it's going to feel a little strange.
Yeah.
But I want you to embrace that feeling in the hopes of getting a benefit out of it.
And this will absorb after a little while, right?
Yeah.
So that's what's going to happen. All right. Can I jump ahead?
Well, I have something special for you. This is because I know you're a foot model.
I am.
Yes, he is.
And
Retired.
I wanted to talk about the feet that I'm seeing at the beach.
Okay.
Okay. It's coming. Okay. Foot season, man in sandal season is coming. And I understand that not everybody feels as comfortable as Casey and I to go get a pedicure. So I have some alternatives that you can do at home to take care of your feet before you unleash them on the general pop.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have two. This one is my favorite. This one is a little bit like it's more intense. So this is called baby foot. This is very, very famous.
Baby foot.
Baby foot. This is a mask for your feet. It comes in little booties, and the formula is in the booty. So you slip them on. This one you wear for an hour.
Okay.
And then 5 to 7 days later, when I tell you, all of your foot skin comes off like a snake.
Get out of here.
It's sick.
Okay.
I love it. I
So,
love
all
it.
right.
Can I see
Okay.
that box?
Yeah.
My
Baby
feet are
Foot
out of
was
shape.
the prequel to Baby Driver case.
Yeah.
So you'll say it actually, in a very reptilian,
Yes.
snake-like way, the skin will come
Yes,
off.
I've done it before. And if you don't plan it right with your vacation, you will have like a gross, peely foot.
Okay.
So there's also an alternative that I brought for you to try today if you'd like.
Okay.
And this is more just like about moisture. So this is the same thing. You can put your little foot in this little booty.
Okay.
And you wear it for 10, 20 minutes. It's going to help hydrate and just help with the appearance of gross feet.
I want to do the peely thing. I will, and it takes a few days before it happens.
Yeah, I'll leave that one with you because you have to wear it for an hour.
Look at the back of that.
So here's only one time did this ever happen, and I looked down and my feet did that naturally. It kind of freaked me out. I was like, "What in the hell did
I'm a
I do?"
foot model. What happens to my career?
But I mean, Steve, it was like I was molting.
Yes,
I was shedding the skin, and I was like, all of this big, like huge sheets of dead skin were coming off of my feet.
So there you are with half a dead deer down your throat, and you're looking down this.
I mean, that sounds like your foot just like rejecting all the old dead skin.
I guess so. But no, my feet are in. I mean, I'm a former professional, but my feet are in bad shape. I'm embarrassed to show them, so I need something like
Get you back on those runways.
Yeah, this is truly a life changer. But again,
Okay.
5 to
All
7
right.
days after you use it, you're going to start to see them shedding. So if you're going to the shore this weekend, this is not something to try. Like, give it a little space
All right.
before you're going to show your feet off.
So, Sarah, there's a lot of people who are very self-conscious about their feet. It's a big issue. Yeah, I mean, people don't like the way their feet look.
I mean, have you been out there? Have you seen people's feet?
the cloven hooves? Yeah.
All right, so Steve was asking about the red light mask.
Yes.
And
does it not look weird? It looks to me. It looks like a Hannibal Lecter Universal horror movie type contraption, and then when it's lit up, it looks even weirder.
Yeah, so I've seen ones that, wow, oh my God.
It's bright.
How long have you been using this bad boy?
Yeah.
So I've had this one probably about 8 months.
Is this the latest rage?
I've been a big fan of red light for a long time. I actually have an autoimmune disease, so I
do
go
I.
and lay in a red light bed in Fishtown. So that was my introduction to red light.
I have vitiligo.
Yeah.
Could this do anything for vitiligo?
I don't know.
I don't care. But
I mean, it's helped me because
Yeah.
it helps so much. Red light is really great because you're getting the benefits of the sun essentially with this red light. So it helps with cell turnover, wound healing, inflammation, redness, acne, and it's a very, very passive way to do skincare. I mean, you sit in it, it doesn't get warm, you wear it for 20 minutes.
With no UVB, which is for burn.
Yes,
Thank
no
you.
UVB or UVA rays in there. So there's no risk of like sun damage or light damage to your skin when you wear it.
Okay.
Can I put it on?
Yeah,
course,
let's
of
do
course.
this. Let's put this on Steve. I
right.
definitely want to see this. Does he need to come over there, or no? It's charged up. You can move this anywhere. It doesn't have to be plugged in at the time.
I don't want
You want to turn that mic on, Press?
Yeah. In fact, Sarah, you can get on the. It is on. Actually, you can get on that mic right there.
I don't know how to do this,
closest
Sarah.
Okay,
to
so the one that I'm using is from Higher Dose. You got it.
you. Okay.
Look like Bane.
Yeah, can you tighten
I'm
it up in the back?
obsessed. Yeah.
All right.
Have it set
Oh
on
my
my large
God.
head. Does it feel comfortable though? You don't want it to be too tight.
It's a new world order. Oh, wow.
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 She just lit it up. Whoa, dude.
Is that tight enough?
Turn the lights
Yeah,
off.
that's
Hang
tight
on.
enough.
Turn the lights off.
Yeah, we gotta turn the lights off.
Steve, what's it feel like on the inside?
Nick, turn that light off
Okay.
above you if you don't mind.
Let's
And then Marissa, kill all.
I've come from the future.
Dude! Oh my God! Look at you!
I'm here to kill your mother.
When your mouth moves, that
Does it look scary?
do you see that,
Yes.
Casey?
Oh, wow. So I'm looking at the... Shut up.
Oh.
I'm looking at the screen, and it's actually affecting, because all this red light is popping up on my eyes.
Oh my God!
It's kind of like Magneto a little bit.
This could easily be part of a Halloween
It's time
costume.
to collect the X-Men.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very bright. Your eyes kind of have to get used to it. Look how cool it looks on the
Steve,
screen.
look on the monitor
Steve,
up there. Look at
So
there.
you kind of have to get used to it, but once you wear it, you're...
Is that not cool? I would buy this for a Halloween costume.
Absolutely.
How long are you supposed to keep these on?
So it comes in a 10 and 20-minute interval. It's wireless. So I charge it, and then I'll just pop it on.
So just 10 or 20 minutes?
10, 20 minutes, and you want to use it. Here, let me...
I can't see my headphones.
And that's it. You just... I wear it before bed.
I
I'll do
am a
it.
human being.
Sarah, how much does one of these guys cost?
This one is $350.
Oh, that's it?
And this one
Whoa.
is, I know. It's an
So let me ask you.
investment. Have you
now,
seen my face?
You're very candid and you're very honest about this.
Yeah.
For someone who has, say, I don't have an acne condition or anything, but for those things that you reeled off, is this a plus? Is this a benefit? Is this something that would be well worth the investment?
If you're going to use it, I think it's worth the investment. The thing is, with any skincare practice, it's just like working out, right? You don't get, Casey, you don't get sit-ups from one day at the gym. Wait.
Yeah.
You don't get six-pack.
From sit-ups one day at the gym. Okay, so this is something that you need to do continued use to see results. So I use it probably 5 nights a week for 10, 20 minutes. And I have seen a huge benefit in my skin.
Steve, our YouTube audience is asking for you to do the I am the God of Hellfire, if you wouldn't mind.
I am the God of Hellfire.
Yes.
And I bring you red mask. I purchased a $350 red mask.
That is perfect.
I am the God of Hellfire, and I bring you
fire. My face is not on fire. I think you naturally assume you're going to get some sort of heat, but I'm not getting that.
No, there's no like warmth to it. Again, it's a very like passive way to do a kind of a higher end skincare treatment at home. And at $350, I know that sounds crazy. I get it. But this is a more affordable one. There's ones that are like kind of the heavier, they almost look like a helmet.
Yeah,
and
I've seen those.
Those can go, I do this one because I travel so much. So it's silicone, it's easy to clean. I can throw it in the bag. But some of those kind of like Therabody makes one. They make the Theragun. Those can get up into like $1,000.
Sarah, is the helmet one? It doesn't have the red lights in the back, though, does it?
No, but they do now make a red light cap.
Is that for hair growth?
For hair growth.
Steve, can I try it on? I want you to see what it looks like with somebody else.
You'll be
on.
surprised how much it blocks out the light that you're looking at.
If you've never tuned in to the Preston and Steve YouTube channel, now would be a great time to do so.
See it.
Yeah, it's Preston Steve WMMR on YouTube, and Preston's about to put it on. It's weird and a little eerie in here having all the lights out too. Steve, what did it feel like on the inside?
It's actually kind of cool. It's like you're in your own personal disco. Because you have all these red lights around. But Nick, you'd be surprised with that light coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You really can't see a lot.
Ready to light it up?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Light that candle.
Here we go. Surprise! Hey, everybody.
Isn't that wild?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Can you see Casey?
Not really.
Yeah,
No,
right?
I see a silhouette.
Okay.
And that's it.
It affects your eye because you're getting so lit from under your eyes.
If the lights were on in here, maybe I would be able to see a little bit better. I can't, Nick, I can see your silhouette and Sarah just barely.
Wow.
But I'm not feeling any heat.
There's no heat.
At all from this. I just saw myself on the monitor.
You know what you look like? You're a jack-o'-lantern.
Yes.
That's what you are.
I love this.
And Sarah, you're again. Yeah. We break it down. If you're having any sort of issues, any sort of skin issues on your face, you'd think this is a worthy investment.
Yeah, I think, if you are somebody that wants to invest, sorry, I'm laughing at Preston.
I didn't lick it. I didn't touch it with my tongue.
If you're somebody that wants to invest in your skincare, but you don't want a ton of products on this thing,
right.
This is a really nice way. Truly, like I will sit down, put on a movie, maybe an Urkel roll or something, and put on my red light mask, and that's the kind of my end of night routine.
20 minutes.
So if you're going to use it, I think it's a great investment because it helps with just a myriad of things.
It looks wild as hell, man.
So it is getting to my eyes a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you recommend keeping your eyes closed while you have this on?
I tend to do like a more of a meditative moment versus Bane voices.
Oh, I was dancing around and doing stuff
like,
over here.
Live your look, whatever feels right.
Yeah. You're
part of a new world order.
But you could incorporate that. You could like exercise while I have this on. It might get sweaty, but
on the YouTube channel, one of our YouTube commenters called you the Presbo Lantern.
yeah.
I would tell you this though, Sarah. I would say that probably the best thing to do would be keep your eyes closed for the majority of it because you have bright red light. Well, not bright red, but that light around your eyes.
Yeah.
And it took my eyes a little while to adjust back to the regular room.
It does. It is very bright. So you can close your eyes while you wear it. I'm bad. I like fully use my cell phone while I'm doing it. Preston, do you need some help?
I'll help you out. I can't see it.
Hit the button,
I'm trying to turn it off.
I can't see it.
I want
Trapped
Casey,
in the red light
to try it
My
on.
new world order's a disaster.
Nick, This would probably even fit your head.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
It's that big, huh?
It's got an
It's that
extender
big.
belt.
Yep.
Adjustable.
Like the airlines.
This is so much fun. Yes.
And like I said,
Sarah.
there's these really cool red light beds too. So if you're having issues like throughout your body, like I said, I suffer from something called ankylosing spondylitis.
Right.
Very fancy term for like my joints just hurt all of the time.
Right.
And I was going to a red light bed regularly, and it was really helping.
How expensive are those?
Oh, I had a place where it was like a drop-in kind of thing. So I just
Okay.
had unlimited red light and cryotherapy.
All right, Case, fired up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. I got nothing funny to say.
No, it's
What do you
all right.
think? As you see though, with all that red light around your eyes.
Yeah, but I can see you guys good.
Okay.
I mean, you're more of a silhouette. Steve, I can see.
Because I have light coming on me from
You
this.
have light, that's probably why.
This
yeah.
light's coming all over my face.
If you're just tuning in, Casey's wearing this red light mask. We have our makeup and skincare influencer here, Sara Wren, with us. You can follow her on Instagram, Sara Wren. I think that's it, right? Sara Wren?
Ren Tar is my
Ren Tar.
is my handle on
WREN
TikTok, Instagram,
TAR.
Yes.
And we're trying out the. Steve was curious about the red light mask.
Right.
So,
So, I actually use a thing called, my wife and I got it, Dr. Rosenberg, who's the hypnotherapist. It is a beamer. It increases blood flow. It to your capillaries and all that stuff. Some people don't believe in it. Some people do. We're finding results. So sometimes these things, do your due diligence. But I went from 0 to 60 on seeing nothing about this to having it permeate social media like crazy. And obviously the algorithm picked up on me looking at it. But I didn't realize there were so many products like this.
Yeah, I think they found, when they find a way to make these a little bit more affordable.
Nick just had whiplash as he turned the light on.
I felt like Kramer for a second.
Yeah. Nick, close your eyes because, like, right now, what you're seeing is red, but when you close your eyes, you basically see bright white.
Yeah, it feels like you're looking at the sun with your eyes closed.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I should have done that.
I didn't do that.
I want to express that this is pain-free.
Oh, yeah.
This is pain-free. There's no heat. It's just a bit of a bright light.
You don't feel anything. Yeah. And in fact, it's not. I would think even someone who's a little bit claustrophobic, this would not be an issue.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
No, because your eyes and your mouth and everything is exposed.
Sometimes those helmet ones get a little heavy. And like I said, this is wireless, so I charge it. I'm able to walk around while I'm doing it. I can lay in bed with it on. You're not like tied to an outlet.
They should put like earbuds in one of these bad
Love
boys.
it.
Yeah.
Nick, would you like some Chianti?
Do this. Go. Yeah, that's perfect. Wow. Okay.
A makeup artist tried to take my senses one time. Look, you can't see my penis when I do that.
All right, I'm going to turn the lights back on.
So, Sarah, that's kind of a home run.
Yeah, I really love it.
We're going to have a wrap up here shortly, but Sarah's got a list of notes. Was there anything else you wanted to mention? Other than how your bowling scores are? And
I'm actually a terrible bowler. I'm doing it for the fashion.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
She's
you know
wearing
what?
a bowling shirt.
One more thing I do.
Okay.
This is my last thing. This is from Mega Babe. It's called Thigh Rescue. What do you guys know about thigh chafing?
I know about Chub Rub.
There we go.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna rebrand it as Thigh Chafing.
Okay.
And this is a really great product. This is from Mega Babe. It's almost like a little deodorant stick that is an anti-friction stick. So you can use this.
This is great.
Any areas that are rubbing in the summer and causing a little like fire moment.
Yeah.
Love this.
We were at the beach a couple of weeks ago, and I saw this kid walking, and the beaches are incredibly huge in Wildwood, and he is walking from the beach to try to get back off of it, and he was doing the waddle. And I'm like, I know exactly what that kid is feeling right now.
Especially
it hurts
if you get the mesh inside your bathing suit and it chafes you.
Yep.
So this would be good for that. Obviously, I'm going to assume this has no like carcinogens.
No, it's just like grapeseed oil, pomegranate oil, and a little bit of aloe.
So
it just creates a little bit of slip and like kind of soothing if
What's
that
the
area
name?
is already inflamed. It's called Mega Babe is the name of the brand, and it's called Thigh Rescue.
Okay.
It's funny.
All right.
So
it's a new show on CBS, by the way, Thigh Rescue. It's on after Chicago Med.
You would think that I'm grabbing my junk all the time, but I'm not. What I'm doing is I'm grabbing my pants and pulling them up so that my thighs aren't touching each other. But it looks like I'm grabbing my package all the time.
When I'm working out, you'll get that chafe.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, you need some of this then.
Yeah. All right.
Listen, our next guest just arrived. I saw them in the Acme Lounge. Sara Wren, you're amazing. Yeah. We love you. And you can follow her. Follow her on Instagram. They're fun videos. It doesn't matter if you're into makeup or this stuff or not. I just get a kick out of watching, and you're kind of like you were saying, Steve, it's kind of ASMR inducing.
Well, and you're reachable too, which is that people have questions, and I'm sure you get
I'm
barrage
reachable.
all the
I'll
time.
make a
Yeah.
video about everything that I used today, but I am reachable. I'm in the Philadelphia area, so.
All right. Wren Tar, WRENTAR is how you can find Sara on Instagram. Thanks for coming by here.
Thanks, Presbo.
It was great to see you. Oh, we have outro music. Beautiful girl, most definitely. All right. As we take a break, stick around because John Heder and Efren Ramirez are going to be in our studio, and we're going to link in a call with John Gries as well.
That's terrific.
He's going to be performing tonight with these guys at the City Winery. So we'll come back in just a moment with them. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
It's so funny. It's because I have like at home case. I have this Amazon. It's a collection of tools, and everything's in this place, and it's all very clean. And all the contractors that I know, all their equipment is all effed up and banged up because they're using it.
Well, yeah, my friend Bill, he just got this beautiful brand new truck. He showed it to me last year. He's like, "Oh, look at this! You open the door, the little the stool comes out. You know, little things you step on.
Step stool, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, this is gorgeous. But you know, how long until it's just all dented and scratched?
Yeah. Here's a text says, my father refused to use the AC in the car when I was a kid, and still to this day, because he doesn't want to fix it if something goes wrong with it, no matter how hot and humid it is outside. But But you're not using it. It may as well not work now if you're never going.
I'm at work. Stop calling me.
Sorry to bother you, Joanna. What's up?
So my mother, they've been going on 15 years maybe, refuses to use our fireplace in the house. Refuses.
Is it a gas-operated fireplace?
It is not. It's regular, but she's afraid that it's not going to work. That
It's not
somehow,
gonna-
even though
fireworks.
they've had it cleaned, they've had it cleaned when they bought the house. They've had it cleaned since. There's nothing wrong. It's a regular fireplace. Refuses. She's afraid that a catastrophe is going to happen.
Wow.
It's going to break. I'm
Joanna.
like, a fireplace. How do you break a fireplace?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But let me ask you: Does she? If you get her, away from the fireplace and she can talk freely, will she admit to liking a fireplace?
Oh yeah, she loves it.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense.
We never used a fireplace in our old home.
Yeah. Thanks, Joanna.
It's peaceful. Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
Well, we lived there for 10 years and it was the first fireplace that I ever owned in my entire life.
Did you not use it because you thought it was going to break?
I didn't use it because my wife said we can't use it.
Did you ever ask her why?
What's that in your mouth? Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out.
What did I tell you about baby birds?
Stop it.
I think she was worried about burning the house down. And
A lot of people are.
Yeah.
A lot of people are of fireplaces and just in general.
It's what it's made for.
Yeah.
It's made to put a fire
House
in
can
there.
set on fire for a multitude of other reasons.
But we own fireplaces now that we've put fires in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So they're just outside.
Let me. I know.
You brought those fires home and then you put them in the fire. Yeah.
Hi, Terry. You're on the air. Good
Fire to
morning.
go, please.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Terry?
Well, so my husband inherited a really nice and big snowblower from his about 7 years ago and refuses to use it. He always has an excuse. There's not enough snow, or the snow might be too heavy, or I can't get it out of the garage. And I just don't understand why he won't use the damn snowblower.
And he'll just go out and shovel it instead.
Yeah. He'll just go out and shovel it, and I don't understand.
Terry, give him the data on how many people have heart attacks shoveling, and try to convince him that way. Because right?
I'm trying.
Yeah, but I know people who will do that with the snow blowers as well. Not enough snow to snow blow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's what it's made for. All right. Thank you, Terry. Here's one that says, my grandmother would turn off her blinker stuck at traffic lights to save the bulb.
The blinker bulb.
You're supposed to leave that light on.
Oh my God, that's great.
And same with windshield wipers.
I love it.
Said it was more of a cheap thing.
Oh my God.
So you didn't want the wipers to wear out.
Yeah.
That's funny. Here's one of the things I noticed way too late in life was that if you have with products, let's say like a vacuum cleaner or something along those lines, and after you go through a couple of them and they fall apart, if you realize that you do the recommended regular maintenance, cleaning things, taking it apart, some of those things will last freaking ever, man. You just have to do these cleaning steps every now and then, and it'll last.
That's another thing. You bring up the vacuum cleaner that I do with its charging, the handheld vacs, computers, phones, all of that. Like, I don't like to leave it plugged in and charging constantly.
You can actually, in some cases, you can damage the battery.
Well, I don't know if that's still true or not.
But for the most part, no, you should be fine.
So I use the vacuum until it dies, and then I plug it in, and then when I check it throughout the day. If the charge is done, I unplug it.
I wonder how the battery is.
Yeah, seriously, because I don't want to ruin the battery.
Dennis, check the battery on the shark.
We have these. I'm sorry, Nick. No, we have these power tools that use batteries, and the batteries can be used for various tools, a drill for this one, it's stuff
lithium
like that.
batteries.
Yeah, so you move them from one product to another. So I mounted these chargers on the wall, stick them up there, leave them charged all the time because you never know when you're going to need to do a project and you have it ready to go. Well, I don't know who was doing it, but every now and then someone would unplug the charger, and I would go and need to use the battery.
It was me. I was coming over and unplugging your.
You turn it on and go, and I'm like,
what?
I mounted this thing to the wall and plugged it in.
So I have a whole bank of. I use the iWorks, the gardening equipment, from the leaf blower to the lawnmower. They're all electric. And I go in, I have them, Preston, just like you, the bank all along. They're ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. And I go in and I go, what is that? And I'm because there's a button you can check to see how charged the batteries are. And they're all powered down. I'm like, what? They were all connected into a power strip. Somebody
turned it off.
Power strip on.
Real quick, Steve, do you keep those in the garage or in the house?
In the garage. Now, I've heard that when it gets brutally cold.
Somebody told me this too. I brought all that stuff inside for that very reason. Hot or cold.
You're told to blow up if
I know. I keep.
What
all
do
those,
you do?
Yeah, I keep them in the kitchen for whatever. Like there's one cabinet in the kitchen that's not used. So my mom's come over. She's like, "Where do you keep the glasses?" Like that's actually where the batteries are.
The glasses are in the garage.
Yeah. But Preston, real quick. I know you're not a big kitchen gadget guy, but when I get a new knife, I hold on. I don't use it right away, and I think it's because I want to keep it pristine.
You want to keep it super sharp.
Yeah, and really clean and just perfect. Do you ever do that with new kitchen items? Do you you dive in right away.
Made to be used.
Okay.
Well, wait a second.
In my mind,
this also goes to another conversation, which is how quickly do you use. I do like things to look nice and pristine. So there are things like ice. After a while, we were talking yesterday about hiking shoes and stuff like that. I'm like, if they get too scuffed up, that'll be an extravagance.
There's a crossing point.
Sorry, it's not up to my standard. It doesn't look right.
Nick, I have 19 pairs of scissors because I use the old scissors to cut things like opening boxes or something that's thicker, and then the newer, sharper scissors are for the things that need a nice, clean
finer cut.
Yeah.
It's
you need 19 of them?
Oh, you can find scissors all over my house in every room.
Hey, this is the crafts queen, right?
Steve, I have 3 pairs of these sneakers that I'm wearing right now, and they have I have used them in stages. In fact, I drew a letter on the tongue of the shoe. So I didn't use them for what they weren't intended for. So the oldest version of those...
I do the sneaker phase. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm following you.
The oldest version were my cycling shoes, and then the newest version I only wore them to jog, and then...
Are they identical?
Identical.
And that's why you have to mark them.
I had to mark them. So I had jogging, cycling, and then everyday shoes.
So I go left to right. So the pair of shoe that's the furthest left, it's like in people jumping out of an airplane, skydiving. They're at the door. And so those are the ones that are the prime ones for using. And then it goes, and then they start to circle around into the Goodwill pile.
Yeah. And now I have my lawn mowing shoes, and I'm actually really proud of myself, Kathy, because you have a lawn mowing shoe guy?
No, I just want to go to a call when you eventually stop talking. So,
hang on a second, Preston. I got something for you here.
Hold on.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Go ahead.
No, I'm proud of myself because my lawn mowing shoes I've been using for 3 whole years now.
I'm going to go back to people not using things because they're afraid they will break. Yeah. And I will go to Barbara, who's been on hold for a while. Hey, Barbara. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Barbara?
My brothers and I just sold a house that we inherited from my father. They bought it in 1986, and they never used the dishwasher.
There you go.
We had the realtor come in, and I was telling her, I said, I think the dishwasher's broken. My brother's like, no, it works. They just never used it.
And is it from 1986? Is it that old?
Oh, yes.
The
Yes,
washer?
it was the original dishwasher that was put in the house.
I bet you that. So it would probably still run. It's not going to, I mean, it's a functional dishwasher. But did they ever explain why they chose not to use it? Was it for this reason, for fear of breaking it?
Yes, they didn't want to, nothing technical. Like that was high tech back then in 1986 to them.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious.
Apparently it's a thing. All right. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it.
All right.
I'm going to go back to an older situation as well. This is Joe who's on the air. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
You guys remember back in like the 70s when you get in a car, the seatbelts were kind of tucked up and folded above the window?
Yes.
And little brackets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd get in the car, and my dad, he was kind of a perfectionist, and he wouldn't let me take the seatbelt out of the little thing above the window because he thought it'll never go back neatly. So he never let us use the seatbelt.
He would rather have you not use the seatbelt to maintain the aesthetic.
Oh, yeah. I used to try to get it out. And he'd be like, don't touch that. You'll never get that. Get away from that. Stop playing with that. And I'm like, Dad, it's a seatbelt. He's like, you feel that dashboard? Push on it.
Now,
and,
would he make you ride on the hood of the car so that you wouldn't screw up the seats?
Oh.
That's
funny.
crazy. Yeah.
All right,
So
thanks.
to this day,
Yeah.
it's
All right.
still a joke.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. All right. How about this? Let's go to Stuart. Hey, Stuart, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Stuart?
I got one for you.
All right.
My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, she had an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
She never went in it. She paid for the pool guy to open it and maintain it. And I asked her, how come you never use it? She just told me that she liked looking at it and she wanted waterfront property.
Oh, my gosh.
But she never used the pool.
True story.
Never used the pool.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
if she's paying for the maintenance, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right. A little bit different than what we're talking about, but that's interesting. Yeah.
Well, and this is slightly different as well, but can you go to Steve on line 2, Preston?
Line 2.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Press.
Hey, what's up, bud?
My best friend to this day, his father back in the 70s, 80s, and part of the 90s, whenever he would get a new car, would pop the hubcaps off and put them in the trunk because he was afraid they were going to get stolen.
May as well give them to somebody.
Right. Take the hubcaps off.
Oh, that's funny.
So he would immediately take a beautiful brand new car and make it look like a piece of crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. For fear of them being stolen.
Hey, these doors, someone might take them.
Let's go to Jennifer. Hi there, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What's up, Jennifer?
Okay, so I'm a lifelong camper, and with the internet, there are things like social media groups, etc. So I started following a bunch of camping groups on Facebook, and I discovered that there's a whole crew of campers that do not poop in their camper.
They don't poop in their camper.
They don't poop in the camper. Isn't that what it's for?
Yeah, exactly. It's made for that specifically. Did they give their reasons why they don't want to do it?
I don't know. I think they're afraid of the black tank. I don't know if they don't want to dump their poop or what, but there's literally a hashtag no poop in the camper.
Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, you guys know, like when you're a camp out for hunger and you have the RV, and like it's not that you, if you have to, it's fine. That's what it's there for. But if like there is the alternative to go elsewhere, like for example, Ulta, when we used to do Plymouth meeting, like you would prefer Ulta to the RV pooper. And so I understand that mentality. It's there for a reason. If you got to go, you got to go. But like if you can find an alternative, find the alternative.
I might see that. I don't see refusing to do it, though.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Listen, push comes to shove, no pun intended. We'll use that camper pooper. Yeah.
Here's some text. Says, my dad refused to buy trash bags because you were buying them to throw them away.
So what did you do with trash?
He would make special trips to the grocery store for small bags and Walmart for even larger bags for the larger trash cans. Even if he couldn't buy something to fill the bag, he would ask the cashier for a wad of those big bags.
Oh, my God.
So in essence, a lot of what you buy from the grocery, you're buying it knowing you're going to throw it away.
That's funny.
You, MMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Our next guests are going to be appearing tonight at City Winery, and they will be doing a full screening of Napoleon Dynamite and a Q&A afterwards, and it's BYOT.
Yes.
Bring your own tots,
Of
by
course.
the way, just to give you a heads
rule.
up on that. But we are so excited to have our next two guests here in the studio. Please welcome John Heder and Efren Ramirez.
Hello.
Hello. Who's this?
And by the way, they dove into the mini melts.
They're socking down the mini melts. They're great, aren't
Well,
they?
you guys are sucking on pretzels, so I wanted to put something in my mouth too.
That's just me. I don't really contribute during an interview, so.
Oh, well, I'm looking at you straight in the eye.
All right, I'm looking you straight in the eye.
Isn't this a BYOT place? Bring your own thoughts?
Yeah, bring your own thoughts.
Right.
Without question.
This has been Nick was recalling, he had you guys came through town with the show, the similar show, sold out. And it speaks to sort of the perpetuity to the fan base of Napoleon Dynamite, which is one of the, at least in my mind, one of the great early indie film successes that just came out of left field. And but let me ask you, John, it was kind of born out of your time at Brigham Young University.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah, you the director is Jared Hess, and so I don't know if this is true or not, but it was originally from a short film named Palooka. And it was Seth was the character you were playing.
Correct.
So how did you jump from the 9-minute sort of short film to the full-blown Napoleon Dynamite that we know today?
Well, these are all good questions, Stephen.
Thank you.
Back 2001. 2001 was when it kind of all started. We made the short film, Jared and I. And yeah, his name was Seth because at the time, Jared was, he grew up in Preston. He wanted to make everything he wanted to do was based out of Preston.
Right.
He just wanted to really capture that life there. And he had this, he had already made a short about, it was like a silent film in Preston. I thought that was cool. When he brought the script.
Were you part of that one as well?
I was not part of that one. No. And when he brought this script, I was like, okay. And when I say this, the Palooka, the short.
Right.
I was like, okay, this is funny. And this totally nails. But it wasn't like laugh out loud funny. It was like, this is a character piece. I totally get this. I love it. So we shot that. And then Jared was like, well, he had always wanted to make his first feature film in Preston based on some weird character. And it was actually, it was Napoleon Dynamite was going to be the name of that character. This one was Seth. We were going to change it up. He was like, no, you know what? This works so well in the short. Let's just use that character, change his name to Napoleon.
To Napoleon. Yeah, it's so funny you mentioned, though, and Preston brought this up. On first viewing, what was your reaction, Preston?
I thought it was, I didn't get it. I didn't get it at all. I'm like, and I'd heard the buzz about it. I'm like, this is not doing it for me. Now, mind you, same thing with Anchorman for me, too, which ended up being one of my favorite movies. So I watched this. I'm like, man, this is just, why do people find this funny? And then caught it again and caught it again. And then it became brilliant. I mean, it became beyond funny.
That was my big Lebowski. Like when I first saw that.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It's not up to their usual snuff. And then I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. After repeat viewings. Yeah.
That's actually how it was for Pulp Fiction for me.
Yeah.
I just I think it took me like 3 times. And now it's the type of movie, like if I turn the TV on, it doesn't matter what scene it is, like, how early or late it is in the movie. I'm like, yep, this is what I'm doing for the next however long.
Do you know what's funny though, for this and Napoleon Dynamite, and I've heard the phrase called lockdown comedy, where the camera kind of just stays and it moves, and like almost Jerry Lewis used to employ this technique where we're going to get you. We're going to stay here so long that you're going to just the uncomfortability, the quietness, the pause, all of it works, and before you know it, and then you're laughing. So with you, Efren, when you read the script, what did you think?
What were you thinking?
I said, "What is this?"
Yeah.
Did it read funny?
Well, I got the script like a day before I flew to Preston, Idaho, so I didn't get a chance to get a hold of the script. So it still remained a mystery to me.
And what was your audition like?
My audition was I only had pages of. From the script to audition for it, and
just the sides, when they give you audition sides, that's all you have.
Yeah, so I mean, just having to read the lines, build you a cake or something. I thought, like, what? This is so odd, and so at the time I was auditioning for a couple of movies, and I booked a movie as well as Napoleon Dynamite, and I made the choice to do Napoleon, and then when when I arrived to Preston, Idaho, and I went to set, I thought, like, okay, I'm going to be a part of this film. But then I started to meet everyone dressed up as their characters, and I thought, wow, what kind of movie is this? Like, is there a way to go back? You know.
So legend has it that other movie was The Alamo with Billy Bob Thornton and I think Dennis Quaid, and then so it was a pretty stellar cast, and yet you were drawn to this film.
I was
Well, he gets to be, you know, in the single digits on the call sheet on this one instead of, you know,
part of the Mexican army, right?
That's absolutely right. And I remember just hoping that something's going to happen with this film.
Yeah,
you know, because right away from day one, we became a community, and it was like all these guys having to come from college, having to shoot this independent film to shoot something that they believed in, you know, and we were all just like wondering, well, maybe something might come out of this. And then when it got to the Sundance Film Festival, and then when the studios bought it, and then when they started to release it out in theaters, and it just started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And even throughout the years and the decades to us, like, even as we do this tour, it's such a surprise to see so many generations who really love and understand what the story is about.
Yeah.
I got to host a Q&A and a screening with you guys a few years ago. Actually, it's 2018 in Philly. And first of all, it's great to see you guys again. And second of all, Tina was there for that one a few years back. And the screening of it, to me, I've always loved the movie, but it really, for me, took it to another level because it was almost like this Rocky Horror vibe. Where everybody's like saying lines and laughing at jokes that they've heard a million times and seen a million times, and then the Q&A afterwards was fantastic. I'm curious, like, do you guys think a movie like this could land in 2025? Is a cult movie possible nowadays, because there are so many things that grab your attention, and you're not watching movies on repeat like on DVD like you did with Napoleon Dynamite?
I don't know. You know, we thought about, we've been asked that a lot, and I don't know if with social media and people's attention spans, like, okay, it could get like quick attention, like, you know, a lot of small things could nowadays with social media, but then would they be like, okay, that happened, had its weekend, and we never would have survived if we hadn't done like the slow rollout in theaters. So
yeah.
I don't know if you could do that today, but I think you can still find, I mean, I think the movie itself, at least Napoleon, you know, still can speak to audiences now. So you're like, you hope that, like you said, you got to give it a few viewings before you start to get it. And I don't know if, you know, people are giving that kind of chance.
It's a valid point.
You're right.
It's a very valid point.
Listen, you had, you know, to you guys were newcomers to us when we first saw the film, but there was a veteran, and he is John Gries, who played Uncle Rico. We had seen him in, you know, several movies up until that point. So what about him and meeting him when you guys were, for the first time when you were getting the movie started?
Well, I mean, for me, I was just like, oh, this is the first time I'm going to meet like a celebrity. I didn't know anything. And I was like, I was a huge Real Genius fan. And so I was like, oh, wow, this is cool. And so I was super excited, and he was super humble and easy to work with. And everybody was on set. We were like, I think, and it was kind of like, we were at first thinking, if we're going to get anybody from Hollywood, it's going to be like divas, right? Isn't that what they all like? Right. But then you're like, well, wait, I don't think they're getting paid much because nobody's getting paid on this film. So they must be coming in here knowing what they're about to be served up.
Right. It was like a $400,000 budget. You could make a TV commercial.
Wow. Well, tonight, not only are John and Efren going to be at City Winery, but John Gries will be as well. And speaking of Real Genius, we've got the music for that. He's on the phone right now.
Is there a Real Genius on the phone?
There's a Real Genius on the phone.
No. He doesn't play the Real Genius. That was Val Kilmer.
Well, he played the senior Real Genius.
He was smarter than Val's character. John, good morning.
I was the real genius. I'm the real one.
That's right. So
that's what Patty Darvinville said. Anyway, I found the real one.
That's right. You found the number one.
She was a groupie who only slept with certain intellect levels.
Yeah. Yep. And do we find that with famous actors? Are there groupies that only sleep with people who have been playing real geniuses?
I don't know. I mean, there are, what is that song? I can't even say the name of the song. Well, I can say the name of the song. I can't repeat the song, but Star Star by the Rolling Stones.
Right, yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So maybe, but she was already a celebrity too, but she was also manifesting quite a roster of celebrities, I guess.
So, John, what was it that motivated you to become a part of this cast of this movie? Because as we were saying, it was a lower budget. It was very odd in its presentation. But what drew you to the project?
Truly, I was just lucky enough when they sent the script. They sent me a whole script to read. I don't know if, like Efren, when he read for the part, he says, he got just pages. And I would not have known what to make of the pages, because it really, it's the sum of all its parts, and I was lucky enough to be able to read the screenplay and go, this is really, really well written. And I guess I'd been around, a decent amount of time, that I knew a good one from a bad one. And it was one of the best I'd ever read. And it was kind of amazing to be, a 22-year-old, student who wrote this script. It was amazing.
Yeah, and you talk about it is a quintessential ensemble piece. I mean, even though Napoleon is the main focus, but everyone gets memorable screen time and quotable screen time, and you don't see that a lot in movies with this many people in the cast.
It's interesting. That's a really, really good point, because I think there was kind of this unspoken, this kind of tacit agreement, probably way back in the studio days in the 30s and 40s, that the leading person has to be the center point of everything. And it shows that you can still have that person be the center point, but actually make everybody around them be, partial to that, to whoever they are, and make, you find films that are more balanced with characters. I find them way more fascinating than films about just like,
I think it balances it more, and it elevates not just the performance, but kind of what you're going for. Napoleon, the character, wouldn't have been as interesting if without Kip, without Pedro, without Rico and all those guys, like
without Tina,
it just wouldn't have been the same.
Without Tina. But people always talk about glowingly about the Broadway ensemble experience, and on movie sets it might be a little bit rare because it's a little bit more disjointed. But you guys were in this town, you were on this location, and it sort of it had to foster. I mean, it's clear you guys are all friendly this many years after the fact, so this would have to be, for all your collective film careers, a unique experience. Would it be safe to say that?
Well, yeah, it was. I didn't have a career before. It was non-existent.
You had no career before.
Yeah, no, this is definitely.
But looking back, it's probably, I would say, I imagine John and Ethan both feel the same way. It's something that it was very special to all of us, and it stands out, and it's and not just because we're still doing these shows, but I think the reason we're doing these shows is because of how it resonated with all of us.
Do you know what's interesting? I think it speaks to, you talk about, Nick, and you're talking about could it play today, and at the core is the being your unique self, and letting your proverbial freak flag fly, and that I think that speaks to everybody. Mm-hmm. So I think that's why this Napoleon Dynamite is unique among a lot of films that might age out or just seem not chronologically not accurate to the time period. But this does, because that's always something that's going on. Did you base Napoleon and Seth before on any person you knew, John?
When I read it, I immediately, and the short film, when I first read that, I really responded to like my younger brothers.
Okay.
I was like, this is so much of how my younger brothers talk.
Yeah.
And kind of their sentiment of like, Napoleon to me was, or Seth, it was the perpetual younger brother, even though Kip's not in the short, but it was that always just constantly acting annoyed and frustrated at the world.
And bizarrely passionate.
And nothing's fair.
Yeah.
Nothing's fair. It's always whining and complaining. You're always getting picked on. And that was, I wasn't a complainer growing up, but still, like, the way he talked was very much influenced by myself as well. I was like, this is me and my younger brothers. And Jared told me, he was like, yeah, dude, when I base this off of my younger brothers.
That's funny.
So we started talking about our stupid younger brothers.
Yeah.
Steve, I want to echo what you just said. This is a text from my wife, and she says, I swear to God, that movie, Napoleon Dynamite, was pivotal for me in my teens. It was a way for me to see these goofy weirdos like me being their authentic selves and just having each other. It was like a guiding light for me to be myself, and eventually I would find my people, which I did in college. And then she says, I am Deb. And I think that, like...
Oh, fine, you got a younger wife. We get it.
She's 12 years.
Make sure you build her a cake or something.
Wait,
by teen, she was 12 at the time.
John, on the phone, what were you saying?
I said, who makes boondoggle keychains?
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, I'm going to go through all three of you guys and ask a similar question that Steve had said about finding this character and basing it on something. So, Efren, you know, your character, Pedro, is very, very flat. Was that based off of anyone as far as your delivery goes, or did you just kind of tone down your own personality?
Well, something that you mentioned, you know, it's like the fact that these characters are the underdogs, and something great happens to each and every one of them at the very end of the film.
Yeah,
you know, they're trying to find like a higher self. So for me, you know, I'm a big fan of Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton.
Oh,
so I kind of emulated that and put that into Pedro, because there's a, you know, in every script for every character, I was taught to find a specific word that kind of defines who these characters are. And in my case, for Pedro's hope. You know, no matter what happens in your life, you want to lead with hope. You know, no matter the outcome. And I thought, well, maybe this will work. You know, and I will say, there's a moment when I was doubting what I was doing, and I would create a chart and like a diagram for the character.
Wow.
And I went to John Gries, because, of course, from Real Genius and Monster Squad, I was like, hey, I'm a big fan, but can you take a look at what I'm doing here? So he was like, yeah, this is it. And he showed me his work with actions and intention. And I thought, yeah, this is what we do. And we were in full support of each other. And I felt like I was a part of something that had substance, you know. So for me, whether it's my life or even the character's life, you know, there's something that rang true and honest.
That's great.
I love it. And John, with Uncle Rico, similar to you in planning out who this character was and where he goes and what motivates him and all?
I do, to a degree, plan these things out. I mean, I spend, you know, it's like I guess being an actor is like being a detective, just trying to figure out the scene of the crime, you know. But you know, the thing is that you have to kind of, I don't know. For me, in that experience, there was a universal truth to this guy, and that is, gosh, how many people do you know that just kind of think about the past? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, like even the Bruce Springsteen song, you know, like
Glory Days.
Glory Days, yeah.
Like Glory Days, you know. So I you know, I guess there's that universal truth to the character, and I think that, you know, as John Heder would say, yeah, you know, Gries is very much like Rico.
He's very much like Rico. Yes, he's
I'm nodding if you can't see. Yeah.
So
he loves to walk up behind young girls and unbutton his vest.
Yikes.
Wow. Have you actually ever seen him throw a football over a mountain?
Yes. No, he does have an arm. He has an arm.
Twice.
He has two of them. But
no, you know, I played junior college baseball, and I was like, I had this idea that, gosh, maybe I might be the guy who can sneak around and, you know, get noticed playing this game. I mean, I've got skills, but they're not honed. You know, I started playing baseball much later than most people, but regardless, I mean, that just kind of gave me some insight to the guy, that thinking, you know, of course, you know, I mean, even as children, people fantasize playing sports or doing something incredible. And so, you can, I mean, I think everybody can find that way. The other flip side of it is as you're preparing to play this character, you also want to leave room for things to happen, for mistakes or for moments to happen, that actually, somehow change. Obviously the scene with Kip in the diner, like I didn't plan to flex and show my arms in that scene. It was my first day of shooting. I had kind of a good idea who Rico was. And all of a sudden, in a moment when I was looking at Aaron Rule, thinking, my character doesn't give a crap about what he's saying. I have no interest in what he's saying. I'm just sitting with someone, and I'm hoping somebody in this room recognizes me as like a stud.
It's such an interesting thing. Even you were talking about, I was reading an interview with you, you were talking about during the audition process, whatever line or lines you were reading, you were told to keep making it slower and slower. And you were so convinced that, could you recount that story? Because I think it's kind of hilarious.
It's like, well, you kind of prepare, it's like what Gries says, you kind of do your detective work and then you go into the room to audition and you hope that, there's a good outcome. And I remember having to do my final scene where I'm doing my whole speech, and I did it, and then the director stopped me in the middle and he said, all right, can you slow down real quick? Just slow down.
Slow it down real quick. That's weird. That's weird English.
I know.
That's say, I'm getting conflicting direction here.
I was like, thanks. So I slowed down, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it again. I did it slower, and then right in the middle of it, he said, slower, and I'm like, how slow can I go? I mean, like, does Pedro have a condition? Is he okay? Is there something wrong with these guys? I was like, all right. So I did it really slow in the room.
Do you remember the line?
Yeah, it was like,
if you vote for me.
Yeah. I don't have much to say, but I hope the people vote for me or something. Yeah, and then I thought, like, maybe now I sound like I'm making fun of the character.
Yes,
and then they said, thank you very much. And then I just got up and I went, thank you. And then I walked away.
Yeah.
And that's what got me the part.
That's hilarious.
Oh, that's amazing.
But that's a really, really intuitive thing. I just want to say, for you to say, have thought that you just were possibly traversing the line of making fun of the character. But it's very interesting how the commitment to the character, you're not making fun of him. It's very, very interesting.
He's a hero. I mean, he's a hero to the movie, which is great. John, I wanted to ask you in the assembling of Napoleon's character, were you kind of given free rein to make wardrobe choices, and was the perm your idea, and how much of that character was based off of your instincts?
When I read it, and immediately I was like, oh my gosh, I know this guy, and I kind of like did my how he would say his first line. Right. And Jared, it was all breathy, and Jared kind of talked the same way. He was like, we were just so in sync that there really wasn't much else. That was really when we created the characters, when we went to, the first thing we did after reading the short script was go to like a thrift store, and we started just finding the kind of clothes he would wear. So yeah, 100%. We started looking like, oh, he would wear this. Oh yeah, look at this sweet, dragon T-shirt. Yeah, he would wear this. And then it was his wife who came up with the idea for the perm. Quote her words. Yeah, she's like, apparently she told Jared, John's too good looking. We got to ugly him up. So, not that perms or curly hair's bad.
Like, what are you kidding? He's a mouth breather.
Yeah. No, she's got that going for him, the mouth breathing. Yeah. But the transformation's almost there. Let's give him a perm, but get him the tightest perm. Red rods. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, man.
Get the red rods out, right? Yeah. Not the blue or the yellow, the red rods.
Did you have to do more than one perm treatment on the
for
set?
The short,
those suck, man.
For the short, I did one. It was my friend did it. It was perfection. It looked incredible. Okay. But then cut to a year and a half later for the film, we were like, okay, let's do it. We had some other students do it. Yeah. They screwed it up. I looked like a soccer player. And so we ended up re-perming it like, a week later on set.
Well, you can't wash your hair after you do that, though.
You can't do anything to your hair after that. They were like, don't breathe, his hair might fall out. So we shot it, and he washed my hair once.
Wow.
Like he had to do like the hair guy was like, all right, sat back. It was the first time I ever was introduced to tea tree, which was amazing. Tea tree oil.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
like I
Not
never
familiar.
felt anything like that. It was tingling in the Preston summer sun. But no, we couldn't touch it.
Yeah, wow.
I have in front of me the cast listing, and Steve, you had said something earlier about everybody having these moments in that film, and until you go back and look and you remind yourself, oh yeah. Rex Kwon Do, Dietrich Bader played him. LaFonda. I mean, all of these characters, every single
Didn't
one.
you have a pet bunny?
Yeah,
named LaFonda?
we had a pet bunny, and her first name was Carmela after Carmela Soprano, and her middle name was LaFonda.
Wow, you gave her a middle name.
Yes,
That's love.
And I have a younger wife, John. So
And,
so much to learn from this guy.
And Sandy Martin, who played Grandma.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
She's if you don't know her, she played Mac's mom on It's Always Sunny.
And she was also in Real Genius as well.
Real Genius, yes, that's right.
And
yeah.
she was also in 3 Billboards.
Oh,
no kidding.
Wow, yeah.
Wait, who did she play in Real Genius?
She's like a school administrator, not a huge role.
This came in an era. You guys are fit where a few other films were like quoted, overquoted to the extent of Austin Powers and Wayne's World and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was one of them.
Yeah.
I was doing it
and
all
Real
the time.
Genius as well. Yeah.
But with that, what's the most when somebody yells at you from across? You're walking through the airport and they'll throw a line at you. What do you usually hear?
Give me your tots.
Give me your tots. Okay.
Which is actually, I appreciate that now. At first, I didn't like it because I was like, that's not one of my lines. But they're playing a bit. Randy yelling out to me, give me some of your tots.
Yeah.
Which I think then they're hoping for a response. And normally response is like, no. Which, I truly feel I don't want to give them any of my tots. A, I either don't have tots, or B, if I did, I wouldn't give them to them.
Yeah.
And then I'm pissed, but then they love it.
Or else if it's a young woman, you go, give me yours.
But they aren't tots, I'm asking.
It's usually a bunny.
Efren, do you get lines thrown at you?
Yeah. Hey, I'd vote for you. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Every 4 years, you better.
Voted, yeah, whatever he passes, like, I voted for you, man. I voted for you.
And John, when people are quoting you, John Gries, what do you usually get?
It's usually over the mountains,
Yeah.
Yeah. How much you want to make a bet?
We get kid fans who are always asking, like, can you actually throw a football over the mountains?
By the way, Gries, Heder was.
And I always tell him yes.
Heder was saying earlier that there's a reason why you're in New York and not in Philadelphia yet. Do you care to expand on that?
A reason that I'm in New York?
And not with us right now.
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, because, originally we were going to be doing back-to-back shows, and then somebody forgot that his daughter was graduating from high school. So
No. You wanted to fly Delta One. You wanted to fly in the best first class of all time.
Jeez.
Lap of luxury. This guy.
You're throwing me under the bus, and I'm throwing you under the bus.
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
See what
I
I got to
definitely-
deal with? The Dynamite family? Wow.
That's what brothers do.
Yeah, that a loving family would do.
No, I think it's great. I love it. I would do the same thing.
Oh no, it was really, it's totally worth it.
Yeah.
I have to ask John Gries about, we've mentioned Real Genius a number of times, and Val Kilmer passed recently. Do you have any particular, I'm sure you have a whole plethora of memories that stand out, but is there one in particular that sort of encapsulates what Val Kilmer was working with you on that set?
Oh my gosh. I mean, well, we did like three maybe movies together, but also I directed with him his screen test for The Doors. We had a lot of experiences together. We did road trips across the U.S. I think one of my favorite memories was I was videotaping him. We were driving through Memphis, and it was probably 2 a.m. in the morning. And what had happened was we didn't know where we were staying. We pulled into a neighborhood that literally the local 7-Eleven guy said, you guys got to get out of this neighborhood. You are in the wrong neighborhood. And so we left. And as we were driving, we decided we didn't want to leave before we went to Graceland. And back then, Graceland wasn't kind of, had almost fallen into disrepair. This was just before he did Top Gun. And we were standing, and we'd had a lot of beers, and I was not much the drinker, so I didn't drink that much, so I was driving, but we pulled over, and he was a bit lit, and he literally had to relieve himself, and he was doing it on the pillar of the gate of Elvis's estate.
Oh my God! Pissed on Graceland?
And I was videotaping him, and he was looking at me crying, going, "The king is dead."
Oh my!
Wow! Val Kilmer crying while peeing on the gate of Graceland.
Wow!
Saying the king is dead.
You're like, no, buddy, I'm still here, buddy.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Totally.
That is hilarious.
Anyway, I mean, that's a real tale out of school, but what the heck? It was just too funny. It's too funny.
No, that's great.
Let that one not be there.
I'm sorry, Preston, did you have something?
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, would it ever make sense? I mean, this is 20 years later that this film came out.
Here we go.
You guys are going to be appearing tonight at City Winery, by the way, and there's a Q&A. There's a screening and a Q&A afterwards with Heder and Gries. And,
Which, by the way,
Efren.
I'm just going to insert real fast. The Q&A, like you remember last time when you moderated, but like it's a completely different show now. It's like... It's not just a Q&A. It's like an interactive experience.
Oh, cool.
We play some music. I don't want to give away too much.
It's like trivia, too, as well, right?
There might be. We kind of play by
We have
ear,
the time machine.
Oh, you have the time machine.
Efren has the time machine with him right here, which is wonderful.
There might even be a crappy prize or two.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you for saying crappy. I feel like we've let down a lot of people over the years.
It's such an
Chapstick
interactive
does
show.
not normally go well.
So the question that you're anticipating is, would it ever make sense to go back there to this group of people again and see where they are now or anything along those lines in making a film?
I think so. Only even just for selfish reasons, I would love to, we were just talking about it when we first made it. Yes, it was one of the most incredible experiences of my life, but it was my first film. And for me, a lot of times I'm like, since then, I've shot a lot of independent films, similar budget, similar small kind of scale films, and had such a blast on that. And I almost wish I could go back in time and be there to truly enjoy. I enjoyed shooting it, but I was like, do I got to follow protocol?
Sure.
I would go home every day and just stay in that cruddy little plaza motel that they set up for the actors. I probably would have I didn't have a car at the time, so I guess it would have been hard to get around. I had the sledgehammer, but I probably would have if anything, just to go back to the town, shoot. Revisit, do some kind of sequel where we could all still hang out, but really, I don't want to say party,
right?
But really
enjoy it,
and
that, savor it, because now you can appreciate it more.
Yeah,
you did the animated show for a while. This is a couple of years, I think. Was it on Fox?
Yeah.
And so that was a return with the basically the same cast. But I think still, it can't be the same as doing an actual live action.
No. Yeah, being there in character, Efren showing up, he was like, it felt like a different world because, when you don't know any of these people, you're like, are they actors or are they actually just real people from town? And the answer is 50-50.
Yeah.
You don't know which one is real and which one is an actor.
We're going to have to wrap up here in a second. I've been told. Do you have another question?
Just one more question, because
ahead,
it's such a pivotal part of the movie. The dance. The dance, which must have been, in the moment, did you realize the gravitas that would be placed on the scene, and did that make it difficult to come up with the dance? Or could you be cavalier about it and create one of the most iconic dances in movie history by happenstance?
Well, I would almost say it's neither of those. I knew it was the most important kind of moment in the film.
Right.
Jared had, and it was one of the only things where I 100% contributed to the script, because Jared told me, he was like, when we shot Peluca, the short, he was like, John, I hear you can dance. You know, I don't think it'll work in the short, but I'm going to write it into the feature. I'm like, okay, we'll see what happens. And then when I read the script, I was like, this is the climax of the film. Everything rides on this. And so, I mean, but of course, you know, at the time when we were shooting, we didn't know it was going to become like a big movie. So I was like, well, Jared, what do I do? Do you have a choreographer? He's like, well, no. What, like, we're a small film. What are you going to do? What do you normally do? And when I dance, because I was like, yeah, I like to just kind of freestyle boogie, whatever. He's like, all right, then just do that. I was like, okay. So yeah, on the day we just, you know, played some music and we did 3 takes where I would just dance until I was ready to puke. And then they just edited it all together.
They show the video when the Flyers score.
Yes, they do. Do you know that?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, they do that on lots of sporting events.
It's awesome, man. I love it. Excellent.
And you just think about that dance because it is so iconic and it was so fully climactic. I mean, I remember when I saw Little Miss Sunshine and the little girl was dancing at the end. I'm like, this is a straight rip-off of Napoleon Dynamite.
Yes.
And the dance is not nearly as good. Sorry to the little girl, but it just like, you know, it was just, she, I guess, winged it. And it was pretty horrible. But I remember kind of feeling like, what a dumb. Anyway.
Oh my gosh! Ending on that.
Listen, we love that you're protective of the movie, and that's why I think going to see you guys and see that you are all friends and love this movie, and you know what it means to the fan base means it's going to be a great evening.
Yeah, look, this movie does connect to not only our generation, but the younger generation, the grandparents. It's a movie where everyone can relate to each and every one of these characters, whether it's Napoleon or Pedro or Uncle Rico or even the llama.
Or even the llama. Yeah. Wait, what was the llama's name?
But also, you know, we do hear from a lot of fans who were maybe outcasts, you know, and when they found this film, it's like they got a kind of they got a lane.
Yes.
You know, they got their own groove that they could be proud of that groove, and they didn't feel like they had to be apologetic or they had to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you know, this film resonates way beyond just what we feel in like on an entertainment level.
Love it. All right. Well, John, thanks for joining us on the phone. We appreciate it. And we didn't touch on it, but kudos on White Lotus.
Oh, my God.
Phenomenal.
Thank you so
Absolutely amazing. We're so happy for your success. But the gang can come and see you tonight. So we're going to let you go, sir. But thank you for joining us, John. We appreciate it.
All right, you guys. Hey, guess what? Keep in touch. And I'll talk to you all later.
Excellent.
Yeah.
John Gries, guys. Phenomenal. Excellent. So tonight, citywinery.com/Philadelphia if you want to get tickets, if they're available. I do not know. But it's tonight at 7 o'clock. And John Gries and John Heder and Efren Ramirez will be there. Am I playing something, Casey?
Yeah, this is a song that's going to play us out.
Okay.
As requested by Mr. Heder himself.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Efren and John, for being here. Have a great time tonight.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Wait.
Yo, what?
We have a giveaway.
Oh,
what?
I got a pair of tickets for tonight.
What?
Yes, we'll take, I don't know, John, pick a number caller if you don't mind.
Number 28.
All right, 28, 610-660-9333. You will be able to go to the event tonight. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. You stay right where you are, friends.
Boy, I hope you...
Buy them because you're purchasing something that you're just going to throw away.
Just going to throw it away.
That's funny, but it has a purpose.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Why get a toilet? You're just going to flush that stuff.
All right, here we go. What is this, Nick?
I'm confused by the details at the end.
All right, shall I read the last part first?
Just what the grandparents do. My grandparents lived.
It says, my grandparents lived until they were in their late 90s, and they used their dishwasher all the time. They even had a little magnet that would say clean or unclean with a little piggy on it that they would rotate to say what condition the dishes were. We had that when I was a kid.
You did?
Yeah, clean or dirty.
And it was a little piggy?
Not a piggy,
but
all
right.
We had this thing, and it had it was a magnet. It had it said dishes are, and then it had a little chain to another piece underneath it that you could flip over that would say clean or dirty.
That's cool.
Like that.
And that way you wouldn't have to guess when you're standing at the
I
sink.
could have used that yesterday because I loaded dirty dishes into a clean dishwasher.
Yeah, that sucks. Hey, how often do you change your bath towel? Like, do you use the same bath towel over and over again?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Like a week.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, dear God.
Something
January
like that.
1st is what
Yeah,
I do.
I do the same thing only because it's clean. I'm drying myself with clean water on a clean body, and so I don't feel like it's as dirty, and I don't feel like loading the hamper with laundry that is
I'm
unnecessary.
that way.
Okay.
You're not a barbarian.
No,
You're not
I am
alone.
not.
You're not alone. Kathy thinks it's disgusting, but
Not just sometimes you have to be careful of the smell and mildew growing.
oh, sure, yeah. I mean, well, I hang it up to dry,
Yeah.
to air dry, so
line dry.
Over the
after that.
TV.
Yeah.
Are you once a week? Kev? How often you wash them?
No, like probably every other day.
Oh, man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Let's
Sorry.
see. Let me go to.
I use the washer. I have no problem using that.
I have Frank on the line. Hey, Frank. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Frank, what's up, man?
So my car came with 2 remote starts, and one of them broke. So I have a second one that works perfectly fine, but like I don't want to go through that loss again, so I just don't use it. And I'd rather just walk out to my car, start it in the morning, and then go back in the house being like, gosh, I wish I still had 2 remote starts.
You don't want to risk it because you're down to just one. What if that breaks?
You had a backup.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know how to replace the remote start, so we're just not going to go through.
Like, what would someone do if they wanted to get a new one? You'd have to, I guess, go buy one.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, right? All right. Thank you for
Can't
it.
play me for a sucker.
I appreciate that. Yeah, this all got started because of this email that we got who said that the guy's in-laws garbage disposal, they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it, so they actually keep a trash bag in the sink next to it.
It's funny, yeah.
To just throw the scraps in. Which, by the way, I did. We had a clog, a drain issue, and we had I called Horizon out, and the tech came and fixed, and he said he was telling me some stuff about the garbage disposal that I didn't know. As far as using, he's like, yeah, I mean, it's there for the purpose of breaking that stuff up and it going down the tube, but not everything breaks up that well and can eventually cause a clog. And he was telling me some of the things I didn't realize. He said what you shouldn't put in the garbage disposal, eggshells. Yeah. He said they eventually, he described them as a net. There's a membrane on the inside of the shell, and it goes down in there, and it won't fully dissolve, and it will. I have thrown thousands of eggs down into the disposal over years, and he's like, yeah, that's one you need to avoid. I was like, I had no idea.
I think potatoes can turn into like a glue. Like,
okay,
so like there are a whole bunch of foods that you can't put down there because
what's the purpose then?
I know, but you got to be selective in what you can and can't put down there.
Nick pulled up this list real quick. I know we have to take a break, Case, but let's see. Oh, clam and oyster shells. Really?
Yeah, don't do that.
I didn't
rocks,
know that.
Don't put rocks in there.
What about wrenches?
No, grease, oil, a large amount of vegetable peels, large number of eggshells, it says here, artichokes in particular, and corn husks are things you should stay away from. Wow. Okay. Anyway, listen, thank you guys for your calls. We appreciate it. And thank you to Brian from Lewis, Delaware, for sending in that suggestion. We have to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we return. We have the bizarre file to get to. We have MMR's concert cash and your first chance at winning $500 and MMR bikini tickets. And you can walk on my team. You can participate and be a part of this if you donate and sign up for Team Preston WMMR. You get a team T-shirt. We will actually get to walk on Lincoln Financial Field. If you've always wanted to be down there on the field,
pretty cool.
Chance to do that. Swoop will be there, Eagles cheerleaders, and not to brag or anything, but I'm this year's media honored hero. Wow. So I'm getting an award. So thank you, everyone. Please quiet down. No, if and you can hear my call late in the night, whatever it is, I can't make that noise again. And that's me. So anyhow, yeah, it's coming up on the 12th of June, and it's for Crohn's and Colitis Foundation research, education, and patient support services for those suffering from inflammatory bowel diseases, which are insanely painful, gang. So if you could help out, that would be great. And sign up for the team. And just go to WMMR.com and click on events, and you will find the info there, and would love to have you on the team.
Preston, I got a text yesterday from Giovanna Pisano. Giovanna won our Isolation Idol contest. Remember that from 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic? her band Dinah is going to be playing at your event. So she's
cool.
gonna, so and she saw the information on the website and she's like, oh my God, I get to see Preston. She was on our show via Zoom, but
never got to meet
us. So Giovanna and her band are going to be there at that event on June 12th, which
By
is
the
really
way,
cool.
They always have several bands in different parts of the concourse
Nice.
playing as you're walking along, and there's usually, like superheroes and things. It's really cool.
But it's cool. So you've had to do it in a more mitigated way over the past
Yes.
couple of years, and this is sort of a return to what everyone loved about the event.
All these upcoming events are
Yes.
finally going to be what they once were.
Yes.
Which is great. So participate
am them.
if you can. We am them. All right, I got this email. It was a little while back, but better late than never. I thought this was an interesting question to pose to people. So I got this email from Brian, who lives in, is it Lewis, Delaware? Is that how you say that?
yeah.
Lewis, Delaware, yeah. L-A-W-E-S, Lewis, Delaware. He said, hey, he said, I had an idea that I thought might be interesting. Recently, I learned that my in-laws have a garbage disposal, and they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it. They keep a trash bag in the sink for food scraps instead of allowing them to go into the garbage disposal.
So they have a device that they never use for fear of breaking it.
Yes. And he said, this is pure insanity to me. And it got me to thinking, if there are other things of convenience that some people refuse to use for fear of breaking them. So, and he also said, additionally, it's become clear to me that people love to do greetings when they go live on the air. I thought maybe a segment maybe called the Salutation Station would be cool. And it would allow people to get in and get their greeting fixed. Now, we'll worry about that another time. But anyhow, that's an interesting question. So you have this device that is made specifically for this one thing to do, yet you don't want to use it because you might break it. But what's the point of having it if you're not going to use it?
I know this phenomenon exists with a lot of people. I'm a gadget guy, so I will use it. I immediately adopt something and I'll use whenever I get it. But I am aware of people who will buy things and never use them.
I do it all the time.
Oh,
I do it
are you guilty of
all
this? Yeah.
the time.
By the way, if you are in the situation, call us. I want to hear it. 215-263-WMMR. All right, what is it?
So it's not that I won't use things, it's that I use them
sparingly?
Yes, when absolutely necessary.
Like super sparingly?
Yes.
Will you actually do extra work even though you have something that could get something to, okay.
So Casey and I we usually walk into work together, and he noticed it, I guess, a couple of times and then finally said something to me. So this is just one example. Here at the station, when you walk into the building, there's the door that you can hit for, it's like a handicap, and it'll for somebody walking through, and it'll open the door for them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So that's the only door you can get in the morning when we scan our key card because the doors are locked.
It's the only one that unlocks.
That unlocks, right? Once we get into the vestibule, all of the doors are open. There's several
there's like
doors.
6 doors you can go through. Yeah.
I won't go through the other handicap door. I won't open that handicap door because it's automatic.
It's
and
the door
I'm
straight
using,
through, yeah.
So I'm using that door opener. It doesn't need to be. So I'll just go over to the one that I pull with my own hand and open.
Because you're afraid if you open it too often, it's eventually going to cause this to malfunction.
Correct.
Okay.
I do it with my garage door opener at home.
You don't use your automatic garage
So
door
I will
opener?
go out my front door if more often than not, because if I use the garage door opener so much, eventually it's going to break, right, guys?
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, wait, hold on. I had to have it replaced because it did break after 13 years.
So
13 years.
It's going to happen anyway.
13.
Yeah.
13 years.
Yeah.
I got 13 years out of it, but maybe did I get 13 years out of it because I used the front door?
Is this why you were asking about a garage door?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, the garbage disposal, though, that I will use. Like, I'm not worried about that one.
Okay.
I know. So my on my wife's side of the family, one of the people, one of the not in-laws, forget who it is. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you classify this person, but dishwasher doesn't use it. Dishwasher sitting right there in the kitchen does not use it
because of fear of it breaking.
That, a perception of overuse of water, a perception of other things, and fear of breaking. All of that sort of. No, I don't want to screw with that.
I had a friend who I worked with, dishwasher, but for a different reason, not for fear of breaking. She would not use a dishwasher because She hated unloading the dishwasher.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
So therefore would hand wash everything, which you still have to put all that stuff away when you're done hand washing it. But there was something about putting it in, running it, and then opening it up and taking it back out that she did not want to.
She didn't like picking up the work on the other side.
Right.
So in other words, when you're washing it right then and there, you're putting it away. So it seems like it's all in one.
Yeah, like smaller amounts.
Right, yeah. But it's the same
Still
thing.
doing the same thing.
Yeah.
In the almost 20 years that I've been a dishwasher owner, I don't think I've actually turned a dishwasher on maybe more than 5 or 6 times.
Oh my God. I'll run it like twice a day.
It's
without
weird.
even dishes in it.
It's weird though, because I just don't feel like the dishwasher gets the dishes clean enough. And it doesn't, and I think it's just because the way my kids load it, it just gets overloaded, or they won't rinse things out. They'll like listen, the commercials lie. You can't put a full-on spaghetti dinner into the dishwasher, and the dishwasher's going to clean it up. It just doesn't work that way. So, as far as I'm concerned, the dishwashers, I can do a better job and in less time.
So here's the deal. If you're basically halfway there, cleaning off the dishes,
may as well go ahead and finish it.
Just finish it.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, here's a text that says, my friend's mom got a brand new $10,000 lawnmower.
No.
What? It better be a riding lawnmower.
I'll buy it from you.
For Christmas and refuses to use it. Uses the old one still because the new one looks too pretty and doesn't want to mess it up.
Listen, I get that.
I'll do that. I'll use the older item until okay, so here's one, a hair dryer, right? I bought a new hair dryer and they're fairly expensive, but I still have I still have a little bit of use out of my old hair dryer. So I'm trying to get until that completely dies, and then I'll start with the
Get
new
rid
one.
of it.
Yeah. But I understand that reasoning, because when you see a nice brand new work truck.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? From guys that actually use it. It's not like a glamour truck like some of these guys.
This is my glamour truck.
Well,
yeah, I know
listen,
what you're saying,
you have these trucks that just look nice and they never put anything in the bed or whatever. But then you have these other guys that actually, really work for a living and they put everything.
It's so funny. It's because I have at home case, I have this Amazon. It's a collection of tools and everything's in this place and it's all very clean. And all the contractors that I know, all their equipment is all effed up and banged up because they're using it.
Well, yeah, my friend Bill, he just got this beautiful brand new truck. He showed it to me last year. He's like, "Oh, look at this." You open the door, the little the stool comes out. Little things you step on.
Step stool, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, this is gorgeous. But how long until it's just all dented and scratched?
Yeah. Here's a text that says, my father refused to use the AC in the car when I was a kid, and still to this day, because he doesn't want to fix it if something goes wrong with it, no matter how hot and humid it is outside. But But you're not using it. It may as well not work now if you're never going.
I'm at work. Stop calling me.
Sorry to bother you, Joanna. What's up?
So my mother, they've been going on 15 years maybe, refuses to use our fireplace in the house. Refuses.
Is it a gas-operated fireplace?
It is not. It's regular, but she's afraid that it's not going to work. That
It's
somehow,
not going
even
to.
though
Fireworks.
they've had it cleaned when they bought the house. They've had it cleaned since. There's nothing wrong. It's a regular fireplace. Refuses. She's afraid that a catastrophe is going to happen.
Wow.
It's going to break.
Joanna.
A fireplace. How do you break a fireplace?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But let me ask you: Does she? If you get her, away from the fireplace and she can talk freely, will she admit to liking a fireplace?
Oh yeah, she loves it.
It doesn't make any sense.
We never used a fireplace in our old home.
Yeah. Thanks, Joanna.
It's peaceful. Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
Well, we lived there for 10 years and it was the first fireplace that I ever owned in my entire life.
Did you not use it because you thought it was going to break?
I didn't use it because my wife said we can't use it.
Did you ever ask her why?
What's that in your mouth? Spit it out.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
What did I tell you about baby birds?
Stop it.
I think she was worried about burning the house down. And
a lot of people are.
Yeah.
A lot of people are of fireplaces and just in general.
It's what it's made for. Yeah. It's made to put a fire
House can set on fire for a multitude of other reasons.
But we own fireplaces now that we've put fires in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So they're just outside.
Let me. I know.
You brought those fires home and then you put them in the fire. Yeah.
Hi, Terry. You're on the air. Good
Fire
morning.
to go, please.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Terry?
Well, so my husband inherited a really nice and big snowblower from his dad about 7 years ago and refuses to use it. He always has an excuse. There's not enough snow.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Marissa. So, John Heder was literally about to walk out the door.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, wait. I got a quick question for you. I said, in the post-credit sequence, where the wedding happens,
yeah.
I said, when you were riding up in that horse, I said, did you almost fall off?
Because he's like half riding.
Yeah.
Like
What he said was, he goes, not only that, he's like, let me tell you the story. He goes, they asked me if I knew how to ride a horse, and I said, yes, of course, because I had my equestrian merit badge. I didn't know how to ride a horse, And so he said, yeah, he'd do it. And that happens a lot in Hollywood.
Yeah,
People will say,
they
sure,
always say
yeah,
it.
I know how to do that.
Yep.
And so the original scene, we're watching it right now. He was supposed to be riding while towing another horse. He was going to be holding the reins of another horse along with him because he says, I tamed you a wild stallion. And he's like, I can't do that. They tried to do that. He's like, I can't do it. So we're just going to do the one horse. And apparently he's riding down this really steep hill. It's hard to tell from the video. And he said the horse was running flat out, full canter, all right? And so we're watching the video, he's leaning way back, and what he's trying to do is he's pulling on the reins to try to get the horse to stop, and the horse would not stop.
Yeah.
And he said, so he rides up to where the scene is going to conclude, and he said, finally, the horse decides to stop. And he said, when it stopped, it was a full stop, and he went flying over.
Jeez.
He flew over the top of the horse.
That's how Christopher Reeve ended up paraplegic.
Landed on his back, and he said, and it knocked the wind out of me.
Wow.
Said you're lucky that's all that happened.
Yeah. And so I thought so because he goes, that fear on my face that you're seeing in that scene, he's like, that was legit. I was scared. And I go, I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought so because I've ridden on a horse that's out of control before, and it's terrifying.
So my niece for the longest time, up in upstate New York, she worked on a ranch, and they had the horse rides and all that stuff, and we did it a number of times. And I was on a horse going at a full gallop.
Oh boy!
It's
scary.
That is scary.
Oh my God! You bounce all over the place. You're going fast. You're bouncing up and down.
And
you don't know how to stop.
Your thighs will never be as sore.
Oh my God!
Because you're clamped on for life.
Yep, without question. So that was a lot of fun hanging out with those guys, and they playfully were going in and out of character without us asking them to do it, and so they don't mind. Diving back into that world at all.
No, it's terrific.
They will be. The video is playing right now on our monitor of him riding that horse.
Oh my God.
He is. And now knowing how terrified he is, that look is not him acting.
That's great, man. All right. So anyway, tonight they'll be at City Winery. So if you get a chance, you got to go.
I just had another change in here. I forgot that he's circuitously related to Vi Sikahema.
Yeah, through marriage.
I meant to ask him that. Yeah, through marriage. And Vi is a Mormon.
Yeah,
he's from the Utah area, and so is John. And there is there's a familial connection there.
It's pretty wild,
which is pretty cool. All right, let's do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
It's brought to you by Adam Home Services, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. AdamHomeServices.com. A London-based company called Builder.ai, once valued at $1.5 billion, went bankrupt after it was revealed that its AI app building service was actually powered by over 700 human engineers in India.
That's doing it old school. Who handles your AI? About 700 employees.
Yeah, the company claimed that its tool called Natasha could create apps quickly using artificial intelligence, and Microsoft invested $455 million in it. However, it turned out that most of the work was being done by people, not AI, with only some clerical tasks using basic software. The truth came out in May when an audit showed the company also lied about its sales, claiming $220 million when it only made $50 million. That led to a lender seizing $37 million from its accounts. leaving Builder.ai unable to pay its workers. And the company announced on LinkedIn that it couldn't recover from the financial problems and past decisions, leading it to collapse after 8 years of misleading investors about its AI.
Well, you know the story that with Apple recently, they had been promising their version of AI, and they actually took it to the Apple release, and they're like, okay, this is what's going to happen, and you're going to find it on your phone, and they never completed it.
No kidding.
So, and now they're in legal trouble for selling it as an attribute of their new tech, and they had never completed it. So now
it's going to fake it till you make it
Fake it till you make it. They thought they could buy time.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. An 88-year-old woman in Pilsen, Czech Republic, was nearly buried alive after being mistakenly declared dead. Her 87-year-old husband found her unresponsive one morning, called emergency services.
Why did you think I was dead?
The coroner arrived, examined her, and said that she was dead because she wasn't moving or breathing.
I am not. Yes, you are.
Funeral workers then took her body to prepare it for burial and place her in a coffin, which wound up being premature.
This is Edgar Allan Poe territory.
Yep. To their shock, she opened her eyes and started showing signs of breathing while in the coffin. The workers quickly got her help, and she was taken to the hospital where she is now recovering. Sometimes you hear that happening to people, and then like a day later they die.
Well, you know as the old story goes, they used to connect lines to
a bell.
To a bell. Yeah.
The coroner's office apologized for the mistake and said that it had happened 3 times before.
Sorry. We got to get better at this, guys.
3 times. Police are investigating whether the coroner did anything wrong. The woman's husband is upset about the error, as you might imagine. If you're going to try and boost a tire off of a vehicle, you might want to know what it belongs to or who it belongs to. A thief was arrested in Newark, New Jersey on Sunday after trying to steal a tire from an off-duty police officer's personal vehicle. Around 4:15 in the morning, and the officer spotted the man removing the tire and confronted him. They fought, and someone flagged down a nearby patrol car. Police arrested the suspect, whose charges weren't immediately shared. The off-duty officer, the suspect, and one responding officer who had a hand injury were taken to the hospital for evaluation. Nobody was seriously hurt.
Do you hear about tires being...
No.
That seems like a retro crime, doesn't it?
Yeah, mainly it's catalytic converters that you hear about being ripped off. 20-year-old personal trainer named Mazar Azrabanyed caused a massive crash on the A1 highway near Newcastle, England, while on his first date. Driving a BMW X5, he sped over 120 miles an hour, fleeing police after they spotted him for speeding and faulty rear lights. He initially stopped, then drove off, leading to the chase. This is why he has his first date in the car with him.
Driving kind of fast. Do you know those officers?
The crash wrecked 5 police cars and injured 7 officers, with one needing stitches and another hospitalized for 3 days with knee and back injuries.
You're sure breaking a lot of things.
Azrabanyed, who had no license or insurance, pleaded guilty to dangerous driving.
You need those?
He was jailed for 14 months. The judge called it a miracle that no one died in the chase, and no word on whether or not he got a second date out of it or not. All right, this is messed up, man. And this cautionary tale. If you're going to print something, if you're scanning something to use to put in a publication, read the whole thing first.
Yeah.
In California, parents at East Bay Elementary are having some difficult conversations with their children Monday night after a very racist expression wound up in the school's yearbook that just came out. We're talking about students from kindergarten through the 5th grade who are exposed to this. The school's explanation for what happened, and the parents and the steps they're proposing are not getting a very positive reaction from parents. So it's Oakland's Montclair Elementary. To go along with the theme of celebrating 100 years, parent volunteers on the yearbook included some articles about the school from the Montclarian newspaper. One from 1940 discussed the annual carnival, and it said, and I quote, "Boy and Girl Scouts will have charge of booths and many attractions, such as the N-word babies."
Okay,
oh, my God.
It was a game.
Okay, because there was also a candy back in the day.
Nope. So this is a game, Casey. Beyond exposing their kids to the N-word, parents scrambled to find out what the game was about. The Jim Crow Museum produced a video called Blacks as Targets, and the video said, I usually have a little, there's somebody quoting saying, "I usually have a little black boy who places his head in the hole and the natives throw the ball at him. I sell them for 3 balls for a nickel. And then there's an authentic photograph of the game from a summer camp in the brochure. So the principal, David Cloker, invited parents Friday to a conversation about racial equity and acknowledged the larger narrative of racial hostility felt by some families and students. He sent an email apologizing, calling the article deeply hurtful and entirely unacceptable, and telling parents to remove that page or use a sticker provided by the school to cover it up. So the parents are like, a sticker?
Yeah, handy-dandy N-word cover.
No, what they want is for them to retrieve all of them, destroy them, and create new ones. But it was just messed up. So the woman who is, she's a PTA historian, sent parents an email. The woman who was responsible for this, she said that she discovered what appeared to be an interesting article. In my excitement, I made the critical error of only reading the first paragraph before including it.
So that is a word of caution. Read everything. And why would you hearken back to something that long ago?
It was the 100-year anniversary of the school.
Without reading it, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So she said the 4-person volunteer yearbook team made the same mistake and failed to read every word. They are offering refunds to the families. She said, we're going to do another version. If you request it, we will have it delivered to you. So that is just dumb. All right. And then we only have 1 minute left. So let me see here. I need a short story because we're not going to end on that one.
No.
We need something a little lighter than
life
that.
affirming.
Oh, yeah. How about this? It's summer, of course, and so anybody can use a beach day, including a black bear that was captured on video taking a swim in the ocean on the shoreline.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Kylie Nelson and her son were on the beach when they spotted that bear swimming at a beach in Naples, Florida on Friday.
God damn, this is the life.
The mother and son duo spotted the bear while they were out for a morning walk.
Yo, check me a beer.
In the video recorded by Nelson's son, the bear is seen swimming close to the shoreline.
Yeah, that's good.
As Nelson calls 911, and you hear her son in the video saying, "Mom, run!" Nelson later captured another video of the bear exploring part of a beach residence, and it isn't the first time that a bear was spotted by residents in that area.
Little sun, little surf, of course, banquet, doing good.
James Paul Mayo, a nature photographer, said that he had seen a mother bear and her 3 cubs walking down the street near homes in Naples, about 40 miles south of Fort Myers.
There have been a couple of videos captured lately of bears going down like lakes, going in for a swim.
Taking a swim, yeah.
This is wild, though. It is a very crowded beach.
Yeah, and I've seen them in lakes before. I don't think I've ever seen a bear swimming in the ocean.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's got a little body surf.
Body surfing. Hey, and by the way, speaking of body surfing, this is a cautionary tale as well. If you body surf, please don't do it with your hands at your sides. Have your hands over your heads. Preston, I was talking to your friend Jim, who's a spinal surgeon. He was talking about how like every single summer somebody gets paralyzed from body surfing because the wave, because people they'll put their hands at their sides. Guy down the hall, his birthday was yesterday, Mike Vito, when he was 16 years old, he got paralyzed. He broke his neck. Body surfing. I was in a halo. Like
I've always pointed to make yourself more aquiline.
Yeah. Some people go like torpedo style.
Yeah.
And that's bad news.
No, I always have. I'm like Superman. I do the one arm out thing. So I'm
You'll be
fist.
stronger than the other DJs.
I keep watching this bear in the ocean, and the beach is crowded. And then people start following the bear, trying to get video of it.
No.
And it's just like,
come on.
Let the bear be the bear on the beach and walk away.
Let the bear be the bear on the beach with the boy.
Thank you.
Hey, bear's got a bear, man.
Yeah.
Bear's got a bear, baby.
Yeah.
Let the bear be the bear.
Let the bear on the beach be the boy with the bear.
And a
beer
ball.
for the bear, and the bear has a beer.
Does the bear have a beer?
Bear on the beach.
Like big butts.
That cannot lie. Your other bears can't deny.
Cannot deny.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even try.
All right. And we should take a break on that note. So we're going to do that. We'll come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, music, news. Those things are on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on
Heavy, or I can't get it out of the garage. And I just don't understand why he won't use the damn shovel.
And he'll just go out and shovel it instead.
Yeah. He'll just go out and shovel it, and I don't understand.
Terry, give him the data on how many people have heart attacks shoveling, and try to convince him that way. Because right,
I'm trying.
yeah. But I know people who will do that with the snow blowers as well. Not enough snow to snow blow.
Yeah, but it's what it's made for. All right, thank you, Terry. Here's one that says my grandmother would turn off her blinker stuck at traffic lights to save the bulb.
The blinker bulb.
You're supposed to leave that light on.
Oh my God, that's great.
And same with windshield wipers.
I love it.
Said it was more of a cheap thing.
Oh my God.
So you didn't want the wipers to wear out.
Yeah.
That's funny. God. Here's one of the things I noticed way too late in life was that if you have with products, let's say like a vacuum cleaner, or something along those lines, and after you go through a couple of them and they fall apart, if you realize that you do the recommended regular maintenance, cleaning things, taking it apart, some of those things will last freaking ever, man. You just have to do these cleaning steps every now and then, and it'll last.
That's another thing. You bring up the vacuum cleaner that I do with its charging, the handheld vacs, computers, phones, all of that. Like I don't like to leave it plugged in and charging constantly.
You can actually, in some cases, you can damage the battery.
Well, I don't know if that's still true or not.
But for the most part, no, you should be fine.
So I use the vacuum until it dies, and then I plug it in, and then when I check it throughout the day. If the charge is done, I unplug it.
I wonder how the battery is.
Yeah, seriously, because I don't want to ruin the battery.
Dennis, check the battery on the shark.
We have these. I'm sorry, Nick. No, we have these tools, power tools, that use batteries, and the batteries can be used for various tools. A drill for this one, and stuff
lithium
like that.
batteries.
Yeah, so you move them from one product to another. So I mounted these chargers on the wall, stick them up there, leave them charged all the time because you never know when you're going to need to do a project, and you have it ready to go. Well, I don't know who was doing it, but every now and then someone would unplug the charger, and I would go and need to use the battery.
It was me. I was coming over and unplugging your.
You turn it on and go, and I'm like,
what?
I mounted this thing to the wall and plugged it in.
So I have a whole bank of. I use the iWorks, the gardening equipment, from the leaf blower to the lawnmower. They're all electric. And I go in, I have them, Preston, just like you, the bank all along. They're ready to go, boom, boom, boom. And I go and I go, what is that? And I'm because there's a button you can check to see how charged the batteries are. And they're all powered down. I'm like, what? They were all connected into a power strip. Somebody
turned it off.
Power strip on.
Real quick, Steve, do you keep those in the garage or in the house?
In the garage. Now, I've heard that when it gets brutally cold.
Somebody told me this too. I brought all that stuff inside for that very reason.
And yet
hot or cold.
You're told to blow up if
I know. I keep.
What
all
do
those,
you do?
Yeah, I keep them in the kitchen for whatever. Like there's one cabinet in the kitchen that's not used. So if my mom's come over, she's like, "Where do you keep the glasses?" Like that's actually where the batteries are.
The glasses are in the garage.
Yeah. But Preston, real quick, I know you're not a big kitchen gadget guy, but when I get a new knife, I hold on. I don't use it right away, and I think it's because I want to keep it pristine.
You want to keep it super sharp.
Yeah, and really clean and just perfect. Do you ever do that with new kitchen items? Do
no.
You dive in right away.
Made to be used.
Okay.
Yes,
well, wait a second.
In my mind.
This also goes to another conversation, which is how quickly do you use. I do like things to look nice and pristine. So there are things like ice. After a while, we were talking yesterday about hiking shoes and stuff like that. I'm like, if they get too scuffed up, that'll be an extravagance.
There's a crossing point.
Sorry. It's just not up to my standard. It doesn't look right.
Nick, I have 19 pairs of scissors because I use the old scissors to cut things like opening boxes or something that's thicker, and then the newer, sharper scissors are for the things that need a nice, clean
finer cut.
Yeah. You need 19 of them?
Oh, you can find scissors all over my house, in every room.
Hey, this is the crafts queen, right?
Steve, I have 3 pairs of these sneakers that I'm wearing right now, and they have I have used them in stages. In fact, I drew a letter on the tongue of the shoe. So I didn't use them for what they weren't intended for. So the oldest version of those...
I do the sneaker phase. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm following you.
The oldest version were my cycling shoes, and then the newest version I only wore them to jog, and then...
Are they identical?
Identical.
And that's why you have to mark them.
I had to mark them. So I had jogging, cycling, and then everyday shoes.
So I go left to right. So the pair of shoe that's the furthest left, it's like in people jumping out of an airplane, skydiving. They're at the door. And so those are the ones that are the prime ones for using. And then it goes, and then they start to circle around into the Goodwill pile.
Yeah, and now I have my lawn mowing shoes, and I'm actually really proud of myself, Kathy, because you have a lawn mowing shoe guy?
No, I just want to go to a call when you
right.
eventually stop talking. So,
hang on a second, Preston. I got something for you here.
Hold on.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Go ahead.
No, I'm proud of myself because my lawn mowing shoes I've been using for like 3 whole years now.
I'm going to go back to people not using things because they're afraid they will break.
Yeah.
And I will go to Barbara, who's been on hold for a while. Hey, Barbara, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Barbara?
My brothers and I just sold a house that we inherited from my father. They bought it in 1986, and they never used the dishwasher.
There you go.
We had the realtor come in, and I was telling her, I said, I think the dishwasher's broken. My brother's like, no, it works. They just never used it.
And is it from 1986? Is it that old?
Oh, yes.
The
Yes,
washer?
it was the original dishwasher that was put in the house.
I bet you that. So it would probably still run. It's not going to, it's a functional dishwasher. But did they ever explain why they chose not to use it? Was it for this reason, for fear of breaking it?
Yes, they didn't want to, nothing technical. Like that was high tech back then in 1986 to them.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious.
Apparently it's a thing. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it.
All right.
I'm going to go back to an older situation as well. This is Joe who's on the air. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
You guys remember back in like the 70s when you get in a car, the seatbelts were kind of tucked up and folded above the window?
Yes.
And little brackets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd get in the car, and my dad, he was kind of a perfectionist, and he wouldn't let me take the seatbelt out of the little thing above the window because he thought it'll never go back neatly. So he never let us use the seatbelt.
He would rather have you not use the seatbelt to maintain the aesthetic.
Oh, yeah. I used to try to get it out. And he'd be like, don't touch that. You'll never get that. Get away from that. Stop playing with that. And I'm like, Dad, it's a seatbelt. He's like, you feel that dashboard? Push on it.
Now,
and,
would he make you ride on the hood of the car so that you wouldn't screw up the seats?
Oh.
That's
funny.
crazy. Yeah.
All right.
So
thanks.
to this day,
Yeah.
it's
All right.
still a joke.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. All right. How about this? Let's go to Stuart. Hey, Stuart, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Stuart?
I got one for you.
All right.
My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, she had an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
She never went in it. She paid for the pool guy to open it and maintain it. And I asked her, how come you never use it? She just told me that she liked looking at it and she wanted waterfront property.
Oh, my gosh.
But she never used the pool.
True story.
Never used the pool.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
if she's paying for the maintenance, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right. A little bit different than what we're talking about, but that's interesting. Yeah.
Well, and this is slightly different as well, but can you go to Steve on line 2, Preston?
Line 2.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Press.
Hey, what's up, bud?
My best friend to this day, his father back in the 70s, 80s, and part of the 90s, whenever he would get a new car, would pop the hubcaps off and put them in the trunk because he was afraid they were going to get stolen.
May as well give them to somebody.
Right.
Take
the hubcaps off.
Oh, that's funny.
So he would immediately take a beautiful brand new car and make it look like a piece of crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. For fear of them being stolen.
Hey, these doors, someone might take them.
Let's go to Jennifer. Hi there, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What's up, Jennifer?
Okay, so I'm a lifelong camper, and, with the internet, there are things like social media groups, etc. So I started following a bunch of camping groups on Facebook.
MMR rocks. I love songs that end like that have that little kind of slowly strumming guitar and then a little feedback. It's Foo Fighters, of course, rescued. The Preston and Steve Show, 10:35 on a Thursday morning. Oh, can you feel it? Friday.
Yeah.
We are right there, friends. We still have a few things to do before we call Thursday, close out Thursday for our broadcast day. One of the things we need to do is our lesson question. We're going to do a giveaway. We have a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks. The Revivalists are going to be playing at the Parks Casino Excite Center. This isn't until September 26th, but we can get your tickets ahead of time. So here's your question. What should Julie Jerkoff change her name to? All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know the answer to that. What should Julie Jerkoff change her name to?
Julie Jerkoff.
Yes.
Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
All right, if you heard that earlier and you know the answer to it, 610-660-9333 is the number, and we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories, then we'll get a winner. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Preston, Olympic swimmer Ryan Lochte taking to Instagram to announce his split from wife Kaya. The notoriously dim Lochte cited, quote, imbecile differences.
Oh, my God.
Dakota Johnson and Chris Martin are calling it quits again after getting back together earlier this year. Martin said the two most painful things are falling out of love and hiccuping during a fart.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Mariners star George Kirby was drilled in the face by a 102-mile line drive on Tuesday. Kirby called the incident. I'm not sure. Hollywood.
All right. All right, we'll see if anyone knows the answer to this question. What should Julie Jerkoff change her name to? And we are going to go to Vince on the phones, try and get a winner here. Hey, Vince, you're on the air. Morning, bud.
Hey, guys, guess who's touching you?
Nick's favorite game.
Favorite sport.
All right, so what should Julie Jerkoff change her name to?
Julie Handjob.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Hang on the line, Vince, with the deep pipe. We are going to set you up. You have got a pair of tickets as MMR Rex. Matt, no.
What?
I was trying to say Matt McCusker, but that's not what he won. That's for the stupid question. We have tickets to see the Revivalist September 26th. Parks Casino Excite Center. Tickets for all upcoming events at parkscasino.com. And you have to be at least 21 years or older. Parks Casino. This is how you win.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, celebrating 100 years. Right now, you can save $250 off of windows, $700 off of doors, and 0% APR for 48 months. I have a few stories for you today. We'll start with this one. Oh, man, this is unfortunate news. Morton Harkett, the lead vocalist of the group Aha, has shared that he has Parkinson's disease. In a press release on the band's website, the group shares the diagnosis isn't the sort of news anyone wants to deliver to the world. Harkett, meanwhile, shares and said, I've got no problem accepting the diagnosis. He said, with time, I've taken to heart my 94-year-old father's attitude to the way the organism gradually surrenders. And he said he uses this quote from his dad, which is, I use whatever works.
And he is employing some of the new, more innovative ways of taking, or at least trying to mitigate the Parkinson's he has. I believe, Preston, the electrodes that have been installed in his brain.
Oh, okay.
That help, handle the tremors and stuff like that. So he is being proactive. I just, by happenstance, happen to be on a big Aha kick because there is a clip, I guess, from an unplugged thing that they did of this very song, done ballad version, which is beautiful.
I saw it not too long ago. He and the model who plays in the video, the girl of interest, they reshot some of the scenes of this video, and it was really cool to see.
And he looks great. I mean, he looks, he got obviously years under his belt, but he's still a good-looking guy.
He adds that acknowledging the diagnosis wasn't a problem for him, he said, but it's my need for peace and quiet to work that has been stopping me. He's been undergoing treatment and medication and says that he's been able to relieve some of the symptoms related to Parkinson's. So that's unfortunate news.
Steve, you sent me that video. It's a MTV Unplugged from, I think, from Sweden.
Okay.
And it's beautiful. I love that version as well. And then the version that shows up in this season of Last of Us, that Ellie sings, is sort of an homage to that acoustic version. It's incredible.
Oh, wow. The Black Keys have announced their new album, No Rain, No Flowers, is set for release on August 8th via None Such Records.
No Such
None Such Records.
I know some of you none such, not like us neither, but none such what? Black Keys?
That's better than...
I'm sorry, I lost my place. I had it all on index cards and I dropped them.
They're out of order?
Yeah. No, I should have numbered them. Adrian said you should number them, you jackass. But that's my own personal private hell. This one says borscht. I don't know what that is about.
It's a recipe.
Yeah, but it's... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's my lunch order.
We're talking about the Black Keys.
By the way, that was better than Pitchuation. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Now that I hear it.
The album has 10 tracks, including their single Beautiful People Stay High, which hit number 1 on Billboard's Adult Alternative Airplay chart. The band, made up of Dan Auerbach and Patrick Carney, recorded it in their Easy Eye studio in Nashville, and they'll support the album with a North American tour starting September 17th in Tulsa. Seether's lead singer, Sean Morgan, was furious after security removed his 7-year-old daughter, Lily, from their May 31st concert in Nashville.
I hate you.
During the show at Bridgestone Arena, Morgan saw Lily crying in the crowd and learned that security had separated her from her mother for being in an unsafe area near the stage.
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world. So I'll play devil's advocate here. If it was close up to the front of the stage, where the crowd can get compacted, was maybe that a concern? Or
I thought that they were. It said stop before. Hang on a second here. Separated her from her mother for being in an unsafe area near the stage. Yeah, I don't know, Steve. I don't know if it was off to the side or down front. Morgan stopped the performance and called out the security team, saying that it was a family-friendly event and his daughter should have been safe. He later apologized to fans on social media for his outburst, but said that he would do anything to protect his child. Our friend Dorothy has announced a North American tour set to start on July 15th in Vancouver and ending October 25th in L.A. The tour supports her upcoming album with new music expected soon, and special guests include Highly Suspect, Hailstorm, and others on select dates.
She was so good at the barbecue, and some of the pictures are just dazzling up her on stage. But I was curious, since she is seeing Scott Stapp, do we have any word of any sort of joint
collaboration?
Yeah. Any collab?
I haven't seen any. General sales for tickets are set to start tomorrow. So in our area, on September 9th, she'll be in Bethlehem. And then on September 12th, she'll be playing the TLA. So, of course, Dorothy, known for hits like Rest in Peace, is excited to perform new songs and connect with fans across the U.S. and Canada. The tour will visit cities like Chicago, Nashville, New York, and, of course, Philadelphia, promising high-energy rock shows. And then one last story. Another friend of WMMR, talking with Guitar.com, Wolfgang Van Halen has revealed that he, quote, just doesn't listen to Van Halen anymore. Wolfie says he gets the connection that people have to the band, but correctly points out that his connection to the band was a little different. He also implies that it's a similar feeling that Alex Van Halen has these days to the material. When it comes to listening to Van Halen, after the passing of his father, he said that he, quote, has the memories, but it's just not as fun, unfortunately.
I think in general, when there, through your life, you have different musical stages, and then you kind of just say, I'm done with that. And then you find a reason to revisit.
Yeah.
And it's always wonderful when you do get,
I love it.
Mostly wonderful, yeah.
Yeah. I like even my favorite bands, like I cycle out of Rush for a while. I take a break from it, and then I'll hear a song and I go, yeah, let me go back there again.
That happened
even with the Beatles,
Pink Floyd recently for me. I had taken a massive hiatus because I was done.
Yeah, you can get burned out on your favorite band.
Yeah.
Except for Casey, probably.
Right,
Yeah, I mean, I might go like a day without listening to Fish.
It's 22 hours. I think I've given it enough.
I mean, literally, like during the week, I hear them every day because I sneak them into the show. But yeah, I mean, listen, I have my, I have things that I listen to outside of that band.
No,
but
you listen to a lot of music. You're very well-rounded in your musical appreciation.
Nick, have you ever had a
Pearl Jam break?
Pearl Jam pause?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
I had
long?
a big Dave Matthews break for a stretch, and then I went to see him live again a few years ago, and it completely rejuvenated my love for that band. But Casey and I talk about this a lot because Casey loves Fish, and I love Dave Matthews. And we kind of cycle in and out of live recordings versus studio recordings. I'll go back to studio records for a bit, and then go to a whole bunch of live from the archives or warehouse stuff from Dave Matthews Band.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think it's when you take a break from the band, and because the moment when you come back around, it's like reliving that original love that you had.
It is, and you realize all the reasons that you enjoyed it, or at least for the most part. You know.
Yeah, you're like, oh my God, I really do love these guys. Yeah, and I want to see him again.
All right, that's it in music news for you. We have a last second phone call from our YouTube community. Julie Jerkoff.
Julie Jerkoff
is indeed on the phone.
Forgive
So,
me, Kirkhoff.
hi, Julie Jerkoff. How you doing?
It's Julie Handjob.
Okay.
She renamed it.
Did you change your name?
I did. I changed it on YouTube, and I missed the lesson question because I was watching otter videos during the break.
Oh my God, I love otter videos.
It's understandable.
Because that's what I do.
All right. Is this a temporary change or?
Probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Just in honor of today.
Is too
My
iconic.
real last name is Hancock, though.
There you go.
Not
So,
too far off.
hand job is closer.
Either one.
Yeah.
Either one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Right.
All right.
It all fits. It all works.
Thank you, Julie. We love you. All
Love you too.
right, we'll see you later.
Love the YouTubers.
Our fans. You gotta love them.
Yeah. And so just briefly, I just want to congratulate, because, it's a high school graduation time. Nick, your son, Benjamin, congratulations to him and the entire class of 2025 at Harrington.
Thanks, man.
When's Caleb graduating?
Monday.
Yep. Today, my sneakers are graduating, guys. My sneakers are graduating. The ones that I'm wearing on my feet are graduating and becoming my lawn mowing sneakers.
That's a big step.
That is a huge step.
You got to be a proud dad.
It's bittersweet because my current lawn mowing sneakers are going to go to the sneaker graveyard.
Now, do they actually have blades in them? Is that what you mean? Or?
No.
You wear them on
I
your
wear
lawn.
them
Okay.
while I mow the lawn.
Yeah, you got to wait until they're beat up and not worth wearing around anymore on a regular basis, but they're still good for something.
I don't mow in sneakers.
What do you
I have my Merrill.
Oh, your
hiking boots.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That works too.
All right, well, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations
to
to
you.
all the
you
sneakers
must be
that are
very, very
twins.
proud. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Come back in a second. We'll wrap up the program. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Discovered that there's a whole crew of campers that do not poop in their camper.
They don't poop in their camper.
They don't poop in the camper. Isn't that what it's for?
Yeah, exactly. It's made for that specifically. What is? Did they give their reasons why they don't want to do it?
I don't know. I think they're afraid of the black tank. I don't know if they don't want to dump their poop or what, but there's literally a hashtag no poop in the camper.
Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, you guys know, like, when you're at Camp Out for Hunger and you have the RV, and, like, it's not that you, if you have to, it's fine. That's what it's there for. But if, like, there's the alternative to go elsewhere, like, for example, Ulta, when we used to do Plymouth meeting, like, you would prefer Ulta to the RV pooper. And so I understand that mentality. It's there for a reason. If you got to go, you got to go. But, like, if you can find an alternative, find the alternative.
I might see that. I don't see refusing to do it, though.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Listen, push comes to shove, no pun intended. We'll use that camper pooper. Yeah.
Here's some text. Says, my dad refused to buy trash bags because you were buying them to throw them away.
So what did you do with trash?
He would make special trips to the grocery store for small bags and Walmart for even larger bags for the larger trash cans. Even if he couldn't buy something to fill the bag, he would ask the cashier for a wad of those big bags.
Oh, my God.
So in essence, a lot of what you buy from the grocery, you're buying it knowing you're going to throw it away.
That's funny. He wouldn't buy them because you're purchasing something that you're just going to throw away.
Just going to throw it away.
That's funny. But it has a purpose.
Yeah.
You know?
Why get a toilet? You're just going to flush that stuff.
All right, here we go. What is this, Nick?
I'm confused by the details at the end.
All right, shall I read the last part first?
But just what the grandparents do. My grandparents lived.
It says, my grandparents lived until they were in their late 90s, and they used their dishwasher all the time. They even had a little magnet that would say clean or unclean with a little piggy on it that they would rotate to say what condition the dishes were. We had that when I was a kid.
You did?
Yeah, clean or dirty.
And it was a little piggy?
Not a piggy,
but
all
right.
We had this thing, and it had it was a magnet. It had it said dishes are, and then it had a little chain to another piece underneath it that you could flip over that would say clean or dirty.
That's cool.
I like that.
And that way you wouldn't have to guess when you're standing at the
I
sink.
could have used that yesterday because I loaded dirty dishes into a clean dishwasher.
Yeah, that sucks. Hey, how often do you change your bath towel? Like, do you use the same bath towel over and over again?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Like a week.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, dear God.
Something like that.
January 1st is what
I do the same thing only because it's clean. I'm drying myself with clean water on a clean body, and so I don't feel like it's as dirty, and I don't feel like loading the hamper with laundry that is unnecessary.
I'm that way.
Okay.
You're not a barbarian.
No,
you're not
I am
alone.
not.
You're not alone. Kathy thinks it's disgusting, but
Not disgusting. Do you, sometimes you have to be careful of the smell and mildew growing.
oh, sure, yeah. I mean, well, I hang it up to dry,
Yeah.
to air dry, so
line dry.
Over the
after that.
TV.
Yeah.
Are you once a week? How often you wash them?
No, like probably every other day.
Man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Let's
Sorry.
see. Let me go to.
I use the washer. I have no problem using that.
I have Frank on the line. Hey, Frank. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Frank, what's up, man?
So my car came with 2 remote starts, and one of them broke. So I have a second one that works perfectly fine, but like I don't want to go through that loss again, so I just don't use it. And I'd rather just walk out to my car, start in the morning, and then go back in the house being like, gosh, I wish I still had 2 remote starts.
You don't want to risk it because you're down to just one. What if that breaks?
You had a backup.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know how to replace the remote start, so we're just not going to go.
Like, what would someone do if they wanted to get a new one? You'd have to, I guess, go buy one.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I'm not doing that.
That right? All right. Thank you for
Can't blame me for a sucker.
I appreciate that. Yeah, this all got started because of this email that we got who said that the guy's in-laws' garbage disposal, they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it, so they actually keep a trash bag in the sink next to it.
It's funny, yeah.
To just throw the scraps in. Which, by the way, I did. We had a clog, a drain issue, and we had I called Horizon out, and the tech came and fixed it. And he said he was telling me some stuff about the garbage disposal that I didn't know. As far as using, he's like, yeah, I mean, it's there for the purpose of breaking that stuff up and it going down the tube, but not everything breaks up that well and can eventually cause a clog. And he was telling me some of the things I didn't realize. He said what you shouldn't put in the garbage disposal, eggshells. Yeah. He said they eventually, he described them as a net. There's a membrane on the inside of the shell, and it goes down in there, and it won't fully dissolve, and it will. I have thrown thousands of eggs down into the disposal over years, and he's like, yeah, that's one you need to avoid. I was like, I had no idea.
I think potatoes can turn into like a glue. Like, so like there are a whole bunch of foods that you can't put down there because
what's the purpose then?
I know, but you got to be selective in what you can and can't put down there.
Nick pulled up this list real quick. I know we have to take a break, Case, but let's see. Oh, clam and oyster shells, really?
Yeah, don't do that.
I didn't
rocks,
know that.
Don't put rocks in there.
What about wrenches?
No, grease, oil, a large amount of vegetable peels, large number of eggshells, it says here, artichokes in particular, and corn husks are things you should stay away from. Wow. Okay. Anyway, listen, thank you guys for your calls. We appreciate it. And thank you to Brian from Lewis, Delaware, for sending in that suggestion. We have to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we return. We have the bizarre file to get to. We have MMR's concert cash and your first chance at winning $500 and MMR bikini that she had pasted. However, we didn't do the connoisseur last week. We'll have to at some point pull that out. But I saw this really interesting article from BuzzFeed, and I know that some people can relate and probably have their own stories to share. But the title of this article was people are sharing the questionable ways their families cook specific foods.
I love when we talk about stuff like this.
And it says, and some are quite frankly crimes. So I'll read a few examples.
Well, one man's crime could be another man's favorite.
That's true.
Right.
And feel free to share if you guys have anything to contribute. Our number is what is our number?
215.
215-263-WMMR. 1-800-232.
You can call that one if you want.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah. All right,
Who is this?
Yeah. All right, so I'll start with this one. It says, my stepdad's mom took a stick of butter and used it like a crayon to smear butter all over a raw turkey, and then she put the rest of the stick on the table for rolls.
Oh, yeah, no,
So I've
That'll
actually
kill
seen.
ya.
No.
I've actually seen a device that is like a I don't know, just like a clamp for butter. It doesn't have to require a lot of pressure. But the basic gist is you put the stick of butter in it and you slide it around on waffles and pancakes.
Yeah. We have one. It's called a butter bot.
Oh, okay.
And and it looks like a little robot.
Yeah.
And you stick it inside there, and you take off his little R2D2 head.
Yeah.
And the butter sticks out the end there, and it's actually curved a bit so it fits on corn on the cob.
This is not the butter you're looking for.
And it's really great for corn on the cob.
Casey, this would be perfect for your issue, your problem of getting butter in each square of a waffle.
No, it wouldn't.
Why?
Because
I think it would.
Right?
Especially if you heat it up a little bit.
This is not what we're looking at.
No,
If
I
you're
know
looking
that.
at a video, that's not
These
what
are
it
not
is.
your butter dispensers.
Yeah. So anyhow, but using that on raw poultry
No.
and
And
then putting
serving
it
it
out?
to
No.
family,
No.
You could get deathly ill.
you get very, very sick. All right, here's another one. This says, my mom once had a meltdown in her kitchen when she saw me cooking an egg in a skillet. She likes to cook her eggs in the microwave. 93.3 WMMR, it's Everything That Rocks. That song is called Broken Love, or it's spelled B-R-K-N, Love. And Pulling Leeches is the name of that tune. We played it just a couple days ago. I'm getting used to that, man. 10:57 on this Thursday morning, coming to a close. And we were late into the show because we had one hell of a full day today. And
It was.
one hell of a fun day today. I want to congratulate again Miss Ashley Gerber from Shawnee High School. She was our coolest teacher of the year winner. Yeah, she was really sweet. And up next and last, actually, is Washington Township High School in Sewell, New Jersey. So we'll find out tomorrow morning who the coolest teacher from that establishment is. And I want to thank our guests on the program. First of all, we'll go in order. Pitchuation came by.
Yay!
Former intern and staff member at WMMR, and his 24-hour game show marathon is coming up on the 7th, and that is day after tomorrow, Saturday, from noon to noon. It's 24 hours, and they play game shows.
Yes.
And his crew has put this together, one different game show an hour. And you can actually go to gameshowmarathon.com, and it will raise money for Child's Play. And they collect and give toys and games to kids who are sick and in the hospital. So it's a really cool cause. And we love that Pitchuation does that. They've been doing it for 12 years now, which is awesome.
Good for him.
And then thank you to the lovely Sara Wren.
Yay!
Makeup influencer. And she is, and just beauty influencer, an awesome, fun person. She came by. We now have a new Daily Rush video. Steve as the god of hellfire in the red light face mask, which was pretty wild to see. We were cracking up.
But you see why I was originally, it caught my eye when I saw the commercials for this thing. Like, that looks like a universal horror movie from the 30s.
Yeah.
And by the way, excuse me, sorry, at the end of the interview, Sarah said she was going to do a video highlighting all the products that she brought in, and she did that. So it's up on her Instagram stories, which is Rentar, W-R-E-N-T-A-R, Rentar, and all of those products are on her Instagram stories now.
Okay, and then and there's also a new video with when Matt McCusker was on with us the other day, so that you can see. So a couple of new videos on Preston and Steve at PrestonandSteve.com and on our YouTube page and all that good stuff. So, and then the final thank you to John Heder, Efren Ramirez, and John Gries, all 3 stars from Napoleon Dynamite for being on the show today. Heder and Efren were here in the studio, and John Gries was on the phone. They are going to be at City Winery tonight, and it is an event where they're going to screen the movie. They're doing a Q&A, but it's not just a regular Q&A. They're doing some games. They're doing interactive stuff and prizes.
Apparently, the evening kicks off with a musical number.
Oh, that's awesome. It was so much fun.
They were terrific.
Hanging out with those
They love what
guys.
they're doing.
It was great. So thank you to everybody. Pierre Robert is here.
Good day, my children.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you kids. That was a great conversation with those guys.
Thank you.
They clearly had a lot of fun. It sounded like they didn't want to leave, actually.
We kept talking afterwards. And they went and hung out and walked around the offices and were eating mini melts. And
They did.
All that stuff.
I love that you asked him about the horse, too, off the air.
I was like, it was the last second. Oh, my God, I forgot to ask you this. And he was happy to tell the story.
Very cool.
Excellent. All right, letter of the day?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
D as in dirty dog.
All right, you dirty dog. We got one more to go, and then we give away a pair of padded passes.
Pat passes.
at Pocono Raceway. Tickets for the NASCAR Cup Series, Great American Gateway 400, and it's Sunday, June 22nd, and that includes tickets to the Media Party Plaza and the Chalet Village. Chalet. It's time to start your...
Good God. Thank you.
It's time to start your summer as NASCAR returns on June 20th through the 22nd of the Tricky Triangle at Pocono. More information, you can get your tickets and head to PoconoRaceway.com. What are you doing today, man?
I have no idea.
All right, good.
No, I will have blocks of AC/DC Poison. I've been wanting to do a block of Van Morrison for a while, so we'll get that on. And tickets for Queens of the Stone Age in Atlantic City.
All right. It's
And someone is rocking a Star Wars themed T-shirt.
Well, it's Star Wars, but a Neil Young Star Wars. So it was a Neil Young solo tour. This was him at the Tower Theater, but he's talking to the young version of Han Solo in that prequel.
Right, yes.
And Neil likes old cars and beat up old Cadillacs and stuff like that. So in the caption, it says, how much do you want for this piece of crap? As Neil is trying to negotiate to buy the Millennium Falcon.
That's great.
So
that is cool.
That makes no sense if you're listening, but you'd have to see it to sort of understand it.
Nice. All right, well, let me thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by United Tire. United Tire and Service, buy 2 tires, get $50. Get $50 and additional service. I think it's supposed to be on additional service. Don't drive alone. Drive United, my friend. Tomorrow on our program, it's No Sad Bro Friday. And as far as guests go, we'll have comedian Corey B stopping by.
Oh, cool.
We'll give away our Word of the Week prize, and we'll have some fun. Guarantee you that. All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Tinged with gray, and she insisted.